I don't think they're ready though. They're not ready. They're not ready. Big shout out everyone watching. Jrod on point. Let's go. We got Stick by Holding in the building. Let's go. Big shout out to Amy Conway. Let's go. Alright.
You wanna be with me, I wanna be with you. Ya tiempo para que lo nuestro salga a la luz, sexy millar. La que me tira la guiña, aunque andes con su man, vamos a misionar.
Come over here and let me know your name, boy. Your sexy smile got me checking for your seal. You caught my eyes and I'm seeing if you're single. Do you wanna get to know me?
Rodni label, here we go, here we go. Let's go.
Me tienes caliente como el pan y me gusta tu mirar, te ves sensual. Pero aunque tengas compromiso, fácilmente te hipnotizo. Sin llegar al cielo, pero tampoco llegamos al piso. Y sin fantasear, vamos a la estratosfera, a lo espacial. Ponte el cinturón pa' que no te vayas a marear, porque este viaje te va a enamorar.
Yo, baby boo, you know that I got you.
You know you are so sexy.
Oh, by the way, what's your number?
508, I'll give it away.
Oh, for sure.
Keep it on the low, alright?
Gianna!
Done dirty. The way you look, the way you dress, it has me speechless. I can't wait, won't hesitate to sharing your caress. I get the butterflies when you're around me. I'm so curious and wanna take you home with me.
Desaparecer, llegando al mundo de la fantasía, para que te des de cuenta que entre tú y yo, mujer, el mundo vamos a recorrer de primera clase, para que nuestras pasiones se puedan desenvolver. Y no es nada raro en cómo todo empezó. Tú me gustaste y yo te gusté, ahora es que es cámara, luces, acción. Y ten cuidado que el volcán está haciendo erupción.
Anda suelta por la calle y no sé pa' dónde va. Me dieron luz que te gusta bailar. Te pega la bocina y comienza a perrear. Mi gente al callao, agárrala que anda así cala. Anda suelta por la calle y no sé pa' dónde va. Me dieron luz que te gusta bailar. Te pega la bocina y comienza a perrear.
Me toca a mí. Anda suelta por la calle con una blusita del mani, enseñándome su bar y se lo voy a comer en el party. Pa' que te me ponga nari, traje Bacardi y Nari. Dale aprovecha mami, aprovecha. Peligrosa la que me tira los dice, conmigo se va la raíz. Tiene story appetite, conmigo es bien nice. De la Walter Inside, dime si está nice. Lo que quiero es que coopere pa' comértelo tonight.
Agárrala que anda así cala. Anda suelta por la calle y no sé pa' dónde va. Me dieron luz que te gusta bailar. Te pega la bocina y comienza a perrear. anda suelta por la calle y no sé pa' dónde va. Nah. Me dieron luz que te gusta bailar, te pega la bocina y comienza a perrear. Agárrala, agárrala,
que está bien suelta.
agárrala, agárrala,
Que está revuelta.
agárrala, agárrala,
Que está bien suelta.
agárrala, agárrala. Yo te voy a pasar a buscar, ponte ready pa' guayar, porque si me caliento no me puedo parar. Ya me dijeron tus amigas que le mete brutal, entonces vamos al grano y comencemos a perrear. Cuando yo te vi bajando con ese Jrod y eso lindo y rosadito de oro la melón, estaba formando en mi cabeza una tremenda tensión. Era que me entregara y que perdiera el control. Vámonos pa'l callejón a formar el vacilón. Después que todo el mundo se vaya nos quedamos y yo, pa' devorarnos los dos, hacerlo lento mi amor. Olvídate de lo que diga, terminar la misión. Agárrala que anda así, cala, anda suelta por la calle y no sé pa' dónde va. Nah. Me dieron luz que te gusta bailar, te pega la bocina y comienza a perrear. Agárrala que anda así, cala, anda suelta por la calle y no sé pa' dónde va. Nah. Me dieron luz que te gusta bailar, te pega la bocina y comienza a perrear. Agárrala, agárrala,
Que está bien suelta.
agárrala, agárrala,
Que está revuelta.
agárrala, agárrala,
Que está bien suelta.
agárrala, 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 que anda así, cala, anda suelta por la calle y no sé pa' dónde va. Nah. Me dieron luz que te gusta bailar, te pega la bocina y comienza a perrear.
Acción, acción. Check it. Yeah, de andar a solitario. Óyeme mujer, no te quedes aborrecida, échate pa' camillar, que la disco está encendida y esta es la oportunidad pa' que bailes bien lucía. Lo que tú quieres que te ponga a mover, como otro hombre no lo ha hecho ni nadie lo va a hacer. Yo le vine a todas a asegurar que yo soy el man que tiene el imán. Que vengan todas agarradas de la mano, que se tiren en bonche, se van por ponche. Yo no tengo porche, pero me la llevo en una noche de derroche. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien perreada, que la monte en el tren. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien sudada, que la pegue a la pared. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien perreada, que la monte en el tren. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien sudada, que la pegue a la pared. Supercalifragilístico, esto es místico, nada práctico, todo errático. ¿Quién soy yo? TONDADY, pégate en el la para que vea lo que tú quieres que te ponga a mover. Como otro hombre no lo ha hecho ni nadie lo va a hacer. Yo le vine a todas a asegurar que yo soy el man que tiene el imán. Provocadora, ya te encontré en la disco, está suelta como gavete y tu novio ya está arisco. Es que ese brillo y tu forma de menear tiene a todos en focal, contigo quieren bailar. Como un tumbao a los flow criminal, que la contigo me quiero conectar. Dame ese número, me quiero rankear. Mira que el corillo ya te tiene ficha. Ahora es que el bailoteo se va a calentar. Usa ese talento supernatural y ese cuerpo que tú echaste con esa falda, mami te guillaste. Tienes un tongoneo que yo estando en la tarima de lejos yo lo veo. Después que te espoteo, me bajo de tarima y te monto el fronteo. Que lo que tú quieres es ese bandolero. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien perreada, que la monte en el tren. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien sudada, que la pegue a la pared. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien perreada, que la monte en el tren. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien sudada, que la pegue a la pared. Óyeme mujer, no te quedes aborrecida, échate pa' camillar, que la disco está encendida y esta es la oportunidad pa' que bailes bien lucía. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien perreada, que la monte en el tren. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien sudada, que la pegue a la pared. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien perreada, que la monte en el tren. Que le gusta a la guerra, que le dé, que le dé, que la tenga bien sudada, que la pegue a la pared.
Big shout out to everyone watching. DJ Round Point. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Hopefully everyone could hear me. How's everyone doing tonight? I have the honor to have with me the Honorable Speak Van Holding, one of the authorities of true crime. And we're gonna have a great experience today. We're gonna have a conversation about the Idaho 4 and the Bryan Kohberger case. I want to introduce myself to you. My name is Jrod on Point. And we have the honor to have the company of future upcoming co-host Speak Van Holding, and also legal representation. Round of applause for the brother Speak Van Holding. What's up, brother?
All right, how you doing?
Music is gone. Background music gone. Two brothers from different mothers, bro. It's been a long time coming. I appreciate your support since the very beginning, since the very a year ago with the 2K channel. Thank you for keep supporting us. I appreciate your support. And I want to introduce to you Speak Van Holding. How you doing, sir?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
Can't complain, brother. Doing great. We're doing great things. I'm saying here we're a legend from the YouTube true crime community. Someone that has put a lot of work on every case that he has talked about. A upcoming future collaborator and many future projects in the true crime community and many other topics. I'm very honored to have you here with us.
Jrod.
Thank you for your time.
Jrod.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm hearing some lag. Like when you're talking, it's like, it's catching up. You see what I'm talking about? Like when you're talking, it'll repeat itself shortly after.
That's probably because you're listening to me from two different screens. Like you have to mute you have to mute the screens so you could hear me on the StreamYard. Because you hear me here on StreamYard and then you hear me on the stream that you're watching.
Okay.
Let me know if it's any.
I hear you very well.
You hear me better now? Everything over here sounds good though.
Well, I hear you very well. What it is, it's like when you talk or when I'm talking.
Everything over here sounds good though.
It'll repeat itself. Well, I hear you very well. What it is, it's like when you talk or when I'm talking.
Everything over here sounds good though.
It'll repeat itself. Well, I hear you very well. What it is, it's like when you talk or when I'm talking.
Everything over here sounds. Yeah, I know. That's the lag from YouTube. I just heard it. Like when you hear me here in StreamYard, and then you hear the live stream, it has a delay, so it repeats itself. Yeah. That's part of the what you might call it, the StreamYard experience though. Make sure everybody go and subscribe to Speak Van Holding 24/7, etc., etc. We having today straight from Texas, an unknown location in Texas, deep in Texas, on a very secret location. What's up with the Idaho 4? Talk to me, brother. Let's take the opportunity to talk to the people about this very worldwide attention case, and nobody better than you to explain to the people, which again we always explain to the people very plain and simple. Today is your show. I want to make sure that everyone know today is Speak Van Holding show, and we're gonna make sure that we're giving the meats and potatoes our way, our cooking. So, my brother, the show is all yours. We're gonna start it with something like this.
Okay, so
as of this 11th day of December of 2022, the Idaho police in Moscow are clueless as to who murdered the 4 college students on November the 13th, 2022. They have demonstrated by their own declaration that they are incompetent. Initially, they stated it was not a targeted attack, and then they revised the story saying that it was a targeted attack. I'm of the opinion that the Idaho Moscow Police Department is incompetent and capable of properly investigating this case.
I want to stop it right there. When you seen the case, because I totally agree with you in the very beginning, they said that this was a targeted attack, and then no one else. This was like a one-time type of deal, type of situation. Can we agree that no one needed to be afraid in the community because this was a targeted and very plain and simple, cut and dry. Whatever happened, it was for these people, for this type of situation.
because of that lag, I guess you want me to speak now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I didn't quite hear you, so I will still speak though.
Yeah, how you? Am I repeating myself? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's the lag that gets me.
Okay. When you said that this case he was cut and dry, police Moscow PD told the public that this was a targeted attack, and the community didn't have to be worried about what was going on. Big shout out to Ron John. Thank you for being here. Appreciate. Big moderator. We have Speak Ron Holding in the building today. So when you said this on your video about Moscow PD, you understood the Moscow when they flip-flop between this was a targeted attack. The community didn't have to worry about nothing because nothing would have happened to them. But then they flip-flop on the Kohberger narrative. Like, I want to pick your brains of where you were, where your mentality were, how you felt for to share to your community that this is a problem. It's a problem that this Moscow PD is seen incompetent.
Well, that's because they are incompetent. When you look at the initial that it was a target attack, and then the community asked them, did they have anything to worry about this assailant? And they said no. And then they asked, how can you say that? The reason why they was telling the community that they had nothing to worry about, they was more concerned with looking as though they had everything under control when they didn't. And professionals don't do that. They were so concerned with their image that they was willing to tell the public anything to appear that they are competent and in control.
So can we agree that at that moment it was more of a media narrative, like to pacify the community and make them look like, yeah, they under control, they on top of things, but at the same time, with the flip flopping on the information, you could see there is a weak link somewhere, because between the reality and the gravity of this case, what is being shared about it, and the tone that is being used, not just from Moscow PD, but the University of Idaho, also family members and whatnot, the tone is being, like, I want to say that Goncalves has a gravity tone, that they have more urgency to get to the bottom line of what's happening in this case. Because I believe that Steve G, big shout out to Steve G, OG, he have an understanding that is something that is not right, that like between what is being shared to him and the narrative that is being pushed on TV, the narrative that comes out of the court, the collaboration that it seems that the prosecution and the defense team has. It seems like it's kind of like a buddy type of court procedures on the transcript. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's what exactly seemed like. What you got to always keep in mind is that when this happened, they had no leads. They really never mentioned the white car until videos came out. And then they start asserting that people in the neighborhood saw the white Hyundai. No one in the neighborhood actually saw the white Hyundai. It was really only after the gas station attendant brought this to their attention. And although they may have collected videos from other people in the neighborhood, nobody saw Kohberger. No one saw the person get out the car.
So to close that statement, we could believe that the lack of investigative procedures within the Moscow PD process of investigation, they allow certain narrative, for whatever apparently reason, they allow some narrative to take place, either or by convenience or by investigative purpose or whatnot. It seems that they allow some narrative from outer sources that don't have nothing to do with investigative forces. They allow the outside of the cocoon of the investigation to affect the investigation. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. They asked the public for help because they didn't have a clue. And what you got to consider, it was the public that gave them the clues to come up with a suspect. But remember, when you look at the probable cause affidavit, there's a lot missing from that narrative. It's incomplete.
Okay. So we could take that it was an incomplete investigation at this time on point. Let's proceed.
Because they have approached this case with the intent on not creating panic of the people in that town in order to retain the people in the town. When you approach an investigation trying to quell the panic of the public in your area for the sake of keeping their dollars there, you are incompetent to investigate and to continue to investigate.
In this tape, this statement is deep. Is deep because we know since day one, and this is one of the things that I share with Moscow PD in our conversation. I was very clear when I told him I totally understand that he's forces to be, and I mentioned the University of Idaho. I told him I understand that it's a concern within the money purpose of the whole machinery, but at the same time, is outer neighbors. They are totally outside from the Greek life community, which is enforced and secure by private interests that at the end of the day don't have nothing to do with the community. It has to do within their community, which I believe when this happened, their community and the surroundings, because the news stations very clear, made it very clear since day one that this is a very particular community, because everyone surrounding the building next to it, all the realtors that own those properties are owned within one community, which is the Greek life community, which has a council that governs and safe and secures the fraternities and sororities within that link. So we believe within our theory that when this event took place, the whole community knew what was going on because they all are participants within the inner circle. It's sorority and fraternity houses owned by private corporations or private owners that they all link back to the University of Idaho. So when we see that investigation gets to the point that the investigation with the whole intertwine of the protocols of the investigation since day one, it seems affected by the money interest behind the crime. Correct me.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. It's a conflict of interest. The university is one of their main money makers, and they first fidelity is to protect the university as well as their jobs.
So they will keep, due to bag of monetary protection and due to the secrecy that we all know within the brotherhood and the sororities, they own secrecy and loyalty to the bag, which the bag in this case will be the money, which the money is generated by the University of Idaho in the whole area. So due to there is neighbors surrounding the neighbors that are the outer layer of this big machinery going on, in this machinery something went wrong. It was a glitch within their operation, and the glitch happened. Call it a hiccup, whatever you want to call it. We're not going to simplify it because the gravity of this case is simplistic. In this case, they made it sound so we got this, that after all the information started coming out, things didn't started linking together accordingly, because the narrative from authorities and the information that came out of court don't compare. Advice.
You got to look at it from this point of view. When the murders took place, you had Moscow PD leaking things to the media that they wanted the people to believe. They initially said Kohberger, when he was arrested, stated, "Have y'all arrested anyone else?" This narrative is to make people believe that Kohberger is basically saying he did it or he had help doing it.
Okay. But then the specification on having him as a sole assailant, the one person that it seems out of no type of connection, it seems that it was some kind of snap of one person totally unknown to the residents, as is stated by Ann Taylor in court. So if he's a total stranger, for the court to prove that this guy did this, they just literally have to prove his entrance, where he enters, right? Like, because they have burglary felony is the first charge in front of the murder ones, for 4 different murder ones, right? Correct me, please.
That's correct. They don't know how he entered the residence. They don't know if he committed burglary. They just are certain that he committed burglary. He could have been let in. He could have had access. So this is one of the problems. They're not going to be able to prove that he entered illegally as far as a burglary concern.
It seems that for them, because again, for the burglary to be a felony burglary, please advise me, correct me if I'm wrong. Feel free to correct me on any time. For them to prove the felony burglary, they have to prove the burglary first, to then, because the aggravants on the transcript are the murderers. So he committed a burglary and became a felony burglary due to the aggravants of committing the massacre. Advice.
Well, when you look at it, you already know he's not going to testify. He can't testify because that'll open him up to questions that he can't answer and don't want to answer. So who can say that he didn't have access? That's one of the reasons. That's just one of the reasons why there never was a preliminary hearing. Because Ann Taylor, Bill Thompson, the state of Idaho don't want no one to know the facts of this case.
Can we say that due to EMI, because again, we just over here guessing a little bit, a educated guess due to the transcript, that it seems that the cooperation between the defense and the prosecution, they're being seen like in a very smooth tango, very smooth, very okay, very let's work this out, let's keep everything on a hush. Everything is workable within each other. Like at the same time, having Bryan Kohberger complying, like made it seem like the prosecution and Bryan Kohberger, perhaps, because at the end of the day, is his life. So whatever decisions Ann Taylor has taken, I believe that is on his best benefit, right?
If I understand your question, you're basically asking me, is the course that Ann Taylor taken in defending him is to his benefit? If that's
Yes.
your question, nothing that she's doing is to his benefit. And let me explain why. The first thing you want to do is never to waive a speedy preliminary hearing. You've seen how long it took them to indict him. So what was Ann Taylor trying to prevent the public from knowing by waiving the speedy preliminary hearing, which would have been a public event in which the Moscow PD would have to testify to what was said to them by the alleged surviving victims?
Can we say that Bryan Kohberger could be on the intertwine with prosecution, and that's why he's keep the extradition hearing in Pennsylvania? Because that's also very sus in a way. He just give the right that he has to have the state of Idaho bringing all the evidence to Pennsylvania and have Pennsylvania overlooking and overseeing on their system of court that it have nothing to do with Idaho, even though they interlink within the background of fraternities and sororities and whatnot, the 1%, Illuminati, call it what you want. But at the same time, big shout outs to them too. But at the same time, bottom line, the Idaho would have to report to Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania, due to that they are totally unknown or really don't have nothing to do with whatever they got going on in Idaho, they're gonna be totally unbiased towards Kohberger and seeing it as a bottom line. So in the extradition hearing, if Idaho didn't have nothing to stand on, all that stuff would have got thrown away long time ago and would have Moscow PD scrambling to get a new suspect. Advice.
When you look at the waiving of extradition from Pennsylvania, don't nobody in their right mind waive their rights, because there is no benefit to waiving your rights unless you're getting something for those waivers, because those rights are there to protect you. His attorney that initially represented him in Pennsylvania got him to waive those rights based on a misconception. Because if you challenge it, they got to prove that they got the right person. And that's another thing. They would have to actually show, how did you get to me? How did you get to me?
Okay, big shout out. Thank you for that advice. Big shout out to Teller, to Ellie. Big shout out to Ron John. Big shout out to Amy Conway. Big moderators, thank you for being here. Very appreciated. We have the visit of Speakman Holding, the Honorable Speakman Holding. We have an a conversation of the Idaho 4 case from the very beginning and the Bryan Kohberger case. Thank you for being here, moderators. Please make sure that if you have questions, leave your questions on the chat, please, so we could have interaction with Speak Van Holding and your questions. Okay, and we could have the question posted over here. We're gonna start rolling the chat room. Big shout out to Amy Conway. Thank you for being here. Very appreciated. We have Speak Van Holding tonight, having a conversation with us about the Idaho Force and the Bryan Kohberger case. We appreciate the time and the opportunity of having Speak Van Holding with us, a very important authority on the true crime community and in the conversation and analysis in this not just in the Idaho 4 but also in many other true crime cases. Make sure that please y'all go click like and subscribe to Speak Van Holding. Go to his channel and make sure that y'all subscribe. Also, I want to take this opportunity to send a shout out to Ron John. Thank you for being here. Very appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Very, very, very appreciate it. Ron John said, a bunch of treasonous actions and decisions IMO. Tell it to Eddie, have a question. Let us know your question. Tell it to Eddie. Big shout out to Tell It to Ellie. Thank you for being here. Very appreciated. Please make sure y'all click like, subscribe. Make sure y'all share on your community tab. Moderators, thank you so much. Very appreciated everything that y'all do for us. We have the Honorable Speak Van Holding talking about the Idaho 4 case. We're having a great conversation from the very beginning where everything started. How you feel, Speak Van Holding? How you think? Thank you for being here again.
I feel great. Feel great.
I appreciate your time, man, and the conversation is getting very, very and within detail, and I thank you for that. Let me see what else we got here on the comments. Let's take care, do some home maintenance. Tell it to Ellie. Yes, it's been a while. Yeah, everybody little by little has been catching up with this channel though. I totally understand people like not transferring yet from the other channel here. It's a lot of people that don't even know this day to day what happened to the other channel. Big shout out to Amy Conway. Let me see what we got here. Why would Bryan waive his extradition? Shouldn't he have known better? Advice.
Bryan Kohberger don't study jurisprudence law like a lawyer. That's not what he studied. He don't know that type of stuff. A lot of people think because he's going to Idaho, he got a PhD in it. He don't know anything about jurisprudence law.
Get him, bro.
Go look up what he studied. It has nothing to do with appeals, criminal law, evidence. He know that thing. He know nothing about that.
No, but you see, what was hold on? His credentials are. Let's make sure that we do justice to his credentials, right? We have him. We have masters on criminal justice. We have him with a degree on criminology, a degree on psychology, some kind of degree on forensics. One out of two PhDs graduates.
Okay, those credentials.
He said, "Right, I don't mean shit."
Listen to me. I don't care how many alphabets he got in the back of his name. If you look at what's happening in the case, he go up into the courtroom, arraignment, and he allow Ann Taylor to let him stand silent. An innocent man will assert his innocence. He don't stand silent.
Can we agree that it sounds like he was in cahoot with prosecution from the beginning for this shit to take place in this way? For him to waive all his right, like, listen, do whatever you want with me. It's okay.
Okay, I'll tell you this here. He did it. He did it, but let me tell you something. He committed the crime. He did it.
It's over.
I'm going to show you something. If you accuse any man of something,
we can take this shit serious. Like,
hey,
like
I done told you he's gonna be found guilty by plea bargain or by a trial.
He fucked. Oh my god.
You come up with an alibi. You let your lawyer take you up in the courtroom with an alibi, saying you got an alibi, you was driving around. Now, that's nonsense. That's nonsense. You know how that make you look? Come on.
Listen, tell her to Ellie have a question. She said, I have a question. And Amy Conway has a question too. Please, ladies and gents, moderators and subscribers from the On Point family and Speak Van Holding, please make sure you leave your questions in the chat room, and we make sure that we take care of that. Though it's a good day today to talk very bottom line about this case. And I tell you what, I appreciate it's a good time having this conversation because I'm trying to make it as friendly as possible for the YouTube true crime community. But
hey,
he laughed. He laughed.
You can't make manure taste like a chocolate cake, okay? It's not gonna happen.
Listen, big shout out to Dago. I did text Dago. Big shout outs to him. I think he probably slipping. Big shout outs to Dago. I told him we was live. Big shout out to Prime Sleuthing. Big shout out to Square on Fire. I didn't hit Larissa because I think Larissa by this time she gotta be sleeping or something. But yeah, I did everyone that is talking about the Idaho 4 case and has a good conversation about it. I did give him a heads up. I don't have a way to talk to Harsh besides emails, but like today is a Speak Van Holding day to actually get to the meats and potatoes of our conversation. I believe that this is a good time for us to focus on Speak Van Holding, his content, his conversation. I believe that he has a very valid points about this case. Is very relevant, and this conversation needs to be put out there. It's okay that we give him a little digestible tone, far as not take it too serious in certain things that are dead ass serious. You know, that's why you see us laughing a little bit about it, because at the end of the day, bottom line, is that serious, but at the same time, if we really don't take it to a proper perspective, it just go out of hand. People don't know how to handle it sometimes. Give me 1 second. Let me see one more. Tell it to Ellie. She has something here. Let me shut this up real quick. But y'all be able to see it on the screen. He says thoughts from him and possibility of Bryan being a Fed that was working to expose these corrupt people in Moscow. It will make sense to me that he was in the area and he smelled rat, so set him up. So in the community, big shout out to Tella to Ellie. Thank you for that question. The community have a very big concern, Faris, as in certain chat rooms, in certain Facebook groups, and the internet, perhaps, it's been people sharing and I say sharing to keep it respectful, but they sharing the possibility and the theory that because it seems that Bryan Kohberger, he reported to Pullman PD and he applied for Pullman PD way before he landed to Pullman, Washington. Way even before he resided and landed in Idaho to reside there and do his college venture. It seems that he already applied and was in conversations with Pullman PD way before he even landed in Idaho. Do you know any information about this?
Well, I heard that he applied, but to answer her question, tell it to Ellie, I really doubt that he's working for the feds because, and I don't think he's being set up because, like I said, if you're an innocent man, you want to go to the preliminary hearing. You want to see exactly kind of what y'all saying that I did, because this gives you a view of the evidence. I'm going to say it again. If you go back to the probable cause affidavit, that's not what happened. But I'm going to let you know something about this here. There is a Smith versus Maryland 1979 Supreme Court case. They did not need a search warrant to get his cell phone records, who he called. They can subpoena and get that way before he knew it. That's how they got his cell phone location at first. And then they act like they sent in a search warrant for that. But you don't need a search warrant when you're investigating somebody to get their location and who they called. You don't need a search warrant for that. That's been the law since 1979. I can't hear you. No one can hear you, Jrod. Can't hear you.
Sorry, I was muted. But I'll go back from the top. So we could tell that it's a lot of chat rooms that they having the theory of him being already, because again he applied to Pullman, but he was never activated as a officer for Pullman. Didn't went through their proper training and nothing like that, because he's really no records out of that. So I believe that due to that was his only 1 second, guys. Due to we don't have no record of him even being accepted by Pullman police, we can't even see the chance of him being already, like, if he was not an officer for Pullman yet, how can he be a Fed? How can he be on the FBI if he wasn't already an FBI while he was in Pennsylvania? And this was his method of infiltration into the snake nest in Idaho. This has to be an operation from way before, and he being a Fed already, being approached when he got his master's in criminal justice, and being approached by the FBI to see if the FBI would have, he would have helped the FBI in this case, make him an agent or whatnot, and then send him on this secret rabbit hole of the Moscow PD snake and Pullman apply for Pullman, become a student on WSU Pullman, and then be blamed by this massacre from Moscow PD. But it calls my attention that no undercover on a local or state level go to jail for nothing that he's investigating. Do you understand me? Like if it was any kind of either local, state, either federal agent investigating the corruption within a locality, how can they blame him for a crime? Like the FBI, if he was working as a Fed or in the FBI, correct me if I'm wrong, the FBI would step in right away all over this shit. Like whatever you try to say right now, that's not what's going on right now. Because guess what? He's one of us. Y'all got caught, and this is a wrap. They would already would have stepped on that if it was a federal agent. Don't you think? Advice, please.
See, one of the problems with this whole case is they keeping the facts concealed and allowing people to roam free with their imagination. But if you look at the facts of the case, we got to get past this allegation of 2 alleged survivors. We got to get past that because that's not a fact. How can you be a survivor of these quadruple murders when you claim that you was asleep and unaware? So if you unaware of what's happening, how are you a victim? That's one of the narratives that got a lot of people thrown off. So when you compound fiction and not the facts, that's what's going to happen. So right now, the Idaho Moscow PD don't want nobody to know who made the 911 call. A lot of people was under the impression that the 911 caller was talking about Dylan Morrison fame. But that's not the case. Moscow PD, out of their own mouth, stated when they came to the house, they saw a gruesome scene. So how are you going to think that one roommate is unconscious when none of the 4 are answering you?
Especially if you knew what was going on through the whole thing, and especially if you was texting with each other about it. So that right there, it makes that the alleged survivors, it makes them seem complicit with the crime. So they'll be access to a murder. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because if you have knowledge that this crime is being committed if you have knowledge that someone is getting killed next door in the room next to you, upper or next to you, you know that is a crime that is being committed, especially if you have knowledge of what's occurring and who's doing it, and you don't contact authorities, you are complicit to the murder. Correct me and advise, please.
It can be looked at like that. It can be looked at like that, but they also have a defense to say, I heard everything, but I was afraid for my own life.
So if they were afraid, they get a cop out. They just because you was afraid, you could have probably saved someone's life if you would have reacted on time. You know what I'm saying? All that conversation is gonna be brought up in court, though, don't you think? Advice.
Well, I don't think, well, let me answer tell it to Ellie real quick. I'm pretty sure you're not a federal agent. I'm pretty sure of that. See, because if you're a federal agent, why would they go to all the trouble indicting you while the actual killer is still on the loose? That's just too far-fetched. But I'm going to say this again. Your subscribers can go on and ask any lawyer that they subscribe to. You got Peter. You got the Harvard Lee lawyer.
Big shout out to Peter, lawyers, you know.
Have you noticed that none of these individuals are critiquing what Ann Taylor's doing? They just read.
They've been very polite.
That's because they are afraid to just say, look, can anybody tell me what did Ann Taylor and Bryan Kohberger benefit waiving the speedy preliminary hearing? What did they gain? What did they gain?
So before we play the rest of the video, we could tell that it's been a level of compliance.
Thank you, Ron John.
Big shout out to Ron John. Thank you for being here. Very appreciated. Thank you for watching. Can we tell that it's been a level of compliance between Kohberger and prosecution to a certain extent to make it look like to what it is at this day today? Like, can we say that Kohberger and Taylor, Bill Thompson, all are working within the same interest, that it doesn't have nothing to do within the parties?
Well, they are definitely working with the same interest. Now, about the parties, I would say this here. Ask yourself one question. If that was you being charged like Bryan Kohberger, wouldn't you want to know from the very beginning, why y'all saying this is me? What evidence you have? What a lot of people don't understand, when you go to that preliminary hearing, the state of Idaho have to bring in the police that process the scene. And then all their witnesses, what was said. They didn't want to go where the 911 call. They didn't want you to know nothing about that. They didn't want you to know exactly what they collected. Because based on their conduct, I believe that they planted Bryan Kohberger's DNA on that knife sheet.
It's like what Ron John just said, Van Holden, you are pretty much saying that Ann is somewhat in the state pockets. Yeah. I could say, yeah, because she's getting paid from the state. So
yeah,
she works for the state.
She in a front and back pocket.
Because she's not getting paid by Kohberger. All the money that Ann Taylor gets is out of the state. So somehow, somewhat, she have to be in full compliance, if not part of compliance, within the case to not just get the money that she's gonna get, but also help the state to make it look like to a certain extent, as far as they could take it in court. Advice.
Okay. Ann Taylor is in for the money. The longer the case goes on, the longer she get paid. She don't want that to be cut short. You got to realize, a lot of people don't know, in a death penalty case in Idaho, Moscow, in the state of Idaho, you have to have 2 lawyers on the death penalty case. That's what the Idaho Supreme Court handed down. You have to have 2 lawyers. They brought in an investigator, 2 lawyers, and more than likely paralegals. So they are about to spend about $1 million on this case. This is unheard of with a state-appointed attorney.
Well, the governor of Idaho gave give Moscow PD a $1 million donation for the investigation purposes, and allegedly was not spent in investigation purposes. And also, it was another $1 million to the University of Idaho, and the money was poof and disappeared just on miscellaneous and
Look at
a bit advisory.
look at this here. What's the harm in revealing the 911 caller? See, they know it's something wrong. Look, they didn't call 911 immediately. So the scene is not going to be as it really was. You had friends come over. What was you doing? See, when you're trying to get to the truth of something, you can't play nice. You can't play nice. You can't jump into the narrative, because if you look at the narrative, it don't make sense. Moscow PD said today that they still don't know why it took so long to call 911. So why would the public give the alleged survivors the benefit of the doubt? All you got to do is ask them. You answer them everything else. The question is, why didn't you call 911?
Totally agree with you, though. And by the way, big shout out to Tell It to Ellie. Sorry to hear about your doggy, though. Hopefully everything goes through great in the surgery tomorrow. We pray for that, and hopefully let us know the outcome of the surgery, please. Very appreciated. We very thankful for having you here. Tell It to Ellie, though. Thank you so much. Your questions are very important. You also another content creator in the true crime community. Your questions are very validated. Please don't mistake our answers on the topics, because again, sometimes our answers gonna be a little too direct and very simplest, plain and simple. So hopefully y'all can appreciate a little bit of tough love within the reality, because we're just trying to, we just try to keep it just bottom line, straight cut, not have to like exaggerate it type of thing, you know what I mean? That's why sometimes it gets a little comical to listen in the way a criminal investigation was taking place in a community that even though they didn't have 7 years of any type of violent crime like this perhaps, but at the same time they shouldn't be 100% trained, willing, and able to proceed with an investigation that is very needed, especially having this type of urgency and gravity that is for young adults with future ahead of them, going to college to look for a future. And unfortunately, the end, it was not fair. It's justice needs to be served cold. That's just my opinion. But big shout out to Tell It to Ellie. Thank you for being here. Speak Van Holen, you want to add anything to that?
Well, I didn't quite understand you. Sorry, due to the back, the kind of. Well, let me put it. Well, I didn't quite hear your question, but let me say that I want to get this.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know if you lost me somewhere in the conversation, because due to the delay. Let me know if I have to repeat myself. It's fine, brother. I totally understand.
Yeah, you have to repeat yourself.
Okay. So in the basics of the investigation of this case, even though Moscow PD didn't have such a crime committed in this locality for so long, it apparently seems like 7 years that they didn't have none of this type of occurrence happening on their locality. So even though it's been that long, I believe that is their duty, and they get paid for being willing and able and ready for when a situation like this occurred, they should take care of it accordingly and properly under the protocols within the law, the book of law. It don't matter like college interest.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Well, you got to look at it like this here. Ann Taylor was trying to get their training records for the police. Well, you see, they don't want to give those training records. A lot of states give this information because they're trying to cover up the fact that these officers that processed the crime scene wasn't properly trained. So if you're not properly trained, everything that you did now can be thrown out in court. And I also want to bring something to your attention that initially Ann Taylor pretended that she and Bryan Kohberger wanted cameras in a courtroom. This was a game. See, a lot of people have a hard time believing that the prosecutor in the defense always talk. I don't care how much money that you paying these people. They are colleagues. You are just passing through. Okay? You're just passing through. The courts, the jails, the prisons are a business. Why you think that when something happened, it's say the state of Texas, the state of Idaho versus the defendant?
So he just a Patreon.
Excuse me?
He just a Patreon. He just passing by
you just
and
passing
he's
through.
getting service. He getting service by the localities.
Why you think that when crimes happen, they have these plea bargains? Okay, they have the plea bargains. Okay, this is a business, and people saying, "Well, why did y'all giving this type of plea to where he don't really do no time?" It's about closing the books. It's a business.
Do you think at some point, before we go back to the video, I know I just said that twice, do you think at some point this temperature, when I mean temperature, is the transcript in court, the tingle and tangle that they have in court? Can we say that this could be a delay until they might have solid proof against a possible, like, can Kohberger be in a distraction of can this Kohberger situation be part of Moscow PD and the University of Idaho pacifying the community of having something that it gave them hope until they work in the background to have solid proof against the real killers or killer, perhaps? Advice.
If I understand you correct, you basically asking me is more than likely Kohberger is not the killer. I don't think so. I'm gonna tell you why.
But like,
if you go back,
what I mean, not the killer, but in cahoot in complying with the state narrative to have a pacifier to the families and community. Like, we working on something here in court while they working on the background to try to catch the real killers as part of the trickery of the investigation. Advice.
Oh no, they got the killer. They got me the killer. Like
so,
I say,
so you believe to the 100%. I just want to make sure that we leave that stated for the community, for them to understand that within your opinion and expertise, you believe that Bryan Kohberger is the killer or part of the killers that committed this crime. They're just working on the presentation of evidence.
well, that's one of the problems. The evidence is a problem because the way they collected it. This is why they don't want you to know. I'm gonna say this again. I mean, when you start studying law and you understand how the procedures work, Ann Taylor deliberately tricked Bryan Kohberger into waiving the speedy preliminary. And here is why. Some facts would have came out at the preliminary. Have you noticed that we don't know nothing about the facts? They don't even want to tell you where the bodies was. Okay? So, and I told you this here many times in private, that they don't really want the people to know the facts. They don't even want you to see the crime scene. They don't even want the jury to see the pictures. Because once they see the pictures, those two alleged survivors are going to be looked at real closely.
Okay. At least we have a good development, in the conversation, and where you stand on the analysis of the investigation. You understand that Bryan Kohberger is either the right killer or participant on the killing of these young 4 adults, but in a way that they got to him, they still need to have other parts and links to actually get him convicted.
Well, here's the thing. You got to understand, Bill Thompson and the state was making it look like they was ready for trial. You can't be ready for trial when you're not giving defense the discovery. And once again, Ann Taylor's supposed to be a seasoned, competent attorney. She know discovery can go the way it's going now. So why not go to the preliminary hearing and set up what you need for discovery? So the reason why I say Ann Taylor is not defending Bryan Kohberger, she's defending her pocket, because I'm going to say it again. Ellie stated that she don't believe that there's a 911 call. And I said that too in one of my videos. Because if there was an actual 911 call, why not? How would that 911 call jeopardize your investigation, seeing that it's after the fact of the murders?
Yeah, we've been having the theory due to the conversation and what it seems to be the information, that it's a possibility that it was no 911 call ever made, and that's I would like to say that that'll be like a big no within this investigation if at some point, for any type of excuse, they just can't bring any records of ever a 911 call ever made. And if you ask me, that'll make look like the whole inner circle of the investigation and the 8 hours of delay to report this crime very in cahoot and complicit. Because then if it's no 911 call ever made, that means that everyone knew what happened right away, and they were just delaying for the unedible. Like they could not hide this. You know what I'm saying? Like if they could have buried them and just act like they disappeared in some other story and clean the whole house and act like nothing happened, I believe that they would have done it.
Well, let me answer Ron John. As I stated, I believe that they planted his DNA on the knife sheet, because for the house to be where there is no tracking of blood, you found no blood, no DNA in this car as far as we know, and I'm pretty sure you didn't. Why would it just be on a button sheet? Why would it just be on a button sheet? Now I'm gonna tell you why I say I believe they planted it. I believe that Bryan Kohberger's sister, Melissa Kohberger, or a combination of his family members, told Moscow PD through a tip that they really believe that he had something to do with it because the way he was acting when they went home for Thanksgiving. And I believe they got the DNA from Melissa. That's just what I believe. Because right today, we don't know if it was skin, sweat, or what. They're not saying what this trace DNA is. Remember, when Moscow PD first worked it up, they found no DNA on it. Then you send it to Texas, and you find some DNA.
Don't they when they said that he was a very small particle, when they mentioned the keyword particle, don't that refer to something more texture like skin or some kind of transferable DNA like whatnot they could be analyzed and brought to the attention?
That's, well, they already said when they found it and tried to work it up, they didn't find anything. They said that we didn't find anything. Then you send it to Texas, but they don't want to reveal the lab that they sent to Texas, right? But had she went to the preliminary hearing, they would have had to reveal that we found some DNA, but we sent it to be worked up at such and such a lab. I'm going to say this again. Think real good. None of these lawyers in legal analysis have asked but one person. I don't know if I'm saying her name, Catherine Dafford. She stated that she ain't never seen in all her life as working as a Fed where the defense would waive a speedy preliminary hearing on the basis of a complaint. And she said she's going to wish she hadn't done that. Now, all of a sudden, Ann Taylor is jockeying for a preliminary hearing. It's too late for that. It's too late.
Can we tell it to Ellie? Said, do he thinks that it was multiple perps? So I believe that in this theory, due to that, you believe that Kohberger actually committed this crime. Do you believe that Kohberger committed this crime by himself, or do you think that he had other assailants, co-defendants? Because you know my position on this already. So I'm just, again, it's your show, and this is all about bringing like your proper perspective of the bottom line of the Idaho 4.
There's a possibility that he could have had help, but what you got to consider, this so-called surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, she claims she saw one person. She saw someone with bushy eyebrows with a mask on, covering his nose and mouth. Okay, so they go to Bryan Kohberger house and they find a mask, but they'll not detail about, did she see somebody with a ski mask or one of those surgical masks? Everything about this case has been equivocal or completely hidden. So it's very possible that he's big enough and he's strong enough, because you got to realize they got alcohol in their system and drugs in their system.
So it's safe to say that Dylan Mortensen identifying one sole assailant, just one person. Also, we don't have no detail on the specification that she gave the authorities, far as what type of mask we're talking about. Like, we need to know if the authorities asked the question, like, it was a medical mask, it was a ski mask. What can you tell us what kind of mask the person was wearing? And again, I guess, like, to answer, tell it to Ellie, it is believed that Bryan Kohberger was the sold a cell in, the only person that he went inside of these residence and committed this crime. That's the theory available right now due to the information in public eye right now. The Kohberger, again, to answer the question, I'm gonna let you answer the question. I'm sorry, speak by holding, but yeah, at least the narrative and the conversation due to the evidence provided from the state. Kohberger did this by himself. Correct me, speak my holding.
That's well, boy, you did a lot of talking, so it was a lot of backtracking.
No, let me know. Let me know, and wherever you lost me.
Well, Ellie asked, do I think it was multiple? She asked, do I believe it was multiple perps? No, I don't. No. See, what you got to understand, Canodal was still up, but they giving us the narrative that he went upstairs first. But wouldn't he would have run into Canodal? Wouldn't he have ran into Canodal? And when Dylan says she heard somebody say someone is here, I believe that was Canodal saying that because she was up, and she probably was knocking.
Won't she be on her in her room, which is far away from the sliding door? Okay. Like it from the sliding door, and the upstairs is farther away.
Okay,
from Canodal's room. It's actually Dylan's room is closer from the action within the possible entrance of the house.
Well, she just got food. She just ordered food from DoorDash, right? So she's gonna go to the kitchen and eat. She's not gonna go in the room with Ethan while he trying to sleep. Okay, he trying to sleep in the room. So she gonna go to the kitchen. And so it's possible that Canodal was in the kitchen eating and went to tell Dylan that somebody's here, and Dylan didn't open the door for her.
Allegedly, the food that he was brought to the house was untouched.
If you look at the time,
you know what I'm saying? Like for example, okay, like is no confirmation due to that is no time of death for each one individual is no time of death. We cannot determine for example, if Canodal was using the phone to make that order. Like that order could have got made by anyone in possession of Canodal's phone, which has access to her account. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense. Like they could have done that due to they could have some kind of legal knowledge. They could have done that purposely to mess up the timeline, like having cell phone activity when the person is already dead. That's a possibility, because again, not having no mortal time of death, we really don't know when they die, who died first, who died last. Like it's no timing on that, so it's really, you know what I mean? Like it's a guess game right now.
Okay, a person orders something from DoorDash. If they on the phone, they'll take the food to the kitchen. They still on the phone, or they may go to the restroom. They paint the narrative that she got her food and like she just went to eat. But think logically. If Ethan is in a room sleep and she just ordered something for her, that means he's asleep. He's not hungry. So let's go with the narrative that if he's asleep, she take it up to the kitchen.
How we know that he's asleep though?
Okay. Well,
you know what I mean? Like,
okay, I'm gonna tell you how I know he was asleep. Because he's dead.
He don't even live there, bro. He don't even live there. He only there. Listen, bro. Come on. Sorry, I have to interrupt. Let's get serious. He was there to get some booty,
listen
and
to
go
me.
home. You know what I'm saying? All respect to the victims.
No,
you know what I mean?
Listen to me. Let me finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish. A man you come in there with a knife, okay? If he was up, he would have heard what was going on upstairs. But the fact that Bryan Kohberger can kill 2 other people, kill her and come down there and kill him, that means he was asleep. He got caught in his sleep.
I'm gonna catch you sleeping on that theory.
Well, I'm see, I'm gonna show you something.
You know you my guy. You know you my guy. We're here for this shit, right?
I'm just see from the beginning when it happened, I jumped on it. Hey, I'm not gonna cut no corners.
No,
you know what?
Go ahead, bro. It's your show. It's not my show.
Let me put you in them shoes. If Bryan Kohberger came in there with a knife and you was up, do you think he would have been able to kill you with the knife?
But you see, but we have a problem on that theory. Can I hear you? Can I share with you? Can I take part? Here's a problem that we have with that narrative.
What's the problem? I'm listening. Think about it.
Sana was found in her room. With
stop right there.
With defensive wounds.
Okay.
And fingers severed, bro.
Okay. That's
so she defended herself in her room.
Hold on.
Not on the kitchen. Eating.
Okay. That's what they say. That's what they say. But it was 8 hours. It was 8 hours done passed. Okay. We don't know if who moved the bodies. So hold up.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Ask yourself this here. 8 hours went by. Your friends in the house with dead bodies with the door open. So you know it smells. It smells. 8 hours done went by. They done had their last bodily function. They done emptied their bowels. So what the hell are y'all doing in here?
Because here's what's going on. Due to the position, like what is reported, as far as the positioning of the bodies, what is reported, right? We have Ethan between the door of Sana's room and the bathroom door. We have Sana inside of her room with defensive wounds. Ethan, the checkmate on Ethan was right to the neck, right here. They try to chop his head off. They swung for checkmate right away. So that tells me that Ethan was the one roaming around the house when whatever was going on. I believe it was a sneak attack. The 3rd floor was getting attacked. His best friends, Ethan and Sana, are best friends with Maddie and Kiely. So of course, if they hear what's going on upstairs, they're gonna come out and say something, probably yell and see what's up. So whoever or whomever's are committing this crime, they're gonna come downstairs and they're gonna confront Ethan first. He probably don't expect it what's gonna happen to him because he knows the killer. So if you know the killer, you're not gonna expect to get checkmate on your neck right away, which is gonna stop all type of fight that you have inside of you. Oh, and then I believe that as soon as Sana realized how they did her man, she ran to her room and fight it out in there. That's why the bodies were positioned in the way they were positioned finally.
Okay. Now,
let me know if that's somehow acceptable within the theory.
Nothing is wrong with your position on that. But here's what we got to consider. We're assuming that they died right then and there. I'm of the opinion that they were still alive and that they went to the room. They was attacked in the hallway ran to the room, and that's where they died, or that's where he finished them. See, once they gave this white and Moscow PD is not really being forthcoming with the way they found the bodies. 8 hours went by. So who's to say that those bodies was there after the assailant left?
Yeah, they could have placed them there. They could have done whatever they could have. Like they could have placed whatever, however they wanted to.
This brings me back to the point. Nothing in that. So let me ask you this here. Have you ever thought of this here? When the Moscow PD got there, was the bedroom doors open or locked?
Well, the narrative that the people want to give the peoples, and I'm talking doesn't have nothing to do with in the investigation, because the PCA said clearly that the door was open on Sana's room. On Sana's room, the door was open. So the narrative about Ethan blocking the like dying behind the door, protecting Sana and whatnot, the body was not found behind the door. No one had to push Ethan out the way to get to Sana. Ethan was not placed behind the door, blocking nothing. He was outside of the room between the door frame of Sana and the bathroom.
Okay.
That's the location of Ethan. But it was no door closed. So for example, if Dylan would have peeked from her door like 2 feet into the living room, she would have seen what's going on. She would have seen Ethan right there. He would have seen what's going on in the room over there, because she'll see a blood trail all the way from where Ethan is. He just got hit in the neck and whatever else they did to him, and then ran after Sana to finish her on the room.
Okay, you
Dylan would have seen it. She would have heard it. She would have like where Dylan's room is located. She's right underneath and right next door. Then even Bethany's on the first floor allegedly.
Okay, once again, nothing wrong with that position, because they are hiding everything. We only giving our position. Here's my position. When you wake up, you saying that you tried to wake up one roommate. How in the hell you trying to wake up one roommate and ain't none of the 4 answering? It don't make sense. So an intelligent mind would say, you don't see this blood? You don't see these stab wounds? You don't see the blood in here? Remember, the police, the coroner said it was a bloody scene.
If she came out her room, she's seen it. She definitely heard it though. And if she heard it, she definitely heard names call out while it's happening. And even if she didn't see who came in to do it, she definitely heard some kind of name being called out for witnesses. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're in a struggle getting stabbed, it's different when you're getting shot at. But when you're getting stabbed and cut and stuff like that, like you're gonna yell, you're gonna scream, you're gonna struggle. You are gonna call out names. You're gonna call out the name of the person that is doing that to you if you know them. And following it, we a stop sentence. While Speak by Home and get ready. Let's see. We have another question from Territory. Why would they appoint him that team if it was not to their benefit, and if they are corrupt? The whole town is shady, and it's all ABT that money, about that money. Why would they appoint him that team if was not to their benefit? But again, they ain't she the lead of the state attorneys?
She is the director over the public defender. She is the one that appoint attorneys to represent
line them up, right? She's the one that line them up.
Okay, so Moscow, Ellie say, well, why would they appoint Ann Taylor if they're corrupt? Well, they need somebody that's gonna play ball with them. If you look at how Ann Taylor is handling the lack of discovery, because in a criminal trial, once the prosecutor refused to hand over discovery, you move for a motion to dismiss based on due process.
Okay. So yeah, so that I think to answer Taylor to Ellie, yeah, I think we could all agree that they needed someone that they could play friendly type of. So I think we have this is like about to hit the second hour. Let's get back to the footage real quick so we could have more in depth the conversation.
This approach has caused them to dismiss and clear individuals as suspects that should be viewed as suspects. I'm going to give my thorough analysis of who I believe the killers are and why. Before I go there, I'm going to roll some clips from News 13, News Nation, and Inside Edition. I have to give them credit because I'm using together more than 30 seconds of their clips. So watch these clips and hear my analysis.
Before we watch those clips, I think tell it to Ellie. I want to ask you if by any chance you have a military background. Ask you if by any chance you have a military background.
No, I don't have a military background. I have an analytical background. No, I don't have a military background.
Police now revealing that before a 911 call was made, the two surviving roommates of a deadly rampage that killed 4 students summoned friends to the off-campus home near the University of Idaho, telling authorities they thought someone on the second floor had, quote, passed out and was not waking up.
And now a neighbor who lives near the house says he heard a woman screaming the night of the murders. 30-year-old Enon Harsh, a chef, says he thinks he heard the scream at around 4 a.m., but he quickly dismissed it as noise coming from a party. I didn't think anything of it. After what happened, I definitely had second thoughts. Maybe it was not a party sound.
So it was reported that it was visitors, outside visitors inside of that residence after the crime was committed or while the crime was committed, because at this point we don't know, it's no certification or confirmation that we have a right time of arrival or departure from the visitors that witnessed the crime scene way before the police got there.
Could you repeat that?
So we don't have like a summons of.
Could you repeat that?
The people that was at the location during or after the crime was committed through the 8 hours. It seems that they called some friends to come to the residence, but who tells me that those friends weren't there when the crime was committed?
Well, I agree with that. See, that's one of the things that I'm talking about this case. Well, Moscow PD, as well as Ann Taylor, everybody's working so hard to keep the facts surrounding what happened a secret.
Everybody's working so hard.
Just so you know, it's having echo because the sound of your speakers. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So
Yeah,
other
I'm just
words.
muting it when, yeah, I can hear you.
So other words, we don't have a confirmation of timing of arrival, or at least it's not being presented to the community of time of arrival of the visitors, of the crime scene visitors before the police got called, and apparent knowledge of, because again, if you was there in that residence, you seen Ethan, you seen what's going on. Like it's no way in hell that the people that was there in that residence didn't knew what was going on.
You got to always keep in mind that I told you this here, and I said it in some of my other videos, but I talked to you a lot in private. If you can keep the facts concealed, this makes it easy for the plea bargain. Like I told you, the death penalty is coming off the table. What I believe Ann Taylor gonna end up arguing, and what the judge gonna end up doing is saying, hey, okay, because y'all not turning over the discovery in a timely fashion, or you're not turning over, we're gonna take the death penalty off the table. It's coming off the table. They don't intend to pursue the death penalty.
Okay, and also it's a very particular name that is being brought up in within the media hemisphere. The name Ian Harsh. What's your take on Ian Harsh? Just because again his name is being brought up from like it's being brought up within the media somehow, like his implication in this case is really not very all there, because again you heard screams, but at the same time you thought that it was just a regular scream, but then you just thought about it, and then now you think that it's a scream that you should be worrying about. You know what I'm saying? Like that flippity flappity, like but you don't know, but you know. What you take on Ian Harch, the neighbor?
Well, the one that claimed that he heard some screaming, right? Well, my take is this. I don't think he heard any screaming, because if we are, it's what I think, but he could have. But if we take his story as true, we know that the two roommates heard the screaming. So I haven't really gave a lot of thought. I have seen the interviews he did with the media, but I don't put a lot of stock in it. And I look at it like this here. Whatever he may have heard is really irrelevant to the grand scheme of things, because everything that they need to ascertain the Moscow PD isn't ascertain it. Because right today, Ann Taylor, like I say, could have found out everything at the preliminary hearing by saying, okay, is it any reason why the two alleged survivors took so long to call 911?
Exactly. Like if the neighbor has any type of input on this, if he heard a scream that it caught his attention that he should have been worried about. So we believe if he heard something on that gravity, the people inside of the home would have more gravity and more knowledge of why the screams comes all about.
At this point, even if you heard screams, it's a part of the house. It could have been pranked, or he couldn't have add it. Just even though you heard screams, it could be anything. But what you got to keep in mind, everything that needs to be known. Moscow PD got 2 alleged survivors there, but today they can't justify the delay. So this hurts their investigation.
To stick it to the theory of Kohberger committed the crime. So the only way that this would make sense if Kohberger was in cahoot with Dylan and Bethany through this crime. Like it's the only way that like they all in cahoot, Moscow PD, Dylan, Kohberger. Because again, if you believe that Kohberger committed this crime without a doubt, as you stated, things need to make sense for that statement to be fulfilled within the story. You know what I'm saying? So for Bryan Kohberger being the sole killer of this, everything points at Dylan Mortensen was partaking with knowledge of his crime. And she's covering him and covering herself and covering everything. Again, Dylan is very key with everything that is going on because she's the only one that could have pointed at Kohberger or steer people towards the possibility. Because again, we don't have a witness of a violence around with the neighbors.
If you look at the fact that she described Bryan Kohberger, to the T, I'm not describe him, but describe somebody that looked like him, about 5'10" or whatever, with bushy eyebrows. But yet, you telling me a person she never say she saw nothing in his hand. She never this is what you feed somebody after you got a prep. But I told you this here in the beginning. Moscow PD cannot produce a sworn affidavit by DM 3 days or a week later. So there's no credibility in what she's saying. Now, if they had an affidavit a week later where she swore to this, it's file stamped in the courtroom, that should build credibility. But you just fed them a profile that fits him after y'all got him as the prep.
Because again, like I want to base myself with the statement of Kohberger, like you believe that Kohberger is 100% the killer, and how they got to him and how they could build this case for him to be the killer. Because again, to have a strong belief that this guy is the killer, we have to have the indications of it. You know what I mean? Like within the conversation of the public information, the transcript in court, and put it all together and not just say like, yeah, I know he guilty, but I mean, I don't know how he guilty, but I know he is. And then I'm going to build it out of that. You know what I mean? Like that sounds a little bit like just more of a stubbornness than the information within what is being shared. You know what I mean? We just want to make sure that the public understand that when we're saying, "Oh, he's guilty," like I know he guilty. Like when you say again, going back to you, because this is your show, you stated that you know for a fact he's the killer. So due to the what is being shared in public information, court, and narrative and whatnot, we have to put it all together to that it makes sense for him to be the killer.
Okay, it makes sense, but see, you have to understand there's a problem with the evidence, the way they collected it. And it's a problem with who collected it. There's many problems with this case. And I'm going to say this again. This is why Ann Taylor didn't want a speedy preliminary hearing, because it would expose a lot of problems with the case. They would have got the case dismissed. Her job was not to let it get dismissed. Her job was to waive it, to give Moscow PD time to work it up. But once again, they were subpoenaing his record. They got him leaving. They got him leaving Moscow, Idaho. I mean, leaving Pullman to go to Moscow. They got a circumstantial case. They got a circumstantial case.
They don't have no official track of him even leaving his apartment. Like whatever pictures, the alleged pictures and video of the white Elantra are not confirmable, and that means that they cannot, by law, say that this was Kohberger's car.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
So it's like right now us saying that they have proof of him leaving his apartment, because not even the cell phone data would tell you that. Because the cell phone data, he's so close within miles from the cell phone tower, the 122 Queens Road tower that is right close by, his cell phone would have hit in that tower even though if he was home. You know what I'm saying? So it is no evidence. Like, it could be some kind of evidence of him driving around, but for the court legitimately say that yes, we have proof that he drove from Pullman to the location of where the crime was committed as we speak today is none.
I agree with that. This is why the car is not really a factor. They was you recall that Moscow PD claimed that the FBI had surveillance following him cleaning his car. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie, because he had already cleaned his car. He had already did that. And now if you was I guarantee you that they don't have any videos of him doing this. This is why this case is not going to trial. It's not going to trial. They done made too many lies, and Ann Taylor realized she can't take this case to trial, because she would have to say, where is the video footage? And here's another thing. Show me the video footage where you get trash out the neighbor's yards and their yard, because even if you did go get trash out their yard, that's an illegal search and seizure, because you had to go into their yard to get it. And they're not going to be able to justify that of the illegal search and seizure. So that evidence will be thrown out.
Would they have to have the officer to testify on the affidavit saying that they did that, like to legitimize the narrative? They'll have to have it on SOAR affidavit, and they'll have to testify in court also.
That's right. This is why they didn't have a preliminary hearing. This is why they didn't have a speedy preliminary hearing, because the officer who collected, you remember they say Brady evidence, one of the officers collected the evidence. It's a Brady issue, right? You recall that, right?
He kind of like shady. He like planted evidence in some other cases, some shit like that.
Okay, so they didn't want. They didn't want that coming out. As you can see, everything at that preliminary hearing would have shed light on this case. They avoided that. This is by design. This is by design. I'm going to say this again. I challenge anybody. I challenge any of your subscribers to ask the lawyer you know, Harvard Lee lawyer, what did they gain and why you didn't need discovery to have a speedy preliminary. You didn't need that. That will come after.
Because you only needed to know whatever the prosecution had at the moment.
Yes, right. Here's what would have happened at the preliminary. Like I said, the state gonna call a witness. They're gonna testify. Did you process the teen officer so-and-so? State your name, your credentials, did this. And Taylor would have went in and say, how was you trained? Where did you train? They don't want none of this coming out because Moscow PD is not properly trained, period. Today, we know nothing about the real facts of this case. So ask yourself, does it make sense for Ann Taylor to waive the speedy preliminary hearing?
It makes no sense. Bottom line, like I wouldn't skip. Me and my person, I wouldn't skip no preliminary hearing. None of my procedures would have gotten skipped.
Right now, they filing documents to keep them sealed. So from the beginning of this case, the objective was keep the facts out the public. You do this here when you're pushing toward a plea bargain. Remember, this so-called jury trial they gonna have, it ain't happening. They don't want the people to see the crime
okay, so right now we have a court date in a week and a half for dismissal of this indictment. What's your take on that? Because again, going back to your statement, for them to is not gonna go to trial. They're gonna offer him a deal, and he might cap out. Again, we'll have to have Ann Taylor on mitigation status as we speak right now, and she don't seem, due to the transcript in court, she don't seem that she's mitigating. She actually on the offensive. Like she's like throwing shit at them. Like what you got? Like she just put out an 8th request for discovery for stuff that it matters in the death penalty case, and they still have not provided this stuff. When they have a week, let's say as most a week, to actually come up with something that it will delay or avoid a full dismissal of an indictment, they will have him scrambling and go back to SIP 0 and try to get the guy before he crossed the state lines. Because if he crossed the state lines, he's a wrap. If he gets the chance to get a dismissal, walk out, and drive cross state lines, he's a wrap. They're gonna have to get him with another extradition process. I believe this time he'll fight it. They don't want to do the double jeopardy. He could hold be, on. You know what I mean?
Hold on about the double jeopardy. Double jeopardy is not going to apply. It only applies once the jury is sworn in. Once the jury is sworn in, that's when double jeopardy is implicated. But what you got to understand is this here. I guarantee you it's not going to be dismissed.
Because the jury got sworn in for the indictment.
No, that's the grand jury.
They got sworn in. And they give him the procedures to follow to find the indictable.
Yes, but that's the grand jury. The jury double jeopardy only applies when the jury for the trial is sworn in only.
My question to you is like, due to that you have knowledge within these procedures, right? What's the consequences? Like, for example, if this case would have gotten dismissed within the week and a half, what would be next to follow for prosecution to follow up against Kohberger if that situation takes place? In other words, what the prosecution would have to do, what would be the next steps to take if that indictment gets dismissed?
They can. Okay, I got you. They can reindict him because there's no statute of limitation for murder.
They can reindict.
Absolutely.
But they took 3 days. They took 3 days to indict him this time, and that was pretty speedy. For him to get indicted a second time, it might take longer for that, and also it will give him time. Like, if the judge don't put no limitation for him to go back home, like if he gets dismissed and again he crossed state lines and he's crossing state to state, either if he fly is even worse, because it's only going to take him few hours to get home.
Even if
if they reindict, they'll have to go back to Pennsylvania and get him.
Well, if they reindict,
we warrant him, and they'll have to have proof, not just to reindict, but to have a warrant to cross state lines and go and get a guy that if you don't have nothing solid, is not gonna, you know what I mean? They're not gonna make the same mistake twice. That's just my opinion.
All right. Okay, listen. If they dismiss the indictment, which they not, but just to walk you down
but for example, if indeed happened, what would be the steps to take to get him before he crossed the state lines?
They're not worried about that because every state, they have a cooperation agreement with every state. If you got a warrant for your arrest, they will arrest you wherever state you in, and they'll hold you to extradition if you waive it. The same process begins over.
But extradition would have to take place again. So Idaho would have to report to Pennsylvania, report the case to their court, which doesn't have nothing to do with Idaho, very unbiased. They're not linked to the same monetary interest than Idaho because they're a totally independent state.
Yeah, but
even though they might have private attachments to it, but in overall, they don't have no attachment to the case. So Idaho would have to bring to Pennsylvania what they show to Idaho, and then Pennsylvania validate the extradition with Idaho evidence. So whatever Idaho evidence consider strong evidence, it will not be the same effect in Pennsylvania, because it's Pennsylvania. They probably close the book on them and laugh at them and be like, you better have something more serious than this to come against someone from my locality. You know what I'm saying? Like, that joke is not going to happen in Pennsylvania in the same way it happened in Idaho. It's not going to happen. So, you know what I mean? So if they don't have really nothing solid and they only have circumstantial shit that is really not applicable in court due to whatever technicism on that or whatnot, if this case gets dismissed, I don't think the judge will allow to go against Kohberger again. Like, you know what I mean? Can they close it or dismiss it without privileges? They call it prejudicism or something like that. What's the term?
Yeah, here's what you're saying. They can't dismiss it with prejudice because there is no statute of limitations for murder.
Okay.
So the statute of limitations operates to where in certain crimes You got 4 years, 5 years, 10 years. And you have to bring your claim within that time. Otherwise, you can't. Now, I'm gonna say this again. They trying to get the indictment dismissed based on grand jury stuff, but it's not substantial enough. I'm gonna tell you why it's not gonna get dismissed. There's no basis. Ann Taylor is seeking to get the indictments dismissed on the wrong grounds. She's supposed to be filing a motion to dismiss the indictment because the state has failed to comply with discovery. Discovery, when you fail to comply with discovery, that is a grounds for dismissal of the indictment.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, won't she be asking the same things that they were supposed to bring to the grand jury?
Excuse me?
So if you presented it to the grand jury, how can you not give it to me on the 8th time? I just need what you give the grand jury for us to be here today. For 8th time, you have not gave it to me.
Well, see, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's straight up dismissible.
Here's the difference between a grand jury and a preliminary. The prosecutor is the sole person in there directing them, presenting the evidence, presenting the narrative. So a lot of things that was presented at the grand jury, she's not going to really know. So what she's able to determine, though, is through discovery certain things. But she already knew that they was going to fight her on discovery. This is why she took this route. Because the preliminary hearing would have got you, it would have set you up to give everything that you wanted. Because the testimony there can be used at the actual jury trial or trial. So if you just look at the fact, this is a game that they playing. You're not going to have these legal analysis and lawyers tell you this. This is a game. Because legally speaking, defense-wise, prosecution-wise, none of that makes sense.
I totally agree with you with that, though. I totally agree with you on that. Because again, it makes sense that, for example, her requesting those 2 DNA samples within the room on the 3rd floor around the victims, around the Kohberger knife sheath and stuff like that. I believe that those DNAs were requested, those DNA works were requested for a reason. Because it's like, how can you be so focused on Kohberger's DNA when you were supposed to be as focused with the other 2? Because they couldn't be co-killers. They couldn't be part of what's going on, and you don't know if you don't investigate them. I believe that's why she requested the workings on those 2 DNAs within the body.
Well, they claim they didn't work the DNA. But here's the problem. They
said they ran them. I'm sorry to interrupt you. They said they ran them, but they didn't got no hit, and they just stopped there. What? Explain that to me, brother.
Well, you're not going to get a hit in CODIS unless you got a criminal record, unless you've been put in there. You're not going to get a hit.
I'm listening, brother. I'm here right with you.
But they also went on and told the news media that we couldn't put that DNA in CODIS unless we knew who it was. They'll lie. It's a crime scene. They did the work up on the DNA. But they don't want, they lying about that. They just don't, because it leads to some other people. And they don't want to complicate the case.
So that's what I'm saying. So if for example, Kohberger was the sole killer, but we have these other DNAs that we have to either join in the investigation or exclude it have to be a proper investigation for that. They had to reach out, correct me if I'm wrong, they had to reach out to the donors of that DNA, and have an investigating of the reasons of why their DNA were found in the crime scene. And if the reasons were acceptable, they get excluded.
Well, here's the thing. They may not know who the DNA belonged to, because if they don't have a DNA in the CODIS, if they never been arrested to where they had to have the DNA, it wouldn't show. It's just no different than somebody committed a murder 10 years ago. They get arrested today. Now they work their DNA and it's a connection.
But don't you think that they would have to do the same thing that they did for Kohberger genealogy to get to the bottom line of it? Because, for example, what about if they did that? What about if they did that and they didn't share with the community and they destroyed the evidence of the DNA guy in work after they found out who it was? And that's the same people that they need to protect, and probably don't even have nothing to do with Kohberger killing these people. Let's say if that was the case.
They work the DNA, and more than likely they know who the DNA belonged to, but that creates a problem, because it could be a law enforcement son or daughter or somebody prominent, and they say, no, we don't want to be associated with that.
Could it be someone partaking within the DA office? Like, for example, one of the suspects that people been calling about and talking about from the very beginning is John Jack Showalker. And John Jack Showalker, his family is part of the DA office where Ann Taylor runs. And right after he became possible suspect, that the conversation started aiming at him, because he was the one that walked the girls to the Grubhub truck. And the allegations is that after Moscow PD talked to them and given the heads up, he went to Africa, where his family has properties and businesses. Actually, I think it's South Africa, if I'm not mistaken. So he's not even in the States. He could be one of the DNA donors, because he's related to the DA office where Ann Taylor works.
What? Well, here's the deal. They approach the crime scene. They're going to work the DNA. Remember, they initially said they found the knife under the body of one of the victims. Now they're saying they found it on the side.
Yeah, to try to avoid the non-mixture. You know, the mixture, because it would be blood from the victims in the knife sheet mixed with the apparent DNA of the apparent killer. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't even talk about that. They don't even talk about that they have to fragment Bryan's DNA from the victim's DNA. You know what I'm saying? Like DNA separation by molecules.
Now, let me say this here. There is not going to be a dismissal of the indictment. And here's why. Then you're looking at another $500,000 being added on to $1 million bill. It ain't happening. And it's not, she don't really have any legal, legitimate grounds to dismiss the indictment.
But why?
Because the things that she alleging, a dismissal of the indictment, the grand jury, this and that, because those are not grounds for a dismissal.
Like, for example, to dismiss the grand jury, right? They have to follow a protocol, right?
No.
Like, for example, like they have to meet a standard, because they already confirmed in court, the judge confirmed in court that the standard for grand juries are not what they supposed to be. He actually acknowledged it in court.
Okay, what you saying? What the judge acknowledged that it was not enough grand jurors called out, but that's not a grounds for a dismissal of an indictment.
But for example, if for us to be where we at right now with this indictment, the proof that you brought, because again, you cannot omit as prosecutor, you cannot omit no exclusion. Like for example, if it's any proof that you didn't do this, you have to comply and bring that exoneration proof to the court. It seems that he was totally biased. It was no, everything seems that he was not complete and then very biased. So it was really no, you know what I mean, no matter.
Well, here's the deal. In any grand jury indictment, it's a lot of things you're not going to know and find out, but everything she's arguing, she has not cited any case law where it's a ground for dismissal. There's no case law. See, we dealing with jurisprudence where your arguments must conform to the facts and cite court precedent to substantiate the judgment that you seek.
And I think that's what she's trying to get in with that discovery. Like, give me what you presented to this jury for us to be here today. So if you already presented it to the jury, how can I'm still requesting you the same things that you presented? And my take, in my personal opinion, I believe that they use the DNA works for the jury, and they presented, even though they said that they're not going to use it in trial. Okay, I believe that they presented the DNA works to the jury to get to where they at. But when they said that they're not going to use it in trial, that omits the evidence outside of secret indictment. Yeah, go ahead, brother. I'm listening. Let me know if you lost me.
Jrod.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my speaker, but can you hear me pretty good?
Yeah, no, I hear you 100%.
Okay. They never said they wasn't going to use the DNA at trial. They never said that.
But I hear you out of the I hear you out of your speakers. You're gonna have to like mute. You're gonna have to like shut up your speakers for you to speak. You won't be able to hear yourself, but I hear you.
I'm coming from my computer speaker.
Yeah, I know, and I hear like your voice and my voice through your speaker. Like I hear it on my.
Well, my headphones dead.
No, okay, no. If you want, when you're gonna speak, you could like you could shut off the volume so we could hear you, and then you could, whenever I'm going to speak, you could put it up so you could hear me. But when you speak, when you speak, just shut up the volume of your mic,
How about now?
of your speaker.
Can you
Perfect. So then I could hear you. So like that, we could hear you without the background noise. But I hear you 100%, even though you don't hear yourself right now.
Okay. They never said they wasn't going to use the DNA that they found on the knife sheet. What they said, they was not going to use the workup.
Yeah, like show the defense.
Yeah, they saying they're not going to show. Yeah, but they're going to use the DNA.
That's a problem by itself. Like, don't you think that that's a problem? That's a problem by itself. Like not allowing, because again, if you used it in in the grand jury is fair for you to acknowledge that you used it to get the grand jury stuff, even though you're not gonna use it in trial. So you in the same way you cheat, like you cheat to be where we at today. So you just don't want to get caught with your pants down. You know what I'm saying? Like Bill Thompson is really playing games to the point that yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, the reason why, yeah, they are entitled to that because this is what you presented to the grand jury. But what the courts, all the way up to the higher court, Supreme Court of the United States, in lower courts, they have been allowing the prosecutor to not show that. But that may change in this case if the judge tell them to give it to him.
So the judge has to intervene and actually force the hand of the prosecution to bring it up, because if not, you cannot bring it no longer. Like it's zero conversation about it. So if that was all they have to stand on, it gets dismissed. Advice.
And here's another thing. If it go to trial, Ann Taylor would need to have to ask the people who worked it. See, the FBI worked this stuff up, and they don't want to have to subpoena them to come testify, because I told you this trial will be a circus.
So it's like because again, we need to go back to the statement of him being the sole killer. For him being the sole killer, how can it looks like this right now? That it seems like, for example, if you know you have the killer, for example, so can we agree to disagree that, let's say, for example, if Kohberger was the killer, the whole way to get to the real killer, it was not admissible in court. Can you advise? To the real killer, it was not admissible in court. Can you advise? It was not admissible in court. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I was trying to get on my phone, but can you hear me now? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, let me know if you need time. I could go to the chat room and see how people doing.
Yeah, give me time. I'm gonna try to switch to this phone.
Let me know if you need a break.
Give me a break.
Go ahead, brother. Do your thing. I'll stay right here with the community real quick. All right, let me see. Big shout out to everyone. Jrod on point. Thank you everyone for being here. By the way, Speak by Honey, just so you know, brother, you're not on cam right now, so they don't see you. Big shout out to everyone watching. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to Joanne. Big shout out to tell it to Ellie, Ron, John, Amy, Caitlin. Thank you all of y'all for being here. It's very appreciated. It's very good to see familiar faces that we love and appreciate. Thank you so much. I just made Kiely moderator again because she was not a moderator in this channel. This is a new channel too that a lot of people didn't have it. Like from the 2,300 people that we had on the other channel, it hasn't translated to this channel, but it's okay because I know we're gonna find each other whenever time is right. But big shout out to everyone that is watching. Make sure you click like, subscribe. Make sure you go and subscribe to Speak Van Holding. We're gonna keep watching right now. I wanna keep watching this video for Speak by Holding. While he gets ready, I know he'll be able to see it and hear it. So yeah, I see you on the other camera though. Let me
I guess this gonna. I'm gonna shut. Can you hear me?
yeah, I see you.
Okay, so I'm trying to see if shit. I guess that's big as it's gonna get. Let me try to do this camera real quick.
Like if you flip it like sideways, it
That's what
should
I'm trying. Okay.
yeah, it'll wide up like it'll go. There you go.
Let me see. That's
Now it's like the other camera.
okay. Hold up. Let me position this. I'm trying so I don't have to hold it.
There you go. Oh, you got the setup. You got everything going on, bro.
Can you see me pretty good?
Listen, I'm gonna take the other camera.
Okay, but can you see me good in this here?
Yeah, just so you know, the other one.
I closed my laptop.
Just so you know, the other camera is up backstage, so you could shut it off if you need to.
All right, I shut it off.
Yeah. Big shout out to Speak by Holding. Thank you for being here, my brother. It's very appreciated having you here, hanging out with us, man. Because I tell you, man, it's a great experience. You have great knowledge, you have great understanding of what's going on, and also you have big understanding on the legal side of things, though.
Can I say something?
Oh, always. This is your show, bro.
See, on my phone, I don't get that lag on my computer. I don't get it on the phone. You're not behind.
Ah, okay. So we have better quality right now.
Yeah, I mean, because the computer, that's a 2015 MacBook Pro, but this here's so I know it was this, and that's what I was kind of worried about, because a lot of them probably struggle because it was so. I know to use this next time.
Oh, you know what though? It's to the 100%. I hear you loud and clear. The picture is in 4K. Very appreciated. Thank you so much again for being here tonight. Let's right now, if you allow me, let's just play real quick this magnificent piece of content from Speak by Holding.
Now, based on this new information, where one of the neighbors claimed that he believed he heard a scream that morning of the day of the murders on November the 13th, 2022. But he dismissed it, thinking it was a party. And he's saying after hearing that there was a murder at the residence, he reconsidered that he may have heard a scream. Now, this leads me to the two surviving roommates who are presumed to have been asleep, too drunk to hear, presumably slept through this ordeal. Some people claim that they stayed at the house and it's hard to hear something upstairs or downstairs. But yet, this neighbor allegedly could hear a scream.
Before you finish that thought, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you real good.
Before you finish that thought, it really intrigues me, like my curiosity activates. It's something in my intellect that alarmed me when I could understand from that take that this person could have seen an opportunity within this crime next door that he don't have no knowledge and nothing to do with, but he realized that here was an opportunity for him to capitalize. And this is why he inserted himself in the conversation. Allegedly, this person get paid $200 an hour to show up in your show. Can you advise?
Well, if he claimed to have heard something and somebody's going to pay you, it's a benefit to both parties. But the question is what he's saying reliable? And I'm saying if it's reliable, then the two surviving, the two so-called surviving roommates narrative is called into question if his statements are bona fide. You still with me?
So we could, yeah. So we could say that he's a bona fide alleged witness, because they say they subpoenaed him to. He said something about the defense or someone within the case subpoenaed him. I don't know if this is legit.
Well,
Like it doesn't sound like that as serious, like for me to even look into it, because whatever I get through the surfaces, it's a non-matter. I think if he got subpoenaed was because whatever his statements he has put out there in the web and shit, that they could use anything you say against you in the court of law, as long as you make it public.
if you look at the Kohberger case and consider all the factors, they wasn't ready. They still later on just recently served some more subpoenas, search warrants for more of his internet searches from different companies. They don't have any solid evidence. You got these things, they probably found a dog, none of that stuff matters, because if you had the solid evidence to connect them to the crimes, you wouldn't still be serving subpoenas and search warrants for stuff. But the case is circumstantial, which you can be convicted on. But like I say, because they are hiding the facts, I say he's going to be convicted. But there's a problem. He can beat the case, but once again, you got a defense attorney that's being paid to railroad you. Because
Joanne said, I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother. Joanne said, a big shout out to Joanne. She always come through with the info. She said that Ann Taylor's subpoena ain't harsh.
The guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. You subpoenaed him, but in the grand scheme of things, his testimony will not be useful, because he said he thought he heard. He thought, then he dismissed it. But then when the murder's heard, maybe he did hear it. His testimony is not foundational strong.
Not concrete.
Now, because he done already gave previous statements that can impeach him.
Facts.
So this is why the attorneys don't go out.
I think if Ann Taylor put pressure, like to see like really what was up with him, like he will see that like it's really not a joke and he's gonna back out of it. Like, listen, I don't have nothing to do with this shit. I just try to get some money and shit, my bad, and just cap out and be like leave him alone. He don't have nothing to do with it. Because that's at least my impression. I could be wrong.
Keep in mind, I'm gonna say this again. Based on all my legal knowledge and research, and I'm pretty damn good at what I do, ain't nothing she doing making legal defense sense. It doesn't add up. The only thing you can be doing that makes sense is railroading Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah, like Joanne said, not reliable witnesses.
Well, you were ineffective. It's called ineffective assistance of counsel. And she knows that if it go to trial, this right here will be pointed out. But ineffective assistance of counsel, see, you have a right to effective assistance of counsel at every stage of a proceeding. So have you noticed that they was on TV? They made sure they got on TV and say they asked him, Bryan Kohberger is making his decision to waive his speedy preliminary hearing. But what they're not telling you is why. Did Ann Taylor say, well, I need time for discovery? Well, the problem is you don't need discovery at all to go to your speedy preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing is going to give you the format to what to ask for. So everything that she's doing is to keep the facts concealed. You're not defending your client. You're setting him up for a plea bargain. I'm going to put it like this here. What makes you think it's going to be a trial? If all the facts of the case, you're filing motions, you're asking for it to be sealed. This don't sound like a case that's going to be tried. If you're keeping the facts concealed now, you don't intend for the public to know the facts and trial.
I want to send a big shout out to Ron John real quick while we're having this conversation. Ron John said, I was under the impression that speedy was waived because state won't turn over evidence and judge will make a decision.
No, the speedy trial was, not the speedy preliminary hearing.
Because again, go ahead, brother.
Ann Taylor went on the record and stated, we're waiving the speedy preliminary hearing so we can get discovery first, then have it. You don't do that. You incompetent or corrupt when you do that.
Complicit.
You complacent, you incompetent, or you take any three of them. I wouldn't want now one of
them. And I heard your record. I know you would have represented yourself a little better than that.
Listen, man, I'm going to tell you like this here. Can you find any lawyer on YouTube, I challenge you, to say, did Ann Taylor really need discovery? If they say yes, they incompetent and they can't be trusted. You don't need that. That is the opportunity to set it. See, when you go to a preliminary hearing, everything that's testified to is evidence now. You can use it at trial. You can use it in impeach. So we all think about this here. You got a lawyer at the scene processing evidence. He would have had to come testify. Why didn't Ann Taylor want this information made public? See, you either know that your client is guilty, or you either trying to protect how the evidence was collected and the facts. Which one? That's not something that your defense, hey man, find anybody. If you notice everybody that's talking about the case, they jumping on Bryan Kohberger. The prosecution got evidence. Well, we don't know what they got. But I can tell you this. If you had me under those charges and you arraigned me and asked me how I plead, I'm going to plead not guilty. The reason why he didn't plead not guilty instead in silence, that way when the plea boy get handed down, he can say, I never say I didn't do it, and I never said I did do it. You see all that equivocation? A plea bargain is coming. You can stick a fork in
it. So, for example, for a plea bargain to seems interesting for that conversation to actually take place, can we agree that first we got to see what happened in these upcoming hearing for dismissal?
I already know what's going to happen. It's not going to be dismissed. Dismissal, the motion to dismiss the indictment is denied. I guarantee it.
Okay, so we could talk. We could say right now that we have a hot take from Speakman Holding live in Jrod on Point, having the honor of having the honorable Speakman Holding with us today, spending time and having a great conversation about the Idaho 4 case. We got a hot take coming straight. That's a hot one. It's guaranteed that he's gonna be denied this upcoming hearing.
Ain't no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. Because let me explain something to you. Let me give you just a prime example in Texas. This, no matter what state you in, if you know the law, you go to you research that law in the state. If you got a case in Texas, you got a statutory right to how an indictment should be, and you got what the Supreme Court say, right? What a lot of people don't know is the Texas statute dealing with the indictment is more protective of your right than the federal Constitution. And you see what I'm saying? So a lot of people don't understand that. Okay, a lot of people don't know that the state Constitution is more protected than the federal Constitution on a lot of issues. Okay, so like in Texas, if you indict me and you said I killed somebody, you have to state how I did it and what I did it with. And if you just indict me saying I murdered this person and killed them, I file a motion to dismiss the indictment for failure to give sufficient notice of manner and means, and I cite the case law. And then what happened, we have a hearing on it. And I say, well, Judge, I'm asking that the indictment be dismissed because it violates the due process. I have a right of notice of the charge so I can defend myself. The prosecution would come in and say, oh, well, Judge, we think it's sufficient. Then the judge would have to make a ruling. The judge gonna look at my arguments, look at the case law, and the judge gonna say, based on the case law and the arguments, indictment dismissed. The prosecutor can turn around and re-indict and state that detail. But if the judge denied the indictment and I go to trial on it, the error is preserved. I can get convicted and get it reversed or denied to do, and then they can't never prosecute anymore. Do you understand that?
Copy.
So the way that Ann Taylor is trying to do this here, it ain't gonna work. She don't have case law to back herself up for what they did and all this here. And then notice that she's asking for the indictment to be dismissed or be given a preliminary hearing. You can't do that. See, in order to have a preliminary hearing, the indictment must be dismissed. You can't have an indictment then go to a preliminary hearing. That don't happen. You either dismiss it and get a re-indictment or then have a preliminary hearing. It don't work like or dismiss the indictment or give us a preliminary hearing. It don't happen. Ain't no basis.
So if it doesn't, so my question is, if it get dismissed, it's done.
No.
Like for the effects for the people that don't understand what criminal cases are all about, or like when things get dismissed and stuff like that. Like what it means to dismiss of this upcoming hearing. What would that mean?
It means at that
what would apply right away, brother?
Huh?
What would apply right away? What the prosecution would have to immediate take, like what the prosecution would have to put in place within the dismissal of the case and the time that they have for Kohberger to actually walk out and cross state lines. What prosecution would have to do to even stop that if it's due to occur?
They don't care about you crossing state line because once a warrant for your arrest is out, the other state gonna go arrest you for them. And then you're gonna, if you want to have your extradition hearing, cool. Either way it go after that, you're still coming back to stand trial. Stand for the charges, the accusation.
But then you gotta have probable cause, right?
Well, yeah, and probable cause. If they got it the first time, they'll get it the second time. All probable cause is that a reasonable person, based on this here, it's a low standard, all right, that you did. Anybody can, probable cause is a low threshold. So That's easy to get. But when you come to the trial, it's in a preliminary hearing, what a lot of people don't know is, had they went to the speedy preliminary hearing, it would have been dismissed. I'm gonna tell you why. They needed what they call substantial evidence. That's different. Substantial evidence at a preliminary hearing. That's different. And they didn't have it. See, they got probable cause. That's different. That's just for an arrest. But to sustain those charges at a preliminary, there must be substantial evidence, and they didn't have it. They can't go in there with that, oh, we got the cell phone pin. That shit wouldn't fly. And they knew it, and Taylor knew it. So you ask yourself, what's the end game?
So, for example, if it do to occur that it gets dismissed.
Look, it can get dismissed. They can wait a year, 3 years to indict you. It ain't no statute of limitations to murder.
But my question is like, if for you to bring it back, what can you bring? Like, for example, it's not even forensics that they will specify that a K-bar knife was used, a military grade K-bar was used for the commission of this crime. No time of death.
But see,
no technology will actually validate it to far as like to have a time of death.
They don't need that for probable cause.
You know what I mean? Like, no, but for example, this is details that in the dismissal, it will be talked about far as if we don't have, like, what we're here for, like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're gonna be like, it's a dismissal. She's gonna bring all her dogs in, and if she doesn't, then all these compliance look that it's been looking like very friendly. At some point, it's like, I'm gonna pray friendly until I have to let the dogs out on you.
No, she's part.
Do you see that happening?
No, she's part of this charade. It's a charade. It's a charade.
He called it charade. Hey, listen, this is I'm learning from you, bro. A lot of words that he's coming to my book right now. Charade. This is big words right now. My guys, Big Van Holding, exclusives and Jrod on point.
Okay, I done told you this, all right? A friend of mine, they indict him for drugs. This case been going on for 4 years. For a whole year and a half, they never indicted him. And I asked him, where you indicted? He said, I ain't got now. I said, well, contact me when you get the indictment. When they indicted him, I looked at the indictment. I bust out laughing. And I said, well, ask your attorney what's going to be the legal basis for getting the indictment dismissed. You know what he said? He said, ain't nothing wrong with the indictment. I said, what? Now, this is a Texas lawyer. This is a recent event. I'm going to put him on blast too. Now, you know, if I go on YouTube and if I allege that this lawyer, this judge, matter of fact, all 3 of his lawyers tried to cross him out. They say nothing was wrong with the indictment. I said, well, ask your lawyer, what is this? And his lawyer jumped off the case and told the judge, I want to get off the case. Our relationship ain't right. This because they didn't want to attack the indictment, because they didn't expect him to know about this here. So guess what happened? I told him, here, I helped him, give him the papers. You need to tell your lawyer to do this for you. Tell your lawyer this is what you want done. His lawyer get it and argued. The judge denied the motion to dismiss the indictment. I told him, cool, the case is over with. You're not going to trial, because see, if they take you to trial on that defective indictment, it's an automatic reversal on appeal, and they can't never charge you again. They kept coming to him with plea bargain. You got to take this plea bargain by this date. I say, forget that. So they dismissed it in the interest of justice. Now, if you had evidence on this man, every time he kept saying, I'm ready for trial,
They kept putting it off and putting it off, putting it off. So based on my experience, when I see something like this happening with Ann Taylor, the prosecutor fighting over discovery, and Ann Taylor is never filing a motion to dismiss the indictment for failure to comply with discovery, it's a ruse. You know what happens if you file a lawsuit and you don't comply with discovery? They'll dismiss your lawsuit with prejudice.
I'm listening, brother.
So it's a charade, man. I have to call it like I see it. And it's gonna materialize, it's gonna materialize even more as the case go on. So expect the plea bargain to come down. The death penalty is coming off the table.
He said charade, bro.
I didn't hear you.
You said charade, bro. That shit made my day, bro.
They can take off those costumes because I see it.
I have a question for you. So, in benefit of the justice that your friend got out of a great legal advice from yourself, can we see that happening in the Kohberger case? Like, again, you said that he said way, where he said will is a way, though.
See, here's the problem.
You know what I'm saying?
Here's the problem. He's gonna be convicted by plea bargain or by trial, but I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be a trial because you gotta understand something. Who stands silent when they ask, "How do you plead?" Who stands silent? Do an innocent man? Is that the actions of an innocent man?
Well, I totally agree with the.
I got a question.
When the conversation was brought up to me, I totally agree with the fact that if you don't agree with the methodology within the trial, within like why I'm here right now as we speak, the methodology that it was utilized for me to be here in front of the judge right now, I don't agree with the terms and terminologies of what's going on. In some kind of protest, I believe that someone would just stay quiet and straight up. It would be understood that it was a peaceful protest against the system.
Okay, I got a question for you.
So when the judge tells you, "I declare you innocent until proven guilty," technically, correct me if I'm wrong, the state is applying that term to you. You staying quiet. You have the right to stay quiet. Do you see the legal loophole there?
You know what? Because see, you waive your. I'm just saying, I can't look. I can't go against my knowledge and what I know. You know what I'm saying?
I'm here to get advice from you.
Okay, let me say this here. When they bring you in the court and they'll arraign you. Remember, he waived his extradition. You waive your right. Okay, so then you come here and you stand silent? Nah. What that tells me is this. Your lawyer told you, look, don't say that. Because Ann Taylor already know he guilty. All right? That's why she didn't go to the preliminary hearing. This is a payday, man. This is a payday. All right? See, they say they want to be ready in October. Well, if you want to be ready in October, you should have had to speedy preliminary hearing. You show me a motion that she filed to dismiss the indictment for failure to comply to discovery. Show me a motion. She ain't filed that motion. That's the motion she supposed to be filed to get to this mind. Then the judge would tell them, okay, I'm gonna defer this judgment. Order the prosecution. You got 30 days to overturn it. I'm gonna dismiss the indictment. That's what. See, the judge is in on this whole charade too.
I have a question from Ron John. Big shout out to Ron John, one of our moderators. he asked to speak Van Holding. Is see, it could be taken as a statement slash question, because I think it has two parts of this. He said they can, okay, they can with pre, hold on, it's big words for me. They can with pre prejudice, with prejudice. Okay, prejudice, sorry. They can with prejudice if law enforcement is caught setting a man up, setting this up, and no evidence on BK, right?
I
Like
guess
if cops in the state
I guess
get
what he
caught in this dismissal, and it's proven that they setting this against an innocent man, the judge could actually prejudice drop it, because this is a total misbehavior from the state, and it's like a malicious prosecution slash the state dropped the ball going rogue and got proven. It is a way to that this is could happening. It's a question from Ron John, like if he's the chance for this to prejudice if law enforcement and the state gets proven the malicious prosecution and framing an innocent man.
well, first of all, if it's a malicious prosecution, all right, that means that the case would have to first be dismissed. And yes, the judge, if they're caught fabricating evidence, maliciously pursuing him, the judge can dismiss the case against him with prejudice. Me, you can't bring it back to this defendant. You can't charge the defendant again. But yeah, that can happen. But here's what's happening in this case, like I told you. It's the way that they gathered the evidence, and what they try to do is protect who actually pinpointed Bryan Kohberger. See, all that other stuff didn't get him. Somebody said, this is the guy, this is what he been doing, and that's what they trying to avoid. Because now when they go to trial, it's got to come out. And it's going to show that all this shit that they claim they worked up, that ain't how y'all caught it. That's what they trying to avoid that, and a lot. Hey, I'm going to tell you like this here. There will be no trial. There ain't gonna be no trial.
I wanna stress to you as a professional in the law representation and advocacy, a scholar, a self-taught scholar, and proven we undefeated record in court. I think what was that, 20 plus in SIP?
Yeah, it still counts.
And still counting. Yeah, big shout out to that undefeated number in court. Actually, I just wanted the people to know that I'm gonna put you on the spot, bro. The Speak Bank Holding is my legal representation and advisory, and slash collaborator slash brother from another mother. So if he's any legal inquiries, make sure that he gets to Speak Van Holding. Speak Van Holding, can you give him your email if anyone need to reach out to you with any legal request from my your associate and brother from another brother and mother, Jrod on point.
Speak Van Holding 247 at gmail.com. Or you can also go Van Holding 51 at gmail.com.
Okay, y'all could replay that and get to my advisory, my legal counsel and advisory. So if he's again any legal matter coming my way, please make sure that he gets to Speak Van Holding email so we could look through it and see what's the next steps to take, which I appreciate Speak Van Holding for your advisory and brotherhood. Thank you so much, my brother. It's very, 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 very appreciated. Thank you so much.
Y'all keep waiting on that trial that will never happen.
I have a question. I need to stress to you as a scholar of the book of the law.
I'm listening.
If this gets dismissed, what would be the reasons for it?
It ain't no reason to dismiss it.
But can we like explore?
Well, if it was actually something in the motions that she was filing, and it was based on a law that warrant a dismissal, it would. But you got to remember, she's filing these motions, and they seal. So why are you? If the prosecution did something against the defendant that's wrong, why would you want to conceal that from the public?
And then I have to reply. I have to reply to that if you allow me.
Go right ahead.
I need to rebuttal in a very candid way because you're my brother, man, and respectfully, I love and appreciate when we have the opportunity to agree to disagree, because it's a very healthy experience that is something that we could share to the community and show people and teach people that it's possible to brothers and collaborators, you know, I mean, agree to disagree and still having a healthy conversation about things. But I would like to say, if, for example, I will give you one example that I see with my educated, uneducated perspective about this case. Malicious prosecution. The whole transcript since day one, the prosecution has hunted him by the like again. I wanna sit back, rub my shoulders, crack my back, get comfy, just with the transcript of the information that we have at this day to day, public information. I don't think, like, again, I have 9 months in college on computer programming, coding and stuff. After 9 months, I needed to take a decision of what I want to do with my life. Okay, but it's not about me. But again, educated, uneducated opinion, just reading everything since PCA, all information that it has been validated at this day to day, and stuff that is in the air. We just filtering what's in the middle, the meats and potato of like all the branches, what it gathers to the middle of all. It seems that within the, since the killing, not having a reliable forensic statement from that house, because he's not reliable. Again, just the weight. And I want to make sure that the people understand we not biased. I'm me as a human, as a parent, and as a collaborator here in YouTube and in our personal living with brothers outside of YouTube. I want to make sure that the people understand that we try to keep it 100% unbiased. Because at least me and Van Holding know I like to play devil's advocate. I like to the intrigue of an angle would take me to the next level to explore to see if it's anything there. And if it doesn't, if it lead me to nothing, I just stop right there and move to the next. Because it's many to explore. Because again, if you don't take your time to paint the whole wall with the colors of what it is, you will not see the picture. That's just me thinking off top of the head. But just reading since the investigation, they don't want to give us, just with the fact that they don't want to give us the works of how, and I'm not talking not even about the DNA. I'm talking about the whole everything of how why Jrod on point is talking to Speak Van Holding 3:55 in the morning in Ohio is 2:55 in the morning in Texas. Why are we talking about the Idaho 4 case? Why we here? Why it's gonna be a dismissal hearing in a week and a half? Why the interest of the whole world is a red flag and an alert that it got triggered since the very beginning of this case, in the same way Kiely, Rodni, in the same way Summer Wells, in the same way the Delphi and many other cases that at this day today many collaborators have gathered together in true crime. Either or, agree to disagree, everyone is putting the work to call out those cases, that it calls their attention, that there is an alert. Hold on, we need to talk about this because it's something here that we need to look at and that we need to talk about. So the experience is that us talking about it in true crime and having our own analytics and experience and investigation and going through the book of the law with a brother like you, like Spick Van Holding, that is fully aware of the law procedures in court. It allows us, everyone as a community, to understand that it's a possibility that this man could be far as guilty, that let's say it's a chance that he could be the right killer, that he could be the person that committed these crimes. But in the same way, we have to give the benefit of the doubt that these men could be innocent. So when we sit down on both sides of the fence, because you cannot be in the middle, you have to actually be, to be unbiased, you have to be on both sides of the fence. That's why I appreciate Spick Van Holding with his analysis, because he's very, very bottom line. This is what legal will give you. And this is the honor that we have, that they have that advice, that advisory, the Jrod. I understand everything you're saying, but the bus stopped right here. This is the bottom line, what's going on.
Did you hear me?
Go ahead, brother.
Let me just say this real quick. You already know from the beginning, a long time, I never stated whether he was innocent or guilty, right? For a long time. But once he got up in that courtroom and he stood silent, yeah, you're the right one.
But it gave you that like that moment for you was that deep, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why.
I mean, because again, you talking to me by legal advisory.
I remember one time, because I was always in trouble. They arrested me for a crime, and when I went to court and they arraigned me, I told them I'm not guilty, and I'm gonna make the prosecution look like fools. 2 days later, they dismissed the case. Because I knew I didn't do what they say I did. I knew I could prove I was somewhere else, but I wasn't gonna tell them.
So what about if Kohberger is in the same shoes that you were that day?
Shit, he in his own shoes, and he in a bad situation.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, what about if he was in that same situation that you just explained that you got away with?
But asked him, are you going to use an alibi? When Ann Taylor took her incompetent butt up in there and said, oh, we need more time, you just say, no, we're not using an alibi. We ain't trying to prove nothing. She made him look bad. They already knew he was out driving around. So, no, we're not using the alibi. Matter of fact, we're not even responding to that. He's not going to testify, so why state that? Why state that?
But, I mean, the prosecution make a deadline. Like, if you are going to use an alibi, if whatsoever, you have to give it to me now. Like if you have some slime for, so you have nothing for an alibi, whatever you're going to use, you got to say it right now. And he gave it to them. I was driving around. What you want me to tell you? You know what I'm saying? Like,
all that's saying is that's not an alibi that you was driving around. An alibi is a person. that can testify.
What you want me to tell you if that's what I was doing? I was fish bowling, bro, driving around, smoking the dewey, getting some munchies. I was about to get home and I heard this shit blew up, bro.
Tell you the truth. If I was representing Bryan Kohberger, we would have went to the speedy preliminary hearing. All right. She's not representing him. See, that's what I'm
John.
Let me ask you this, Cheryl. Let me give you a scenario, okay? If your lawyer in court and your lawyer say, Judge, I'm gonna have to object, that's hearsay, and the judge tell your lawyer, duly noted, what just happened? I don't expect you to know. I'm just giving you an example. If your lawyer say objection, judge, hearsay, and the judge tell your attorney duly noted, what just happened?
Facts.
I don't expect you to know, but I'm just asking what you think. What did the judge just do?
Well, he granted it.
No, he didn't.
I mean, he granted the objection, right?
No, he didn't. Let me show you something. If the judge, your lawyer say objection, you're on hearsay, and the judge say duly noted, your attorney's supposed to say, Judge, I need a ruling. The judge say duly noted. You say, Your Honor, I need a ruling. And the judge say duly noted. Your attorney say let the record reflect that the judge refused to rule. That's how you preserve the error. But if the judge say duly noted and your attorney keep going, you waive that error. He did not make a ruling. So that say is admissible.
So in other words, like those mistakes through the prosecution cannot be brought up because they were not noted.
No. You have to get a ruling on the issue.
Yeah, exactly. So due to that, it was no ruling of those issues cannot be brought up at the end now, like as we speak.
As a defense attorney, it's their job to get a ruling on it. If they don't get a ruling on it, it's waived. It's like it
cannot be used. Exactly. So at this point,
no, not used. What I'm saying, if I'm defense attorney, I'm trying to keep evidence out. I'm trying to keep testimony out. It's my job to object and get a ruling on it. If the judge say duly noted, oh, okay, all right, that's not a ruling. The judge must say sustained or overruled. That's a ruling.
I understand what you're saying. That other words like Ann Taylor has not do those things.
I'm telling. This is what I'm saying. She filed a motion to dismiss the indictment on grounds that it's not going to be dismissed. She's not properly filing a motion to dismiss for failure to comply with discovery. She's not doing that. So you know what that tells me?
But she's doing for the jury indictment.
Well, she's not doing that.
But that's what this next hearing is like to dismissal of the indictment.
No. Her reasons for dismissing the indictment has nothing to do with not complying with the discovery. It's about grand jury issues, not the failure for the state to turn over discovery.
That's what I'm saying. Like for the reasons that she's trying to go for these dismissals is way greater than what people are talking about.
No,
because if the jury was not done by protocol and it was proven that it was biased, it's a wrap.
Let's clarify something.
If it's proven malicious prosecution and biasness, it's a wrap.
And to prove malicious prosecution, there must be a dismissal. That's not there yet. My question:
it's been malicious since the day one, bro. Like, I know you have read the transcript, and you know these people been hunting him down, violating his rights and shit since day one.
I'm just telling you this year. That's not malicious. In order to sustain,
he complicit in shit.
What?
Like, do whatever you want with me and shit.
Only thing I'm telling you is this: they got him indicted. At first, he wasn't indicted. it was a complaint by the police officer. And Taylor knew that once that complaint was filed, go to the speedy preliminary hearing. So once again, it's over with for Bryan Kohberger.
It's over. It's over. Should we do one of those? It's over. It's over.
There's no equivocation in what I'm saying. It's over with. That indictment's not gonna be dismissed.
Okay, so now let's move on from the dismissal. So let's say if they cook them, like they deny the dismissal, what's next?
You're gonna have to, if they get the discovery thing, once they get that resolved, you're gonna have to set a trial date. They're gonna set a trial date, and that's when it's gonna start, but it ain't gonna never happen.
Hold on, brother. Hold that thought. Let me go and do something real quick. Use that. Use a bathroom break real quick. I'll be right back.
Come over here and let me know your name, boy. Your sexy smile got me checking for your seal. You caught my eyes and I'm seeing if you're single. Do you wanna get to know me?
Pero tampoco llegamos al piso. Y sin fantasear, vamos a la estratosfera, a lo espacial. Ponte el cinturón pa' que no te vayas a marear, porque este viaje te va a enamorar.
Damn, Papi, nice, been on you all night.
Yo, baby boo, you know that I got you.
You know you are so sexy.
Oh, by the way, what's your number?
508, time give it away.
Oh, for sure.
Keep it on the low, alright? Gun daddy. It has me speechless. I can't wait, won't hesitate to sharing your caress. I get the butterflies when you're around me. I'm so curious and wanna take you home with me.
Llegando al mundo de la fantasía, para que te des de cuenta que entre tú y yo, mujer, el mundo vamos a recorrer en primera clase, para que nuestras pasiones se puedan desenvolver. Y no es nada raro en cómo todo empezó. Tú me gustaste y yo te gusté. Ahora es que es cámara, luces, acción.
All right, we're back. I'm gonna take that little break. Speak well, Honden. Sorry for the small interruption. I wanna get back to the where we left it. So okay, he cooked. He cooked. He gonna they're gonna deny. They're gonna deny this hearing.
Now they're gonna deny the motion to dismiss the indictment. The
What'll
judge
be
gonna,
next after that though?
well, after that is, it's they either they gonna have to get that discovery out the way, then they're gonna have to set a date for trial.
So whatever they have to bring it up.
I didn't hear you.
So whatever they have to bring it forward.
Yeah, I mean, discovery is part of the due process is fair trial. But like I said, she's asking for documents, and they say, hey, we ain't got to give them to you. So what's going to end up happening? The judge's going to have to make a definitive ruling, hand it over. I'm going to dismiss the case. That's just the only way it's going to be. And now, I have considered this. If the prosecution don't hand it over in a judge's order, they have to dismiss the case. But they still will have an opportunity to refile it. And I also consider this here. Maybe they do want a dismissal to re-indict him in order not to use certain evidence that they got, so they don't have to reveal certain things. That's a possibility, a slim possibility, but a possibility.
To make it entertainment.
Well, it's like this here. If you gather certain evidence a certain way and you bring it to trial, the defense can move to strike it. And once it's stricken, it's out the picture. It could change the way the whole trial gonna go.
So it's a possibility. It's a possibility of another hearing for dismissal, but then this time it's like against like the right of having a proper discovery.
Well, here's the
Because
thing.
for example, it's like if they don't share with the defense, like why we here, like why we here.
Don't have to give them as far as how they work to prep up. But in this case, they have to give it to them because it's the only way to properly defend them.
And it's in the eye of the public, bro. Like they cannot hide this shit. Like it don't matter, right? If it go left, it go right. Everybody's gonna hear a fart, and everybody gonna know this shit stinks, bro.
See, they really not worried about the public because it's they don't care about the victim's family. They don't even care about the victim because this is a business, man.
Listen, that's why sometimes like people see us like on the straight up bottom line of shit. But listen, you have to have a different type of cloth to be here in true crime. You know what I'm saying? Like some content creators really don't get the point of you have to really have a different type of cloth to see here and talk about these cases that don't make no sense, and we have to make sense of it.
You see how many people get on here and make content? They just read, the probable cause. They just read the narrative, and they just saying they being nice with their opinions. So their opinions and their analysis is not a bona fide. It's not. It's for an intelligent mind. It's nothing there for them because, like I said, I'm not bashing them, but I'm just calling it like it is. You got the Harvard Lee lawyer lady. You got what's his name? The lawyer, Peter. All right. I look at these guys' content, and I'm like, you're not giving people anything. You're giving them a narrative, but y'all are lawyers. Why are y'all afraid? Why are y'all afraid to put y'all knowledge to the test, your analysis to the
Like
test?
they have the power to challenge. If anyone have the power to knowledge, is with inside.
See, here it is. Lawyers will not criticize each other because the other lawyer come back and say, hey, I'm gonna file a bar complaint on you because look, you made me seem like this. But see, this is one of the benefits of knowing the law for yourself. Because if you don't, your lawyer can tell you this and tell you this. And you know what? Let me show you something. This is a Texas case. It just happened. 2 guys in the car, drugs in the car. One guy admit to the drugs. Now both of them admit to the drug, but the person say, look, now one guy admit to the drug, his attorney told him to admit to the drug and take a plea bargain. The other guy attorney said, nah, man, we're gonna file a motion to dismiss because the stop was without probable cause. The guy that pleaded guilty got time, and the guy, other lawyer, got it dismissed for lack of probable cause to stop.
So the other guy could have used that loophole on his benefit?
No.
He pleaded to it.
Because he pleaded guilty. When you plead guilty, you waive all defects. Now, ask yourself, why didn't his lawyer attack it on the same basis that the other guy lawyer?
Man, he probably got forced to cop out and plead out.
No. One, I'm going to give you a prime example. I could be riding down the street with $10 million of fentanyl pills in the trunk of my car. If the police stopped me for a pretext and it wasn't a real reason, the case go out the window.
I know.
But as you, hey,
I learned that through the hard way.
Everybody was patting Ann Taylor on the back, how she's highly trained and qualified. Right now, she running around like she brain dead.
He did not say that. He did not say that. He said brain dead. He did not say that. He did not.
Turn. What happened if he file a motion in the court, tell I need a new attorney? Come on, man.
Listen, did you think that Kohberger having a master on criminal justice, don't you think that he'll know that he's not being represented right? Like these guys, they say that he's a genius in this shit, bro.
I tell you what, all right. They
said Kohberger is the next book, bro.
They say he's a genius, right?
They said Kohberger is a genius and he's the next book.
Okay. And they also tell you
movie and shit, Hollywood like the Illuminati's gonna open the doors for him and shit.
What's your brother name? Murdoch. Right. He's an attorney, great attorney. He just got convicted. He killed his family.
They only hear this shit here in Jrod on point.
Kill your wife. When you get in this bind, you being sued. So you was always a foul person. It just took a situation to bring it out. Now you rather kill your son and your wife for some money? Come on. It looks good.
It doesn't sound good at all.
And what's your next door neighbor named the Irvin chick that killed her husband with the fentanyl pill, wrote a book about her? Everybody praising her. You praising him.
Jose, Mikey, Felipe, Pedro, everyone said like he did it.
I told you to go to the, if you ain't got enough money, go to Dollar Tree and get you some popcorn.
Listen, do you think he did it?
I know he done it. Done it. I told you.
You see the straight face when I ask you?
I done told you already. If he won't, if he's not found guilty by plea bargain or trial, I'll shut this station down and start all over. See,
I told you have to give me that page, bro. Listen, I produce for you. Listen, this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna be the talent. I produce it for you. You're gonna be my legal advisor, and I'm gonna be your producer. I got this, bro.
It's over for him.
It's over. It's a wrap. He guilty.
Mention his jaw. I watch all that. It's over with. They got the right guy.
But you said cause he didn't said nothing. What was that? He didn't plead.
Let me ask you something. If that was you and you knew you didn't do it,
I wouldn't say nothing either.
okay, you'll be gone too. You'll be gone too.
Won't that be a stubborn concept? Won't that be called a stubborn concept? Like,
No,
even though if it has debate, is undebatable, but it still has a debate. It's just the stubbornness on it. Don't want to let it fly.
I don't understand. You can be stubborn, but what's that gonna prove?
No, but I'm saying,
They got you driving around. You can't give your whereabouts. It's not up to him to give the whereabouts. But the reason why I know they got him is the way his attorneys act. See, your attorney already know the end game. She already know what's gonna happen. So the best thing she can do is make sure she line her pocket fat as she can get. Okay.
bro. But what about if Kohberger? What about if Kohberger was the one advising Ann Taylor, bro?
Hey, if you think he was advising Ann Taylor, go see a psychiatrist, because that ain't what's happening. He don't know nothing about law. Yeah. You know, listen to me. I told you that a guy hit my car. I sued him. All right. Walker in Arlington, Texas. He's supposed to be a super lawyer, right?
It's super lawyer.
His name Walker in
Okay.
He went to mediation. He tried to play tricks and games. You know what I'm saying? So I told him, listen, he tried to play games. He said, we think you partly at fault. We got the insurance adjuster. He'll cut you a check for half of what you asked me for. All you got to do is say you agree. I told him, you can get the jackass up out this mediation because I'm going to sue you and I'm going to get every dime. Okay? So we couldn't come to nothing at mediation. We go back to court. The judge say, what's the status? I say, Judge, we couldn't come to no resolution. Set it for jury trial. This is what he told the judge. We offered him this and this, and this and this and this. And I told the judge, it's only one thing I want is my day in court, because it's already over it. I'm going to win. His client has already admitted fault. And then the judge say, did it? He said, no. I said, well, Judge, I got a camera, a video where he admit he's at fault. So he can say what he want, but when we get in front of that jury, it's over with. So
Bro, why you think that when they what's your opinion on like when these officer interrogates Kohberger, and it's like it was an interview. It was not even an interrogation, it was an interview. They didn't recorded it. Like it's no record of nothing they have done in this case, bro.
Well,
they will legitimize their statements.
Okay, but see, they may have did a record, but it wouldn't help them. It wouldn't help them because during that interrogation, they may have said something and lied to him to try to induce him to say something, and they don't want that coming out. So you got to understand something. When they start investigating, they got total control over this information. And this is why I say that why would people trust law enforcement to where if you got a witness saying that they saw somebody, why you didn't put a sketch out? Because they lying about that. So they saying, well, we didn't want him to know. Okay. You remember when they say this was a targeted attack, the community is not in danger? All right. Well, if the community wasn't in danger and it's a target attack, why would you tell them that? And then say, if you go back to the press conference, they know it was one person because this is what they say. We have a suspect. They didn't say suspects. They start saying a suspect after. So
yeah, and the president of the University of Idaho dropped a video on YouTube, and when he spoke about it to the community, to his community on the university, he also talking in singular when he gave the speech.
So when they made the statement, we looking for a white Honda, the occupants may have, they already knew it was one occupant in there. But see, once again, they trying to cover up who put the finger on him. They didn't
But
want
you remember when they said also the occupants? It was at one point it was a narrative that they brought out saying, Chief Fry, he said that he needed to know. You know, he said we as the community needed to know the occupants of the White Elantra. So he spoke in plural. Meanwhile, the narrative was looking for a singular.
Well, see, once again, somebody in between. I'm gonna show you something. You know, Bryan Kohberger, a family have visited him in jail. You know that, right?
Well, it was some reports saying that his family didn't even visit him in jail or nothing like that. Like they totally unplugged from him.
Sure. Think about it. They never visit him. Based on, if this is true, his family, I believe it was his sister Melissa. They fed Moscow, actually, in my opinion, this is what I believe. She became not only a tipster, but she became a confidential informant. They kept asking her, why do you think it's him? Well, he's doing this, he scrubbed his car, he's doing this.
Okay. Can I stop you real quick? Yeah. Hold that thought. Can she be the witness that didn't allow the Goncalves to talk to, and they say it was a guy, but it was really a woman?
Okay, when I heard that about Steve, I don't get at no credibility because I start thinking about this here. See, me and you had this discussion. You kept saying, well, based on everything they say in the problem, we all agree, we both agree. This still don't point to how y'all got to Kohberger. See, it's something missing. And I'm like, you can't come that it's Kohberger. See, they were trying to make it look like people in the neighborhood saw that white car. No, that's not what happened. They don't have no witnesses to say they saw this white car. It's only after they got the video footage, they say, you know, they start looking, then at his sister, Melissa, I'm going by her. But then I think all the family of Kohberger came in agreement that was him. They started looking at his actions. And when they called and said, well, look, this may be the guy. He my brother. This is what he doing. This is what he doing. That's how they started. They started looking at him as early as a week after the murders. I say within 7 to 10 days, his family member, Melissa Kohberger, and they followed up and they called back and said, hey, look, come down here and see us. Woo, woo. And she started giving them, and I do strongly believe that they got her to get his DNA, and that's how it got on that night.
Yeah, but here's the only problem that is with that theory, though. The only problem that I have with that theory is the agree to disagree.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
If within a week they had, let's say, for example, any type of solid lead from a so close family member of Kohberger, I believe that they would not give him an interview and let this guy walk.
Oh, stop.
You know what I mean?
Stop. First of all, even though she feed him this, it's not enough to arrest him. That's different. See, somebody telling you acting strange and doing this and this and this, it's not enough to arrest you. They're going to try to interview the poor Cole. See, during that interview, Kohberger probably says just, when they got him to interview, they could have said, well, where was you at? Kohberger could have said, I don't have, what's this about? I don't have to answer you. I don't have to answer you. Am I on the red? No. See, that's how it went. But if you ask me how much I believe this, I believe it 100% because I kept reading, I kept telling you it's something missing from the probable cause affidavit. So you got this white car, Honda Launch, but it was 90 of these cars registered to the school The college. You know that, right? 90 of them. Are you aware of that?
No, it was like 2,000 plus white Helantras in the whole area.
No.
We hold on. Let me hold you there. We permission to park in the University of Idaho or Washington Pullman.
No, that's
so
not
they were vehicles that it was within the area, the locality of both 2,000 plus of them.
But I'm saying to park at the register to park at that university. Only 90 vehicles. 90
and they all fit the same description.
No. They're not really looking for the car per se. They already had Kohberger. This is what I'm teaching. They trying to make you think that this is why when they did the interview out there, they say we have a suspect. They stopped using plurals. We have a suspect. So I'm like, hold up. That means they now know who they're looking at. They have to keep watching. See, the guy done already cleaned the car and did. And it also came out that Melissa went out there and searched his car. So this, I don't know if you heard this. The media put, the family thought it was, Melissa really thought it was him. They went to search the car and they asked him about it. And they start thinking, hold up, something ain't right. He ain't been doing this. They called in and Melissa, I'm gonna say Melissa Kohberger, I do believe she called and she gave them substantial tips, which say, you know what? They say, fuck everything. Just look at this guy.
But you know that, yeah, I want to interrupt you real quick, and I want to let you know that narrative about the car wash is already proven that his vehicle didn't have no type of chemical cleaning, no type of covering up. Like he's like, just so you know, I don't know if you've seen that, but his car is 100%, even though it was dirty, but it was clean of any type of transfer DNA from anywhere. So that cleaning part of stuff, like, is already been debunked, just in case you didn't know that.
I ain't talking about that type of cleaning, because if I'm gonna tell you the reason why that car not dirty, right? See, people,
I mean, but that's another thing. The car was dirty when got stopped in Indiana, bro.
I'm talking about the inside. The reason why it don't have blood, all right? Because when he got in that car, he had taped the car down with plastic. Okay, so I mean, listen to me. See, people thinking. Listen, people thinking.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. It's over. He did it, bro. Listen, it's over. He did it.
This guy want to collect evidence of prison. So y'all just think he gonna kill and jump in his car? No.
You're gonna tell me he set up, he dedicated time and prepped up the vehicle. He knew. Okay, so that goes to the randomness, like he knew he was going to kill someone or these people that night. So you're gonna tell me if he prepped up the car, then the statement of the Goncalves that they knew for a fact that this was not a drive-by around looking for victims, that this was like the people that did, the Goncalves family said that they know for a fact that whoever killed his daughter and her friends, they knew the house, they knew these people, they're part of the inner circle. They firmly said that they don't believe all that they call it crap. I don't call it that, but they call it all that crap about the driving around looking for victims that you don't even know, that's out the door. You know, because everything that they knew as far as the investigation within 5 days, they knew that all that shit's out the door.
Let me say,
like it was no chance to have Kohberger at this day today where he's at.
Okay, let me say this here. See, it's easy to think this man killed him and jumped in his car and didn't have his car prepped. See,
bro, in 8 minutes, minutes, bro.
Listen.
You think 8 minutes he gonna jump out the car, run around the house, do all this shit, everything in 8 minutes, jump out, and the car took up. Like, this is what we're talking about. For you to tell me that he did it, then now you have to explain to me how we got to the 8 minutes and how we know it was 8 minutes.
Let me put it like this:
time of death.
I'm going to show you. Okay. See, y'all are under the impression that it takes, you hit a person with that knife in their neck, in their chest, or in their, see, here's the thing. We don't know. I'm a theorize. He had to hit them here with that knife in the windpipe, in the neck, and in the heart area.
Keep on that theory. On that theory, keep in mind that the forensics show that Kiely fought, Sana fought.
Oh, that's
good. It seems that Ethan didn't have no fight, no fight. Like he got taken by surprise with like a machete hit to the neck. So it was really no K-bar, bro. It was a machete, some kind of sword machete was involved in this shit, bro.
I done told you, they don't know what he was killed with.
Like dealing, bro. Ethan got hit like a long machete hit in the neck, bro, and that's undisputable. So that right there tells you that there's no K-bar involved. That is something bigger and greater than that, bro. He got hit, one hit and quitter in the neck. Bah! Done.
I haven't seen the photos of the crime. I'm just telling you that if you think a person can't, you got to realize these girls got alcohol and drugs in their system. So how much fight?
See, but we don't know that. It's no toxicology done to the witness, to the victims.
That's the point. They just got through partying. She was inebriated cussing. Of course they was drinking. Of course they was on drugs. It's a party house. Why you think?
I believe the killers were on some kind of hallucinated drugs.
They tell you they got defensive wounds, right? That don't mean shit. You drunk. Oh, how much fighting is that? They tell you they was fighting. They wouldn't fight. You think these girls gonna try to fight a knife? They running. What can you do? How you gonna fight?
But I mean, they try to avoid with their hands to get hit in certain parts of the body with the machete or sword.
That's what you call.
Because I remember they using.
Okay, but
Sana had cuts on her fingers, like trying to.
Once again, they giving a narrative, but they don't want you to see that crime scene because you're gonna understand that they trying to make you think that these people was dead, but guess what? Where was their cell phones at?
But don't you think that due to the wounds, the cuts, the wounds, the almost limp, the grossity, of the crime scene, right? Won't you believe that, for example, if the bodies were placed in different places, in different positions to throw off the case, don't you think that the wounds, that the forensics by itself would have told you the proper position they were when the injury occur?
No, because see a lot of that stuff y'all see on TV and they try to act like they can recreate something, they be lying.
But this is real forensic work. Like, it's no TV shit though.
I'm gonna show you something. You go back and watch a bunch of cases where they say this happened like this happened like that. 15, 20 years later, that shit was made up. All right. This is what they had going on in Texas, in California. They had people pretending to be forensic experts, recreate, found out they were frauds. So I don't put no stock in that. And they was doing it for over 20-some years. And the police knew they was false, but they worked for the police. You got to understand. Somebody come in there and say, see, when you get stabbed in certain places, you expire very quickly. All right. So when
it's a
that person,
one hitter. It seems that it was a one hitter quitter.
well, I don't know. I'm just
Like
giving
it
you.
was no fight. It seemed that it was no fight after that.
Okay, let me put it like this here. If you take a poll and ask 10 people, do you think drugs and alcohol was in their system? They're gonna say yeah. They're gonna say yeah. Because
It had to be, bro, to get out of control like that.
alcohol is a drug. Okay, let's get that understood. It's a drug. So y'all go home, you go to sleep. All right, boom. You get up, this person stabbed. It ain't nothing to kill 2 chicks. Ain't nothing to kill 1 chick. It ain't nothing to kill none of them that's on drugs. They proper faculties can't fight and coordinate. But here is the big problem. Like I told you this, man, you talking some video. They don't know what weapon was used. Just cause you found the knife sheet, if you can't get a forensic expert to get up there and say this was made by a K-boy, it's a problem. And if they say, okay, it was a K-boy and another weapon, oh well, now the knife sheet is not that important.
I mean, because that, like, if Kohberger, let's say, if Kohberger killed these people, he didn't kill these people with the sheet. Like, like if we're going to use the sheet, which he's not going to be used in court, if we're going to use that, he didn't kill these people with the sheet. You need the knife.
No.
Like the sheet, like for example, if the length, the density, the length of the knife that was supposed to be on that sheet is not applicable to the wounds in those bodies, that will mean that 100% that sheet was placed purposely, because they knew the knife would not measure with the wounds in the bodies, and they purposely, to throw off the whole investigation, place a knife sheet there that it would not be a reference to the wounds on their bodies. Another thing that I forgot to ask you, Ron John, I think it was Ron John, I think it was Ron John, he asked, what was your opinion on the cowboys that went to the crime scene with no protection or nothing? They just went in there and spent like an hour inside of the house doing I don't know what. And then, like, they didn't talk. It was reporters. It was actually reporters outside taking film of it, of this.
Well, okay, evidently the FBI, check this out.
They said one of the vehicles got a Pullman license plate.
Okay, they could have been well, they can have a Pullman license. They could have borrowed the cars, but I can tell you this here, it could have been Pullman police. What it is this.
I mean, but why a vehicle like like that has to link an agency?
Okay,
the license plate has to link an agency, because they could not use a private vehicle for official diligence.
Listen to me. They'll use it in the interest of justice. But I'm gonna tell you this: if it comes from Pullman, he was in Pullman, right? Right? Kohberger was in Pullman, correct?
Yeah, and he was found by a Pullman local PD.
Okay, when they went in there, like I said, they could have put the DNA on the knife.
Actually, WSU, it was a WSU private cop. They found him. They found him, you know, through the WSU system.
Once again, they up in there without proper gear on. They only tampering with a crime scene. See, you can be a law enforcement officer and tamper with a crime scene. All right. Now you go up in here without the proper footwork on. The hood is for your shoes, and that's the problem with this case. And Taylor is not finna really address this, because they tell they look, you can't go here, because she'll come up missing. All right.
No, and I just want to let you know that Amy just confirmed what you was saying about that it was, hold on, it was no ruling. Hold on, let me put it right here, highlighted. That it has not been not one ruling in this whole case since day one.
Okay, then listen to me. You know that time you say, have you been keeping up with the case?
Big
Yeah.
shout out to Amy.
Yeah, I've been. Remember that time we was talking? You say, have you been? Yeah, I tell you, yeah. See, the fact that there is no ruling on these motions, that judge and Ed Taylor's not. Hey, we need a ruling, judge. They holding discovery. We need a ruling. We need some, and we need a. If they, hey, that's how it works.
You remember what you remember when the judge asked Ann Taylor, like, whose rights being violated? Like, of course, Kohberger's rights. Like, how can he be that naive that he gonna tell Ann Taylor in front of everyone, like, she's fighting for her client's rights? Of course, she's talking about her client, and the judge gonna just boldly gonna say, like, but whose rights are being in violation?
You know why he asked her that? Because they know she the flunky. She just playing her part. That's why if he had a different attorney, they wouldn't play them games with him. They need somebody.
So he said that as proof that they playing together.
He's just letting them know. I want to say something, but this is what he's saying. Look here, you already know what it is. All right.
So that's like flirting. It's like flirting in legal terms in court. You know, like letting you know, like, I'll see you tonight on dinner type of shit.
She already listen, man. Strictly legal speaking, looking at the law procedures. When you waive that man's speedy preliminary hearing, and then you say, okay, we're gonna set it. Then the judge said, when you want to have it? She say, well, just set it for a status conference till we decide. What? So you mean
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You're gonna waive the speedy preliminary, and then the judge say, well, when you want it? She say, well, we don't know yet. Just schedule us next time for a conference, and then we'll tell you. What was that about? You're talking to the prosecutor. You know, okay, let me put it like this here. You go to the doctor to get surgery on your open heart. Before the doctor start working on you, he shoot cocaine and he snort cocaine and heroin. Then he try to perform open heart surgery. You don't see a problem with that? Ain't nothing good coming out of that. You dead. You're dead.
You know,
it is the method in which you're trying to defend this man, which is backwards. I'm gonna ask you again. What did they gain from waiving a speedy preliminary hearing?
I mean, the only thing that I could see they could have got out of that, it was showing the maliciousness in the transcript. But the thing is that here's the thing, that due to the everybody's in compliance, the transcript looked bad. That another judge would have took some rulings on it, but due to that they are all in compliance, it is really no status quo and no matter on this case, because they're gonna do whatever they want anyway.
When the judge say you're not waiving your right to a speedy, I already told him, but look, ain't no such thing as we're gonna put a stay. You're not waiving your right to. See, that judge is on some BS too. All right, let me explain something to you. In order to get a speedy trial, that's the first thing your lawyer do when you indicted. Motion for speedy trial. She didn't file no motion for no speedy trial. Then you're gonna turn around and say, oh, judge, this is a complicated case. Oh, we need more. It ain't no complicated case. It ain't no complicated case. What's complicated, you trying to try a case and keep the facts concealed. That will make it complicated, because you can't defend somebody. You can't really be a defense attorney and you're ignoring certain things and you omit certain things, because when you go to trial, it's gonna look like a circus.
But again, it's gonna make him look bad either way, or like I don't see no win for the prosecution in this case.
I do. Say,
bro, you said it out your heart too.
Say,
bro, you said it out your heart.
Have you ever had a Kohberger steak?
I'm about to have a Kohberger if you don't get dismissed or something. If you don't walk, listen, I don't know at this date. Listen, the information tells me that he's totally innocent. That's just the information available from the transcript. But if this guy is guilty, I want this guy to get cooked. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have no problem with that, because then justice is gonna be served either or. But at the same time, due to everything that is being shown out there, bro, if this was by the book, I see that the worst case scenario, either or at some point they dismiss it, bro. Because again, if it, because again, you said he's gonna get a what you might call that, mitigation. Like to get to mitigation, first you have to this dismissal has to be denial. Then, like, when you go to trial, like, if you're gonna push it to trial, correct me if I'm wrong, then you have to come up with whatever he actually is gonna be prosecuted for. That then discovery has to be fully fulfilled. And if by the deadline of actually the bottom line of where everything needs to be presented is nothing there, then what we having? A full dismissal.
To me, listen to me.
Because like, for mitigation, it have to be a deal on the table. As we speak right now, is no deal on the table even thought of.
Well, mitigation only is at the sentencing phase. Like when you get convicted, they look for reasons as to avoid the death penalty, saying like, oh, he was picked on, he's this, he's that, and then they'll say, okay, we take this consideration instead of employing the death penalty. But that's something else. But
so what? Giving life without a death penalty, giving just life. You do you think for him that's a proper deal?
No.
Like, you're gonna still die in jail, bro.
I'm glad that you come.
That's not a living, bro. Like, that's not a deal. That, listen, I will, if it's like that, they give me, like, if I know I didn't commit this shit, and they give me the pick and choose, you either live long in prison and die by natural causes, or get shot 2 times in the head. I take the 2 shots in the head, bro. If you could prove that I'm guilty to the 100%, to God be my witness that I committed this crime, you better 2-tap me in the head and don't let me feel it. Just please kill me quick. But no, I will fight this shit, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's no way in hell that if I'm innocent and I see that I'm drowning on this swamp, I will not take a plea, because it's no win-win in this case, bro.
Well, here's the deal. Do you have the mind to go out and do what Kohberger did?
But here's the thing: he has not done nothing proven in court.
Well, let me ask you.
You see how you talk, bro? And you my elder.
That's what I want you to understand.
You so biased. I mean, unbiased.
This is a fact. See, this is what a lot of people don't want to understand. Rodni King, right?
Hey, God bless Rodni King.
They beat him in LA. They got the video footage. All white jury say not guilty. Not because they wasn't guilty, because they say we ain't gonna get this command. See, you got people convicted in a court of law, years later found innocent. So that don't mean nothing.
Yeah.
That don't mean nothing. And
you're
guess
right.
what? Most of the time, police covered up evidence, ignored a suspect, turned out to be the suspect. It's how they playing it up in the public. And it's how, and when you see a defense attorney doing stuff backwards like Ann Taylor, it's over with for you. And if he ain't convicted or plea bargain, I'm gonna hang myself on this tree outside.
Bro, don't you think if you see that Ann Taylor is setting him up for failure, don't you think he will say something, get her fired, bro?
He don't know.
Bro, he has a master's on criminal justice, dog.
Stop. I want you to Google what you learn in criminal or masters in criminal justice. Ain't got nothing to do with jurisprudence, representing yourself. It ain't got nothing to do with it. I studied. It ain't got nothing to do with it. They study that is on law enforcement. They take those courses. That's nothing.
Bro, they say he's a genius.
Say that. Say that.
He said, some people said that shit.
They say the aliens built the pyramids. Come on, man. They say pork is good for you. That's where dementia come from. Come on, man.
Listen, we have the whole chat room. They want you to be their lawyer. They said that they're gonna flood you emails with a whole bunch of cases for you to take care of.
Man, let me tell you something.
Hey, let him know you don't work pro bono.
I'm a pastor. You gotta spot a dirty lawyer and bust him in the head.
Listen, tell him it's a pretty high ticket, though. It's our community and our moderators, but let him treat him nice, but let him know it's a pretty high ticket.
When you fighting for your life, see, they want you to think, oh, it's a death penalty case. Now, anytime you're talking about taking somebody's freedom to live as a natural human being, you're gonna have to do that right. It ain't always a death penalty case. It doesn't matter. If you talk about taking somebody's husband, friend, boyfriend, mother, grandmama from a free society, you better do it right. It ain't always a death penalty.
Bro, listen, man. Come on, man. You got to do the Kohberger thing, bro. Like, come on. Let's get serious, right?
Oh, I'm
like the state, bro. He balling right now, bro. Listen, the state is paying his defense.
Yeah.
It cannot get no better than that for a defendant, bro. Like you're using a state attorney for your death penalty case.
That's the last thing you want to be using.
Bro. I didn't know the state will pay millions of dollars to defend a defendant that is guilty.
Oh no. The Constitution requires the law.
No, I know. I'm saying, but you know the narrative, like he guilty.
I'll put it like this here. If you understand the whole legal landscape, I'm gonna give you a prime example.
I told you it was an educated opinion.
Tell you, like I said, they can't never come back and say what I'm saying wrong. I chop their head off. You hear me? Because they're gonna know I can expose them. Check this out. You know how you driving down the street, you get a traffic ticket, right? I don't care what state you're in. You get a speed ticket, a red light ticket. They're gonna give you a citation, right? They're gonna give you a citation. Now, don't you know that it's got a due date you go into court? If you walk into the courtroom and you plead not guilty, you give them jurisdiction over you. But if you take it a different avenue, you can outright beat the ticket. But everybody wants the easy way out. And I'm telling you, I've been studying law over 30-some years, and I can tell you this here. I have seen so many cases where the lawyers was doing things, and I'm like, why are they doing? And they all got convicted. In every case that I ever worked on and helped, got a reversal.
So Ann Taylor is setting Bryan Kohberger.
She's a plant by the prosecutor and the judge.
Let her have it, bro. Let her have it.
You jump off a case. Oh, what was the woman's name? To take his case. And even all these lawyers saying that's a conflict of interest.
Bro, listen, man, you're my brother. You know, if I say it is, you will laugh about it. I know that. Bro, you're in deep cover narrative, bro.
Listen, man, I'm just telling you know what?
You just said a deep cover database, bro.
You know what? When it comes to
say it again. Say, hold on. You said that the hold on. Ann Taylor left a case of the mom of one of the victims. But do you know what happened there, right? Like that got debunked too, bro.
Now listen,
that got debunked, bro.
No, she left for K. It didn't get debunked. What it was, they say she really never she even admitted she said ain't no conflict of interest. But what I'm telling you is,
so why you mention it, bro? Like what you just doing this shit?
I'm telling you, she did get off one of the cases. Yeah, this ain't been debunked. So here goes what I'm saying.
You just say it was debunked.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
It was no conflict of interest. That debunks that.
No. She said.
So what mentions something that it doesn't have a matter of adjudication?
Saying lawyers come out saying it's a conflict of interest, right? Then some of them say no, it's not a conflict of interest. Here's what
even Peter say it was no conflict. Hey, Pedro, you know Pedro.
Yeah. Listen, this is what I'm showing. I'm telling you, I'm not saying it's a conflict. I'm telling you, you jump off this case to take his case. They chose you to do this. It's
bro, you better get me a job in News Nation, bro.
It's other lawyers that could have represented, but they knew they could play these games with her. Because they don't work with her in that area. They know that they can look. I hate to say this.
Stop playing with me. You better give me a job in News Nation, bro. You plugged in. You're connected. And News Nation headquarters is in Texas too. Stop playing with me. You better get me a job soon, bro. Listen, I need at least $10 million, bro. I said, talk to the owner, bro.
A woman, she got weak character, and she that flunky because over the public defender's office. See, she already know what time it is. You've been there too long. You should don't nobody stay in them positions.
She left Kara. You're gonna tell me she left. She had the balls to leave Kara.
It don't matter who she left.
But you know what I'm saying? She's big shout out to Kara. Big shout out to her though. But she's like the mom of one of the victims though. So you're gonna tell me there is a problem with that, bro?
You said it was no conflict of interest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I ain't saying it. Well,
so why mention it?
No. I'm not saying the otherwise. Now ask Peter. Why did she waive the speedy preliminary hearing? Just then say, well, we need discovery for the speedy preliminary. Asked him that, and asked him, what's the benefit? Because everybody know that you're trying to have the speedy preliminary hearing before you get indicted. Because once they hand down an indictment, a preliminary hearing is out the window.
I thought they were supposed to have that preliminary hearing when they were supposed to meet Bethany and Nevada, and then they knew that they were going to see and get the exculpatory evidence themselves, and they hurry up and went to a jury indictment.
Listen to me. If she wanted Bethany Funk at the preliminary hearing, she would have had the speedy preliminary hearing and subpoenaed her. All right.
But they will try to avoid to subpoena her, bro. They want her compliance. Like they wanted her to willingly to testify. I can't hear you, bro. Hold on. I can't hear you. Okay, now let's go ahead again. Go ahead.
Upgrade your Wi-Fi.
Okay, now I could hear you, bro.
Okay. If she really wanted Bethany Funk at the speedy preliminary hearing, you subpoena her. You don't care about her feelings. This is a business. You got a duty to your client. Put the feelings out the window. This is a game, man. They playing a game.
But you know, another thing, the search warrants got they found the legality of the search warrants. The search warrants, it seems a problem with that.
Well, if you look at the search warrants, like I was telling you, even I can't remember her name. I was really into what she was saying, and I didn't look at her name, but I'll find it and I will mention her name. She was going through the search warrants, and you can see the dates is different when they redacted. They didn't want to let you know if it was PM or
You
AM.
told me you watched it. You watched the two. That's what the moderators just said on the chat. Big shout out to Lana. Big shout out to Truth and Transparency. Keep up the great work.
What
Big
did you
shout
say?
out to Lana. Lana, Truth and Transparency, that she been finding a lot of inconsistencies in the case. She been doing a lot of work.
This is why I was telling you, even we was on the phone private. I say, look, they trying to act like that probable cause affidavit is something. It ain't nothing there, because it don't tell us how you really got to this guy. It don't tell us that. It jumps.
Yeah, he's skipping steps. He's skipping
So
steps. It's not clear.
I'm telling you, they know it's him, but the way they collected the evidence can be thrown out and he'll walk. That's what they trying to avoid.
Hey, big shout out to Lana. Yeah, it's big shout out to her. She does a lot of research, and it'd be a pleasure if ever to have the opportunity to have a conversation with her, either on her platform or on our platform. It'll be great to have her visit if she ever decides to come by and show some love. Go ahead, brother.
I'm not. It may be her, but I'm not sure. But I know it's a female. She was going through and showing you the problem. You know how they did it. Got a search warrant, and then when the judge signed it, it's like she said, "How do you do this all in 25 minutes?" And I just I when she was talking, I zoomed in on what she was saying because it was of substance. So I didn't even try to look at her name. I'm so listening to what she's saying. And I clicked off of it by accident. I'm like, man, and because I wasn't logged into my account, I couldn't go to the history. You know what I'm saying? So the history would have let me go back to it, but I'll find it. But I'm just telling you this like this here. They hide a lot of things the way they collected and how they got the evidence. They got the right guy, but they just can't tell you how they got it because the case will get thrown out. And they try to figure out around that. That's why I say.
And so for example, if it was any way that any legal loophole that Bryan Kohberger would utilize in this case, or let's say, for example, if it was any possibility or ever a chance of this get thrown out, you still believe that even though if this gets thrown out, Kohberger is the right killer. So you actually believe that Kohberger killed these young adults?
So why get thrown out? But I'm gonna just tell you from what I'm looking at, what she's arguing in the motions, or basically what she's been saying. The only way you're gonna file a motion to dismiss the indictment due to this and due to this, why are you sealing it? The reasons you saying for sealing this don't mean it don't make sense. It's not realistic.
But the reason of the indictment, the throwing away the indictment, is like basically whatever is being requested. Like, I know it doesn't have nothing to do with the discovery, but at the same time, it has to do with the discovery. For example, whatever you presented to the jury, they requested to them exactly what you presented on the secret indictment jury for us to be here today. That's the same thing that it has not been given. The problem with that is that if you really already gave it to a grand jury, what's the problem for you to give it to me for us to deliver a proper defense? Because again, why is it eighth? Why is it eighth demand of request to discovery when what they requesting is exactly what is needed for the dismissal of that grand jury?
Well,
that's a problem. That's a big problem within the exculpatory evidence was not brought in. So the problem here is for them to be in place to deliver and serve a secret grand indictment. That's the same thing that you hold in and don't want to share with us. And this is why we hear that we trying to drop that indictment, because again, the proof that you give to the whole system for us to be here, you don't want to share it. So obviously is nothing there to hang yourself from, because either or you still lose.
But see, this is
not you, but I'm talking the prosecution and Bill Thompson.
But here's the problem: would be valid only if they never waived the speedy trial. See,
okay, but we hear now the speedy trial is the speedy trial.
Now listen to me. This is what I'm telling you.
We're talking about the dismissal of the indictment due to the evidence provided for that indictment to occur. It has not been shared on a proper discovery to Ann Taylor.
How many times have she filed a motion to compel that?
It's been eight motions of, but again, yeah, it's not ruling on that. But and she looking for a ruling this upcoming hearing, a definite on that. That'll give her the chance to argue a dismissal.
I don't care what she argued at this stage. The fact that when you first filed that motion to compel and didn't demand a ruling on the record, and then you waiving that. See, that's what people don't understand. You can file all the motions in the world. You don't set it for a hearing and get a ruling. It's like you never filed a motion.
But it ain't for example, but it ain't that what she's looking for this upcoming hearing with a full dismissal due to it's been no ruling on the matter of a fact?
If she wanted this case dismissed, she would have went to the speedy preliminary hearing. Let me show you something. Even if she waived that speedy preliminary.
Yeah, but they were forced the prosecution said that they were ready, and then they said that they were not ready. When then Kohberger needed the second one, they said, no, we're ready. Let's go and let's get through this. And then when he gave up his rights, then they said like, oh no, we're ready. Now we need more time. So it was like a setup, either or.
That's on the defense, because I'm telling you like this here. If she really wanted a dismissal, you shouldn't have never waived the speedy trial, because once they didn't comply with discovery and they was violating your right to a speedy trial by not giving you discovery, now you got grounds for dismissal that you can cite case law and the judge would have had to grant it.
And we spoke about it here. We spoke about that right there here too.
So when you waive the speedy trial, that's why the judge said, you know, you can't come back and complain about this here. Get the hell out of here.
He said, I get that point. You know what you're talking about, bro.
Had you not waived the speedy trial, it is by law of Idaho that the indictment must be dismissed when you haven't brought trial. So if you refusing to give me the discovery and you don't dismiss it and you go to trial, see, and they didn't give it to you, it would have been a reversal on appeal and they wouldn't have been able to retry Kohberger. This shit is a setup. Excuse my language, but it's over with for him.
So you think you think they'll so that's what I'm saying. So is no chance for dismissal or what you're looking at it.
The only way he getting dismissed is with a conviction. Listen to me. No, the trick. Go back and watch when that Judge John say, now you know you won't be able to say that you wasn't brought to trial about this time. They played him. And Taylor, we need more time. We got to waive the speed and right track. How we need time to go through this here. No. Hit them with that discovery. When they didn't comply, hit them with that motion to compel. When they don't comply, file a motion to dismiss for failure to comply with discovery and that's designed to calculate to violate the speedy trial of the defendant. She didn't want it to be over. She need that money to get taller. It's over with. It's over with.
Big shout out to Rumpel Long Air. If he's found guilty, how long before he could do his first appeal with a new counsel, allegedly ammo?
Alleged with who?
For example, if he's found guilty, how long before he could do his first appeal with new counsel?
Well, in Idaho, I believe that cases of death penalty, they go straight to the Supreme
Big
Court.
shout out to Rumble.
Yeah, he can do it. You got a time frame for bringing it. He can do it immediately after he convicted. After he convicted, they got the option. Motion for new trial. If you don't file a motion for new trial, you got so many days. I don't know about that. It from 30 to 45 days to file your notice of appeal. And you can start appealing immediately, but you got to put in your notice of appeal, contact the court reporter to compile the transcript, contact the clerk to compile the record for appeal. You have to do these steps. You just don't file. Your appealing attorney is responsible for getting all that. And
okay, go ahead, brother.
The reason why I know Ann Taylor's playing him, Ann Taylor is supposed to have her own court report up in that courtroom with all that money you get. Now it may come out, he go to trial and do all this, get found guilty. All of a sudden, we can't find transcripts or the transcripts didn't come out right. And that's going to be an automatic reversal too. See, I look at all this stuff here.
Far as the cleanup the car goes, because it's been mentioned quite a few times on the chat, it was on forensic car forensics. Like it was no residue, like far as a cleaning of evidence of like DNA. This is why, like, when they declared that it was no trace of DNA found in the vehicle, it was also look for any type of signs of cleaning or try to cover evidence or whatnot, and it came negative.
Listen to me. If you get in a car and you prep that car, you put I'm talking, you got the plastic out of the seat. What you got to understand is,
so that's premeditation. You telling me?
Well, if you going in there with a goddamn knife, you don't.
But what was he, bro? But where was his print? Come on, OG. What was his premeditation, bro? Just to go out there and randomly get someone?
Telling you that don't look for cleaning stuff. See, when somebody going and I'm gonna play something to you. When he's stabbing them, blood is not necessarily splattering on him. But if it got on him, have you ever seen somebody prep a car? Like if I'm put it like this here. If that car is prepped right, taped out with the stuff on it.
Bro, you better give me a Japanese nation, bro. I swear to God, like within a month, bro.
Stuff. You don't need. This guy had plenty of. He know where they lied at. Oh, we've been watching and surveilling him, cleaning his car, throwing stuff away. Now you wasn't doing all that.
You said, bro, you telling me he prepped the car? He had it killed. Hey, bro, okay. So if you telling me that he okay, cool. I get your point. Hold on. Fully okay. Full narrative. So okay. So you telling me that he prepped the car, he killed the victims, he had 8 minutes to kill them, he's speed through 4 killings.
Let me stop. I just want to stop you. We basing this 8 minutes.
Bro, you telling me that he prepped the car and he had a kill kit? Did he had a kill kit, bro? Do you believe he had a kill kit?
No, that's what Steve said.
Come on, man. You need to tell me about the kill kit.
I don't know nothing about that. When I heard Mr. Concalves say that, I needed a drink. But that's his opinion. But I did need a drink. But now, check this out.
Go ahead, brother. Get back to serious. I'm sorry, bro.
Keep in mind, this time frame is based on what DM saying. All right? That was she saying, oh, we don't know what time it happened. We don't know how long it took him to kill. That what they said, that's their narrative. Because remember, they had it being killed.
This is what Moscow PD told the prosecution. This is what the prosecution got in hand, I guess.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, think about it. That's what they coming up with. We could have been 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay, but for him to okay. All right, bro. Listen, you're a professional on this shit, okay? Get serious.
See,
listen.
8 minutes. That's what they telling you. They tell you it happened in 8 minutes. It ain't telling you nothing else.
Bro, okay, I have a question for you. What indicates you that Kohberger entered this residence?
What?
Because for you to tell me that he guilty and he killed these people by himself, and you believe that he's guilty and he's cooked, you have to please share with me what it makes you think that Kohberger entered this residence. Or what's the proof? What is the indication that tells you that he's guilty? Because again, I don't see it. Can you at least educate me and like take, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm
looking for advice.
Once again, it came out that his sister Melissa, after the killings, everybody went home for the holidays. Because there is a gap as to how they got to him, the only way they could have got to him is through his family. Somebody stated, you know how you go home acting strange, you hear about them killings? Yeah. What was you at that night, Brian? He probably said
that was,
they probably say, they don't really like him,
Bro, listen, I had Joanne. Hold on, Joanne said I got debunked. As soon as you said that, Joanne was like, that got debunked.
Listen.
Hold on, right here.
Sure. The fact that it was reported that he was acting strange. And matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you why I put so much stock in that. When they did the traffic stop, I did the video. He had on them gloves, them rubber gloves. Driving, he tried to hide his hand. That's how I know he the killer. And I said that.
Bro, we on pandemic, bro. What's wrong with you, OG? Okay. We on pandemic and he's germophobic. What you want me to tell you?
That's your position on that, right? Guess what? I'm in Texas. People weren't wearing no gloves. Why you hiding? Why you making an attempt to hiding it? He hiding it. Your boy is out of there. That's the killer. I bet my life on it. That's the killer. That's why I say that's the killer. They're trying to make people think that when they stopped him at the traffic stops twice in the same day, less than 10 minutes apart, they know they was already on to him.
The pandemic COVID-19 found Kohberger guilty.
Now, you can say your opinion is because it was COVID, he was wearing the gloves. Don't make sense.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm laughing with you. Now you know me, bro. I'm laughing with you.
That's when I knew that was the killer. That's his connection. He's out of there. Remember,
I said, bro, but first you said that you knew that he was the killer when he stayed quiet and didn't answer the judge. And now you telling me that as soon as you see him with the glove, you knew right there and then he did it. He did it.
You know what? My video will attest to that. But I never came out. I said, well, you know what? He hiding that glove. That's the killer.
You better give me a job with News Nation, bro. That's all I'm saying. Please, please listen. I need to be on payroll too, bro.
Stop came before that. It's the accumulation of that. That's why I say when you kept asking me, I said I have to wait for things to develop. That's why you never kept seeing me dropping videos on it. It's gotta develop for me to.
You cooking the contract with News Nation, huh?
It's gotta develop. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay, it has to develop. Got you.
Looking for something legally, so it's got to develop.
Listen, I just want to be part of the money road, bro. You know what I'm saying? I want to do my commentary and get paid for it very handsomely.
Your station, I ain't making no money. I'm not generating enough views on YouTube because I'm not consistent to make money. I think I probably got $100 in that account and it ain't even been pulled out yet. Because I got it to where if we get up to 300, I pull it out.
Bro, you know we need to get paid for this shit.
We got to do the work. Just keep the content. Consistency.
We need to get paid for this shit, bro. Because what we giving them is the meat and potato of this case, bro.
Well, I'm going to tell you like this here. Well, we got a steak on the table and it's Kohberger. So we, see, it's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, but what people don't understand is if you got an ignorant jury, a cowardly jury, justice will not be served.
Okay, but outside of your gut feeling on when he stayed quiet in court and when you see the gloves while he was driving on Indiana, besides your gut feeling, what in this case legally that it could be proven in court without the benefit of the doubt for a death case, it tells you that he did it. That is undisputable in court.
Well, anything is disputable. All right. Let me tell you this here. When you sit back, it's accumulation of things, right? Once again, they hiding the evidence and how they collect it. One thing for sure.
But what evidence? What about if it's no evidence, bro? Listen, are you gonna give me your account if it's no evidence, bro?
You won't. Well, now you
will have to. We have to do it because you've been talking about you want to give your account away or you delete your account. Listen, let's put those subscriptions to work for me. If you're giving it up, if you give up, let me know. I'll take care of it.
Right now, you asked me two different questions. You asked me what evidence do you have? Then you saying there is no evidence. Nope, there is some evidence. What you're not understanding is this. The evidence that they have is in jeopardy of being thrown out. All right. This is why even
won't that by itself made it an unreliable evidence, bro? You just bro, you just
let me finish. If I stop there, I haven't got the complete statement out. So I'm just saying, let me finish. It ain't gonna cost you nothing.
Go ahead. Hey, bro, this is your show. I'm gonna stay quiet.
Saying what I'm telling you is this. The way that they collected it, they don't want you to know. And if it go to trial, you're gonna know. So because they can be sued, man. Right now, the way that they work that DNA, the people on that site, they can be sued. The companies can sue them.
What you think if it was any chance that they got to Kohberger, the real killer, in an illegal way, that he could be dropped and dismissed in court? Don't you think that if in reality they have that, they wouldn't have like the legit evidence to actually cook him in a proper way, bro? Because if they got to him in a foul way, they definitely could create legit evidence to cook him either way, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, think about this for a second, bro. Like, I'm trying to enlighten you on my youngest days, right? if for example, if you got to me in a dirty way, you have what you need to cook me in court. That's period. It is no way in hell that is on this, that's disputed in court. Because if you got to me in an illegal way, that means that you have in hands what is gonna cook me in court. It don't matter if you got to it illegally.
Yeah,
it is strong enough. It is strong enough that even though I got to it illegally, this guy is the killer. Like, okay, yes, I got it in an illegal way, but he's the killer. Here's the solid, undisputed proof in court. If they have that, they wouldn't be here right now, bro.
Well, I'm gonna put it to you like this here. You keep saying they wouldn't be here. What you don't understand and what a lot of people don't understand, it's not just about cooking him. If you did something to get to this guy and the University of Idaho had, there were a lot of, Bryan Kohberger went to that school, right? So what?
No, he went to Pullman.
Yeah, we don't know none of the facts of the case, and that's by design, okay? Because it's something completely wrong with the case to where
but we know what we know, that they have shared up to this day today. So due to whatever they have shared, it indicates a known case.
Sure.
That's the thing, that like why they don't want to share what they have.
What I'm telling you is this here. You got a defense. You got Ann Taylor. They refusing to give discovery. You have them pressed for a ruling. What's going on? So if you're not pressing for a ruling, what this tell a legal mind, you got the right guy. But also you don't want to expose how they can. This is why you filing these motions to conceal what you're saying, because they saying, look, she's scared, and they saying, look, you can't, ain't no reason to do this here. There's a big problem with the way that they came to get him. They got him, but she's not protecting his rights because she'll be asking for rulings. She would not be sealing these motions. It's over with, folks.
So don't you think that don't you think that he still come out either or?
If you're
like if for example, it has to make sense, bro. Like if you got to this man, even though you got to him illegally, but he cooked with what you have, either or he cooked, because you could still hide how you got to that information, because the evidence will prove a case.
They can't see this. Thank you. But in this case, they can't hide it because I'm going to tell you what.
But they've been hiding it.
No. If it go to trial, they can't hide it. This is what I'm trying to show you. Because see, in my opinion, this is what I think they really hide. You got somebody, not Dylan, it's somebody else that you don't want to mention. And it's the way, I already know it's the way that you collected the evidence. I understand this here. But let me pause and say this real quick. Richard Allen, right? Remember they said they found that 9mm round unspent at the scene, right?
That's not even reliable in this case, in that case neither.
I'm not finished. I'm making a statement, but I'm not finished.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I know it's not reliable. Go back and watch the videos I did on.
I've been watching them, bro. I've been taking notes, bro.
I said this in my video. You got unspent round, but I guarantee you didn't photograph it at the scene of the crime, and they did, because they was never there. They planted that. And I said that in my video. Everything that's coming out now, when you go to a crime scene, you take pictures. They never took a picture of that bullet there. So you go to this man's house and arrest him and do a rap. Come on, man. I already said that. And now it's just coming out. If you got somebody, you don't arrest him like you did and keep it quiet and don't put it on the docket. That's illegal.
Yeah, I remember that we were talking on the private about this case, and you was bringing it to my attention. And the little bit that I could gather about this case, and the majority of the information, you actually have most, like everything that it has to do with this case. You have studied this case longer than me, and with the little review that I got of that case, we could agree in a lot of things about in the way we were expecting the alleged suspect to be treated on the jail system. All that came out in a way they pushing him to be guilty while being innocent. That came out. I don't know if they were listening to our conversations where we were talking on the phone. You know that the phone call will keep on dropping and shit. And we was like, they listening, right? And but all that shit came out little by little.
Notice, Ann Taylor ain't even tried to get a bond for Bryan Kohberger. She ain't with it and say, okay, Judge, listen. If she really believed there was no probable cause, there is no connection. Remember, she said there is no connection. Now, we don't know if she lying or not. Because everything.
Yeah, but she can, if he's found that she was lying in court, it is repercussions to that, though.
No, it's not. The Supreme Court has already ruled that an attorney can lie in court and destroy evidence. Okay? All right? All right? A lawyer can do whatever he wants to further the interests of his client, even if it's lying to the court. But they say the attorney is an officer of the court. The attorney is supposed to be candid, but that attorney can lie to the court in furtherance of representing their client.
And if that lie, if the lie fits the narrative to share, here you go out. Like, for example, if the lie is such a good lie that it could get you out.
A case where the attorney destroyed evidence that could have proved the plaintiff case. They was being sued. The attorney destroyed. Supreme Court stated that an attorney, I take Supreme Court in the court, once they make this, you can do this here in furtherance because you have a duty to represent your client. Your fidelity is to your client. See, this is why I tell people, they'll tell you, swear you in, you swear to tell the truth number. You already see on YouTube all these police going up in the courtroom line, swearing in line, but they'll tell you to tell the truth. No, you tell a story that's best fits your situation. That's the reality of it.
And that's actually very within reality, though, because let's say, for example, if by any chance he was like you said, guilty, again, you have not shared like the validated reasons of due to the information yet. And hopefully you share with us, you share with us at some point. But the thing is that, let's say if he was guilty, as long as Ann Taylor could lie her way in court and it works, he 9 times out of 10 get away with it.
They're not telling us nothing about them. They filing everything. I'm telling you, based on the conduct leading up to his arraignment.
But you're talking about behavior.
Behavior is everything. All right. Behavior is everything.
But, okay, besides behavior, behind the behavior, as whatever is shared right now against this man, how can you have that assessment besides your own personal opinion within a person that you don't know behavior?
When they stopped him twice, traffic stop, they fed the public, oh, they didn't know nothing about him. Yes, they did. That's what they telling the public. See, I got the story.
Brother, it's no reported VPA against him. If they had a VPA against him, like they didn't order a VPA against him, which it would have alert Like soon as the license plate, bro, remember they have the license plate. Soon as the cop, if they have a BPA against him, soon as the cop run his license plate, the red flag is gonna activate and he's gonna get out the car with guns drawn because he's being claimed by the state of Idaho. It was none of that.
At this point, that
I can't hear you.
At that point, they don't have probable cause to cut out with guns. Right? They are at the investigational stage. This is what they do to the public. They tell the public everything.
But they don't say a national, they had to send a nationwide BPA, bro. They didn't send none of that shit for that to occur.
You are saying they had to do this. No, they don't. No, they don't.
They have to. For them to know, for them to have knowledge of the situation in hand, that would show on the computer, and they have to report it. They have to literally, they have to report that and make acknowledgement after the fact that that was taking place, and that never got said. That's part of the. You see, I told you about it. You gave me a job in News Nation because all the narrative that you bring into the table come from News Nation, bro. What you doing?
Anything about a BP? That's not the only way they can. If they look here. I'm going to show you where you're wrong.
They have to report it either way, bro. If it was any inner working with the agencies for something like that, it has to be a report of it, and it's none.
No, by what law does it have to be a report?
Well, what you mean? Like they have to have records of that intertwine of working between agencies, bro.
Listen to me. Interagents communications are not subject to disclosure. They don't have to do that. Then I'm trying to show you something. You remember this guy on YouTube? It's a guy they looking for. They didn't tell this cop that they looking for this guy. They had him stop the car though, but they ain't tell him nothing. And when that guy got caught out, he started pop, 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 killing. All right. You remember this here? And he took off in that truck. They didn't tell that cop nothing. So I'm gonna say this again. If they got you on the investigation, all they got to do, them heads pick up the phone. Your guy's working this way. He heading this way,
bro. They asked them, bro. They asked the people involved in this case if that actually did occur. The inner like the Indianapolis cops is confirmed already. They didn't have no idea about what was going on, bro. This is already been done, debunked, bro.
I don't care what they say. For you to believe that, you have to give that credibility. I don't believe that. Let's back up. We go to Truckee, California. The police say they couldn't find the car. Eventually, with purpose, come find the car. Sammy say she was the last one to talk to him. Never did the police confirm to the public. We got our phone records. Yeah. Want to hear that?
No, the cops knew what the car was since day one. Since two, they got the pin location Tuesday morning. Hold on.
Yo,
Tuesday morning, they have the location Tuesday morning. So they knew where she was Tuesday morning. So that means for a fact that they literally left that girl inside of that water for 2 weeks.
Okay, but they say they didn't know. So I'm telling you.
Yeah, they knew, bro.
Okay. My point is this. Just because the police put this out there, we didn't know. No, I don't accept that. You can say what you want to say. The Supreme Court already said you can lie to the public to cover up to preserve your investigation. I don't believe that.
So what? Okay, what was the purpose of it?
The purpose of what?
Of them stopping them twice and letting them go. What was the purpose?
You know they stopped him twice within 10 minutes, right? 15 minutes, right?
For what? And it was two different jurisdictions.
There you go. So ask yourself, what's the likelihood of he getting stopped here and then within
You have not never stopped twice within 10 minutes, bro. You don't know how many times I got stopped in less than 10 minutes on the same highway, bro. Myself, 40, almost about to be 47 years old, bro.
Let's back up, stick with the facts. What was they reading?
That's the facts. I've been stopped before within 10 minutes, like from 2 different agencies.
But I'm telling you, your facts, they're not looking for a killer. All right. That's why I said let's stick to the facts of this. So when they stopped him, how many tickets they giving?
None.
Okay. So I want you to go back and observe the video.
So what's the reason, bro?
At this point, they was already looking at him. But see,
for what? Okay, you're gonna tell me the cop stopped him to look at his face?
You ain't let me finish.
Hey, you're not telling me.
I know. If you say, well, what was the reason? I'm finna tell you, but you say you're gonna stop them. No, I ain't saying about looking at his face. I'm telling you, when they stopped his car, they was trying to assess whether there's any indication in that car that would actually give them probable cause to just pull him over, get him out that car. They couldn't see nothing.
Bro, they have to know anything about the case, that they don't know nothing about the case, bro.
You taking a position that you believe that. Everybody don't believe
no,
that.
It's not that, bro. It's not that I believe that. It's like it makes no sense why a cop that don't nothing about this case is gonna stop him to look at his face, take a look around. Even the camera shows that he's not looking at nothing. It's not like he's like looking inside of the car or nothing like that. He's literally put himself in the window, look at him, had a conversation with him, and have a good day. Like, bro, it was no intention of like looking inside of the car while he was talking. Like, it was like the most chill conversation ever.
Okay, but when you train to talk to people and observe, see, everybody, you think you got to be doing this here? No, man.
But observe what?
Hey,
what you think? Okay, can you tell me what was the reason for them to do that?
You have to understand you're being investigated. It's not enough to arrest you. It's not enough to do anything. What we need to do is assess his behavior and see what you can see. When they stop this man, hold up. See, once again, if you give into their narrative, you won't understand how they came to this guy.
No, I cannot give it to your narrative, bro. You know we've been having this conversation before, bro. I cannot give into that because what you're saying is already kind of like already out there, bro.
It's out there. Okay, listen. You believe just because they say they didn't know nothing about him, you accept that as a fact. But hold up, you're going on a word, right? So if you're gonna go on a word that they didn't know nothing about it,
bro, no, it's not the word. It's like their word goes accordingly to what happened on that day. Because if they have any reason, okay.
No.
Okay, first and foremost, you need to understand the only reason why they got a warrant for Kohberger was because after Kohberger left, they went to court and told the court that Kohberger is running away from whatever they have there. It was nothing. Again, he spent, let me speak now, please. He spent a whole month in Pullman after his interview. Spent a whole month, 4 weeks in Pullman after his interview. They didn't went for him. They didn't have nothing for him. They couldn't have not one reason to knock on his door and get him out his house for this case. Soon as he took off because the trip to go back to Pennsylvania is already proven that it was scheduled. It was nothing random out of that. It was a schedule ahead of time trip from his dad to come and get him to go back home for Christmas festivities. Soon as they see him leave, now you go to court and be like, you see this guy that we was looking into, because they lying, this guy that we was looking into, now he's running away out of jurisdiction because we believe that he's running away because he's guilty of committing this crime. And then now you convince the court to have an arrest warrant against this guy, and automatically you put a BPA to everyone around, all states around, all the way to wherever he lives, that we know that he lives. All those states gonna have an alert automatically. So no, a warrant for an arrest. Then now we going to Pennsylvania to get this guy that we using federal marshals and all this other shit. If they have any communication with any police department around the route that they knew that he was, they would have pointed at gunpoint this guy out the car, would have not spent money traveling all the marshals all the way to Pennsylvania, because they would have Kohberger right there on their hands in Indianapolis, bro. They would have not stopped him to look at his face, talk to him for a second for behavior purposes, and let him go when they have a warrant for his arrest. You cannot validate that, bro. Everything you're telling me, you cannot validate it because the proof and the facts is on the pudding. We've been talking about this for a long time. I go by a matter of a fact of what we have in this case. Everything that you have brought up to this table is being narrative that is being long time debunked, but you are convinced of them.
Talking about later down the line about a warrant. I'm not talking about a warrant. Right now, on the 15th, when they stopped him, what, December the 15th?
They had that, bro.
No.
They had that already.
No, they didn't have no warrant for his arrest by them traffic stops.
They didn't have no probable cause for arrest, bro.
When did the probable cause affidavit come down?
You tell me. You investigating the same way I have, right?
Just said this. When they stopped him in them 2 traffic stops, he did not have an arrest warrant out.
Bro, they went right away as soon as they knew that he was gone. They went to court.
Time when they stopped him, he did not have a warrant out for his arrest.
So you just contradicted yourself, because if he didn't have no warrants for his arrest, it was no way in hell possible that any authority or law enforcement would communicate within each other to take care of a non-matter, because there's no warrant against this guy for a matter simple investigation, bro. Other energy are not gonna interlack. They're not gonna interlack on the simple investigation from another state. It was not even a requirement. You just prove it to yourself that it was not even a matter of a fact of requirement for no agency to stop this guy to watch him about nothing, because it was no warrant for his arrest. I appreciate you for bringing it to the table.
And maybe you wasn't listening.
But I listened very well. You said it very yourself. But by the time of the stops, he didn't have no warrant for his arrest. So it was no intertwined agency cooperation for no type of investigation that don't have to do with their jurisdiction, because he's not has crossed state lines, because he's no matter of a fact of a warrant for a investigation to occur, because we have a suspect in a run. We don't have a warrant, but now we have to investigate him and take a look at his face and see his behavior, but with no warrant for his arrest. So no agency, bro, by law, no agency around United States of America gonna intervene on a criminal case investigation from Idaho
You keep saying intervene.
And it cannot be no cooperation on a non-matter.
Stop. So let me make sure I understand you, because
you contradict yourself, bro. Again.
Just let me talk. You said I'm contradicting myself when I keep telling you that he's under investigation. A warrant has nothing to do with it. You keep saying, oh, they're out of their jurisdiction. Everybody in law enforcement in every 50 states, they have a compact agreement. You keep saying they have a compact agreement. This is why they have extradition treaties. These are contracts.
Okay, but for the particular thing that you're telling me, for the particular, listen, that I'm taking this very seriously, bro. For what you're telling me, for the particularity of the matter of a fact that you explain right now, for the reason of those stops occurred, is no substance due to no out of jurisdiction. They don't have nothing to do. They need an interstate collaboration within the investigation. That request was never shown nowhere.
Okay, listen.
And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna make it simple for you, bro, because you know about law. I'm gonna make it simple for you. If you investigated someone in Idaho, Indiana don't have no part of that investigation. They don't even know, bro. They're going with their regular life every day, and just because the investigation is going on in Idaho don't have no jurisdiction and no right, especially when there's no warrant expedited against someone. It's just a local investigation from a local department. Again, Moscow PD, local department, not even state, not even FBI. It's not a federal case that'll be easy access to all the agencies to intervene within the investigation. You try to see the pictures that I try to paint to you, bro. It was a local case from a local PD that didn't even request the help and don't have no legal right to request for no help on their local investigation.
Okay, listen, check this out.
You know what I'm saying? You know, you're telling me that the Moscow PD called Indianapolis, let them know, hey, listen, we got a guy on your way. Can you stop him for us and you'll see his mannerism?
I'm telling you. See, listen to what you're saying. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm telling you now, and I'll bet you money. They don't have to put out a door. Any law enforcement agency in this state can reach out and say, do me this favor. That's well known in law enforcement.
That's illegal.
So, what?
Bro, this is, okay, let me explain to you again. This is an investigation of a small PD. Bro, a local small PD. We're not talking about the troopers into the state. A local PD cannot call. Bro, if you want to put money on that, you're going to have to prove that to me. You're going to have to prove that a local PD from Idaho could call the trooper states from Indianapolis for a collaboration for a local investigation that they don't even have a warrant for. You just played it. You just corrected me and correct yourself at the same time, bro.
Listen to me. Listen.
It's no warrant. It's no matter.
You keep saying just because he in another state, that those states that are people over in that other state, law enforcement can't say, hey, we've been watching this guy. We believe he did this here.
They're not gonna take their resources and their money on an investigation that they don't even know if that investigation is legal, bro. Because he's from another jurisdiction.
So you saying if they did that, it's illegal, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that Moscow PD didn't have the grounds to call an interstate PD or state patrol to ask and request to stop for a few seconds this guy to see his mannerism, because we investigated him and we just take a pic. Can you just take, you know what I'm saying? It don't make no sense, bro. Especially when he's no warrant. He's not being looked at the suspect, like you said. He's not being looked as a suspect. No warrant.
Like this here. I got case law where I can pull up extra case laws where this happens all the time. You said it's illegal. You said they don't have jurisdiction.
Bro, this is out of state shit, bro. Only the feds could do that. Bro. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
They didn't know about it.
Okay, now I hear you now.
They put this narrative that when they stopped him, we didn't know nothing about it. So you say, okay, they say they didn't know nothing about it. Well, law enforcement all the time, I'm using my rationale. If you lying to me every step of the way about the case and you changing the narrative of the case, you don't want to release the 911 call, you ain't got no credibility. So you'll lie about anything. So I'm saying that if Texas law enforcement call another state, go through the protocol that they do, they ain't no just PM. They say, hey, we're investigating this guy. You know, could y'all give us a hand to do this? That's legal, brother. Do it all the time.
Bro, hold on, bro. But you know what's the problem? They knew you know what's the problem? You know what's the problem with what you're saying? For this to even occur, bro, they have to knew where he was. They not knew where he was. They knew where he was when the footage came out, bro. Like they knew that, bro. They knew that they had contact with Kohberger when they got public, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like this was not a collaboration between, bro. They did not know where he was.
I disagree with that. That's what I'm trying to tell you from the beginning, that they creating this narrative. Listen to me. It's just our opinions. It's just our opinions.
It's not an opinion, bro. It's not my opinion, bro. Okay. Okay. I'm about validate what you say right now as friends. Validate yourself and pull me one case that a local PD got help from an out of state. Just show me one. Show me one and I'll shut up, bro. I'll shut up.
Show you something. When you say it's illegal and I tell you to prove it, now I ask you, but you ain't tried to prove that. But you keep wanting me to prove what I'm saying.
But prove what, bro? Ain't nothing to prove. It's not gonna happen, bro.
Listen.
It's nothing to prove. It's not gonna happen, bro. Especially when you just explain to everyone that is watching that it was no warrant for his arrest. We can't hear you.
Law enforcement can reach out.
I'm listening to you. That's the problem. I'm listening to you so hard that you contradicting yourself. You said yourself it was no warrant for his arrest and he was being investigated. But can you calm down? I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
A warrant is for an arrest or a search. Whoa.
I think you're yelling. You're yelling. I can't hear you.
Because I'm showing you missing the point.
Okay, now
you're missing the point, and it's simple. You do not need to be under arrest to be investigated. You got to investigate before you make
nobody's talking about being arrested. What are you talking about, bro?
You keep saying about when they stopped him on the traffic accident. Did they know that this was the guy?
No, they did not know nothing about this guy and being not involved in nothing, bro.
They investigating him.
Bro, he was investigated locally, bro. A local investigation from a local PD. No no law enforcement out of state will get involved in the investigation that they don't even know the credibility within that case. It doesn't make, like, first and foremost, like you said, it was no warrant. So if it's no warrant for no one's arrest, and you investigating someone locally, how a out of state department is gonna get involved on something that is locally somewhere else when they don't even know the merits of the case? Oh, like just to call for a favor and just stop someone and not arrest them?
That's right. That's right. That's right. Now go ask your subscribers. Are you wrong or right?
I'm sorry, just so you know, they all disagreeing with you, bro. Listen, I stopped, just so you know, they respectfully disagreeing with you. I stopped sharing, and I'm sorry that I stopped sharing their thoughts, but they know that I'm very respectful, and they're not being disrespectful, but like I see that everyone is really not agreeing with you at all, just out of respect to you. Yeah, I'm not like, you know what I'm saying, showing the comments because it's not on your favor, bro. And this is like these moderators, they investigate, bro. They are on it every day, bro.
I'm asking you, what are they disagreeing with? Let's get a foundation. What are they disagreeing with?
First and foremost, the Kohberger, it seems, due to the information available out there, it seems that he's really nothing solid to convict him in court. And second of all, they don't agree with all that, because you see, in something that they agree with me is that every narrative that you have provided since you got here is all like News Nation's narrative and shit that is being already debunked as narrative. And that's why I'm being trying to be nice, you know. I'm trying to be nice because you my boy and shit, you know what I mean?
Respond. Give me something specific that they are disagreeing with.
All right. To start, the Kohberger is innocent and not guilty.
Say that again.
They disagreeing with you with Kohberger being guilty and be the killer of this.
It's my position. It is my opinion.
No, but the thing is that we want to get educated and see why you have that opinion, because we want to know, for example, like over here, if you have like, we can't hear you because you try to interrupt me. Over here, like, if your opinion is based on a gut feeling, we would like to know what it gives you that gut feeling, like not just like, because we got to get the emotional shit out of, like, you know, like reality, and we just want to know what it tells you that he's guilty.
Once again, if you listen,
but bro, we've been paying attention to you for the past 5 hours, and you're still not giving us what it makes you think that he's guilty. I'm trying to figure that out.
Right to a speedy preliminary. Number 3, they caught you. You was hiding your hands, wearing gloves when you was driving. That's why.
Okay, I heard. I think because you was yelling. I think that because you was yelling, you was cutting up a little bit. But I heard that because he stayed quiet in court when they asked him if he was guilty or innocent. You said that the gloves that he was using when he was driving, and what else?
Not only did he have the glove on, he tried to hide the glove hand. The glove.
Okay, and what else? Like the gloves that he didn't say that he was guilty or innocent, and what else?
And the fact that he waived extradition, he waived the speedy preliminary hearing, and he remained silent when they asked him, "Are you guilty or innocent?"
You know that none of those reasons that you gave me, it proved in court that he killed his victims, and we're talking about that's coming out of someone that has a great record in court.
You just asked me what give my opinion. You don't have to prove it. You asked my opinion, and I'm
But you have to. But don't you, due to that, you have so knowledgeful in law. Won't you base your opinion within you expertise within the information? Because again, for you to say that someone is guilty, you have to have something that it will tell you besides those things, bro. 'Cause those things that you mentioning are not validated in court. That's all what I'm looking for. What is validated in court that it could be used to cook this guy? You have not given it to us for 5 hours.
So you asked me two different questions. You asked me why I think he's guilty. Now you ask me what evidence. Well, Ann Taylor don't have the evidence, so how can I tell you? Don't have the evidence, so we don't know what evidence. The judge have ruled admissible. Strike. We don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like even me right now, like I said, like he's a chance that he could be guilty, but the stuff that is out there right now, nothing indicates me right now for me to take the position that he's guilty and he will be found guilty. Like it's not there though. You know what I mean? Like
check this
you
out.
could call it my ignorance. You know what I'm saying? Like my ignorance. You could call it that.
Your Honor, we got this, and the defense objection, Your Honor. There's no foundation for that. Prosecutor, you got a foundation? No. Strike it. It comes out. So we don't know all the evidence. So for anybody to say what evidence, well, she ain't got it. I damn sure ain't got it.
No, I'm saying, but okay, but no, my point, you're probably not understanding what I'm trying to get to. It's like whatever you telling us that you basing yourself for him to be guilty and your conscience and what he tells you that this man commit this crime is not valid in court.
Well,
for you to feel that way. Can you get my point? Like, can you get what I'm trying to tell you, bro? That you're going with a hunch of a gut feeling, but that shit is not usable in court. This is why I think the problem that you have with me, because you know what I mean?
It's a different issue now. That's the problem. This is a different issue than what we're talking about. Asking me, it's what the jury believes, man. It ain't what is it valid. It's whatever that jury believes that's gonna convict you. Huh?
But they have to tell something to that jury. They have to show something to that jury to.
Telling you, we don't know what they're gonna say. I'm telling you, based on the series of events that lead us to what we know now, he done showed a strong indication of guilt. And everything that's supposed to be debunked done been debunked. Well, guess what? Why haven't they debunked the reason why they haven't called 911 within a reasonable amount of time? Why is everything being debunked that's really irrelevant to the case?
It's already been debunked by me a long time ago, but you're the only one and other people that don't want to take that theory. And that's your problem. I don't take your theory. You don't take my theory. And it's okay. We live together with this discrepancy, bro.
Should not be debunked. In other words, remember when it happened, you had a lot of people on here giving the opinion. Oh, they didn't call 911 maybe because she was scared. See, everybody gave reasons as to why they didn't call now. Not everybody, but a lot of people, even a lot of you. Hold up. I'm gonna show you something. So when they did the press conference, Moscow PD, they asked, why didn't they call 911 within a reasonable time? He said, we don't know. But you talking to them, what are they telling you? What are they? So I have to look at the fact that whatever Moscow PD is feeding from the beginning, it's been against Bryan Kohberger, the negative. It never focused on any other facts concerning the events of the so-called surviving roommates. I'm just telling you, based on my opinion, just like you and a lot of people say, he not guilty. What are you basing that on? If I say, well, you believe that he's not guilty, but you say they don't have none, but we don't know the evidence. We can only theorize on what we have and what we do know. So if you don't say they don't have no evidence, and you ain't seen the evidence, there haven't been a trial on the merits, then your position is without merit.
You done? You done?
Not quite.
Can I talk?
You can talk, but then you say this is my show.
But that's why I asked you for permission to talk.
Yeah, I did. Now go ahead.
Hey, listen, man. It's only one reason and one reason only why they protecting this case, and the real responsible, why they fucked up the 8 hours and everything. The responsibles and the killers is not Bryan Kohberger. He's the fall guy, bro. The people that kill these innocent victims, bro, is their own peers, bro. It's a big possibility, bro, that DNA that he was found in that room, it was the people that we've been having as suspects from the very beginning, that he was sharing informed to Moscow PD that is the possible ex-boyfriend.
Can I say something about that? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now that's your possibility, right?
No, it is due to the timeline and the events that the IMO and all that.
That's your possibility. I mean, like,
I'm gonna tell you right now that the story was fitting due to the events, all the events, the transition, not just before that night, but that night, and then with the people involved within the case. The ex-boyfriend has more motive to do what happened here than they even Kohberger, bro.
Okay, now, hey, once again, that's how you looking at it, right? Right?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. I can accept that. That's a possibility.
Bro, hey, think about it. The only reason why they're gonna try to cover this up, and it will affect, because remember, the only reason why they tampering with the crime scene, all the 8 hours and wait and all this, is to fix the narrative of what's gonna happen now that what happened here, because our peers, our fraternity kids, in this case, it'll be the Jack Decore, the John Jack Showalker, all these people linked to the University of Idaho. The University of Idaho has more reason to do what is being going on in this case to protect their own peers than trying to fuck up this case in the way they just did for someone that they don't even know.
Stop right there. Stop right there. I heard your position. That's very plausible. But once again, that's your position, like I've been telling you. It's not to prove you right or wrong. Only thing I was telling you I'm right about is that other agencies in the other states will reach out to law enforcement for assistance. But
that's within their own state and locality, bro. Like to go outside of the boundaries, they have to use the FBI for that. The FBI has to be involved for the out of state shit, bro.
No, that the FBI only have jurisdiction over federal crimes, not state.
So why they investigate state crimes? Yeah, now you explain that to me.
Say that again.
Now why they investigating state crimes? If it's not federal, why it was 125 FBI agents involved in the investigation of this case?
Because law enforcement of the state of Idaho asked them for assistance.
But they cannot ask for assistance on a case that they don't run in. That Moscow PD had to request that assistance.
I just said they requested that from the FBI.
No, but you said the state agencies and Moscow PD is not a state agency. They local.
No, this is what you said. You asked me why is the FBI on this case, and I told you because they called them in, and I told you that any other state can reach out to another state police department for assistance in investigation. That's what it said. I think you understand. Go.
It's not possible, but you go ahead. Remember, you're talking to someone that my case, it was an intent to RICO, right? So that means that for intent to RICO, the FBI was involved, and the only reason why the FBI was involved because it was crimes around state, interstate crimes allegedly committed.
About that though, we're not talking about interstate crime with this case.
You know what I'm saying? Like the only reason why the FBI got involved, it was because it crossed state lines and shit. You know what I mean?
To another state and kill somebody. We ain't talking about that. You know what I'm talking about. You know I'm right. I like this station. Keep on.
I think this is why we get along so well, bro. Cause our friendship is what it bonds us, bro. Our friendship is what it bonds us together, bro. We could disagree all day, bro.
I didn't know what happened. Today, we're giving our theory. But one thing for certain, if when you told me your theory, I said that's very plausible. And
no, but you see, here's what's going on, bro. Here's what's going on. You see, I like to use my common sense, even though my common sense doesn't take me too far. You know what I'm saying? So I say that to say this. These people not just didn't report this for 8 hours, but they have full knowledge of what was going on in that house. They knew the killers and they knew what was going on and the reasons for it. This is the same reason that why is well known that it appears between the University of Idaho and these fraternity guys and sorority guys, whatever they do is going to be a flag to the sorority or fraternities. It's a lot of money to lose in a situation like this. A lot of money to lose within fraternities and sororities in the university campus. Okay, so when one of, for example, so something that is stupid as a passionate crime, because let's say, for example, she left me and she broke my heart, and this is the reason why she left me and broke my heart, and I decided to kill her. Okay, and then I had to kill her friends because they were witnesses, of course. But then I didn't kill the other two because the other two I got more ties with them than with the ones that died. So the only reason why Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk didn't call the cops right away is because they have an attachment of loyalty and secrecy within the killers. This is the only reason why that's why they were talking with each other when it was happening, because they knew who killed them. They knew the reasons why. They knew that they belong on the University of Idaho. They knew that they are students. They are from the inner circle. All the inner circle got out trouble within a week. It was no investigation. Like for me to anyone tell me we got Kohberger, you need to tell me that Kohberger, you got to Kohberger through the inner circle, through you investigating the inner circle of the immediate people around the victims, and you're gonna tell me you got to Kohberger through the inner circle. You cannot get to Kohberger if you have investigated the inner circle. That means that for you to get to Kohberger, you investigated the inner circle of the immediate people surrounded to then got this bright idea, theory, and investigation that he tells you that due to all these people are innocent of any guilt, all these leads took me to this one person because we already have the inner circle of family members, friends, ex-boyfriends, boyfriends, haters, anyone that he has to do that he couldn't have a reason for to kill these people. You did not investigate these people first. The same people that they have an alibi since day one, but he said he was sleeping. But if you were sleeping, how in the heck the dog end up getting to the pound? Because guess what? Soon as they found out that they were dead, they went and knocked on Jack the Court's door, and he was nowhere to be found. But he said he was sleeping. He has an alibi. He has an alibi way before Kohberger has an alibi.
Okay, now based on what you're saying,
what?
How then can you say?
Big shout out to Lana. Go ahead, bro.
Based on your position on these quadruple murders, how then can you give Moscow PD credibility by saying that the other people, the other officers in the state didn't know nothing about what was going on? How can you give credibility to that if you're going to input that they will go to this extent to do this? This is what I'm saying.
Bro, they don't have nothing to do that. That's the thing. Ain't no department that, first and foremost, when you call a department for collaboration, you not just ask for a simple favor. You have to have matter of a fact for ask for a collaboration. Just because you are from the fraternity and we cops don't mean that I'm going to call you for a favor, bro. It has to be a legal matter involved. We approve for you to investigate, like actually get involved at out of state department. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't work like that, bro. It has to be a legal motion put in place for that to occur. This is why I'm trying to tell you, bro. You're talking to someone that my allegation was for shit from out of state. So when I tell you that, I tell you that for my local, let me explain to you because you're missing the point, bro. For my local PD request any type of information from out of state collaboration, they had to go through the FBI. In my case, yes, because they try to take my case to Superior Court. So any collaboration, what I'm letting you know, any collaboration with the investigation, they couldn't call outside of state for my investigation.
Case dealing with. See, if I know the facts of what your case was dealing with, see, the FBI don't have no jurisdiction over any state crime. They can't even interfere with states prosecuting state crime.
So you're contradicting yourself again. So they're not supposed to. They're not allowed to investigate any case. Then
what are you talking about?
Do you understand me? Like when it comes up, when they try to take you to Superior Court, like they try to take me to Superior Court, right?
I don't know.
My local, hold on, let me explain to you. This investigation, let me explain to you. This investigation, it was from a local PD, just like Moscow, Idaho. My investigation, it was trying to go to Superior Court for interstate shit that my local PD, bro, let me talk. My local PD needed the assistance for the investigation of my case, and it got denied all the time because it never got to Superior, and FBI never got involved because they didn't have enough proof.
Well, they ain't got nothing to do with this. This is what I'm telling
you. You understand me? So you're telling me that one PD is gonna call the other PD to help them with their investigation when that's totally false. When in my case, my local PD called the next door out of state PD for their help, and it got denied.
They got nothing to do
because they couldn't prove it was an out of state matter.
Hey, let me show you something. What you telling me is irrelevant to this because number one, you're talking about FBI jurisdiction. I'm gonna say this again. I can show you in the law. Any federal agency, they don't have no jurisdiction, no power to interfere with state crimes or state inter-office collaboration. Period.
Any state crime that it cross state lines, the FBI is involved right away. You there? Did you drop your cam? Hopefully, we still have Speak Van Holding. Are you there, bro? Hopefully, he didn't throw his camera out of rage. Big shout out to Speak Van Holding. Let me know if you're there, brother. Big shout out to Speak Van Holding. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to him. I try to explain to him that what he tried to say about a local PD calling the next door PD from out of state to collaborate on an investigation. I already debunked that and confirmed that with my own case, though. Let me see if my brother. Okay. There you go.
My phone went dead.
Listen, I thought you enraged. Enraged, you just threw everything and started like destroying the whole room.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you, bro.
Oh, my phone went completely dead.
You're good, bro. You're good, man. Yeah, bro. Cause again, like in my case, again, like what we talking about is collaboration, perhaps from one PD to another PD, especially like again, what I'm trying to tell you is like the PD from next door state would not collaborate with that matter because it was no proof from my local PD that the crime that they were alleging about myself, they didn't have no proof that it crossed state lines. So that's why they couldn't get in no collaboration because it was no matter of a fact for them to intervene on the case. And go ahead, bro.
I opened up my computer, but I'm hearing a record the earlier version. I'm trying to, how do I stop that?
No, you gotta skip forward. You just gotta skip it forward, like slide the slide the thingy all the way to like forward, and you catch up with it with the chat.
It ain't letting me do. I'm on StreamYard. It ain't letting me do that. Hold up.
Okay, and the StreamYard, can you see it right on StreamYard?
Yeah, you remember when you say the picture and you could in 4K? I don't know how to catch up.
No, listen now. But can you hear me on the StreamYard?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me try to.
Man, how do I?
Let's see. Let me make sure that we have this here. Okay, cool. Now I was saying that again that I try to prove a point through my own case. Like is well known, at least in the area where I was allegedly any state crime that it cross state lines, it becomes a FBI matter, either a murderers and like legal crime, like crimes, you know what I'm saying, like state crimes that are committed, for example, in Idaho. Soon as it cross the state lines, the FBI and marshals gets involved. And this is exactly what happened. The FBI, the marshals was the ones that went and got Kohberger because it crossed the state lines. Do you understand me? This is how is how we know this is how we know the collaboration between states, it was not put in motion yet when he got stopped on Indianapolis, because by the time the marshals and the FBI gets involved with the warrant, because the warrant comes because he's already crossed state lines and he's in Pennsylvania. Again, they did not know allegedly where he was until they spotted him at his dad's house. Because again, they took a route all the way to Colorado. They took the going west north, and then they went east coast. Like, so you know what I mean? A route like that, you really don't know where you're going until you decide where you gotta go. I don't think that due to, again, like you say, it was no warrant, it was really no reason to invest money and resources to act like spying on this guy wherever he's going. He already crossed state line going to Colorado. So you're gonna tell me, you know what I'm saying? Like, they had agents, they were literally paying agents from all over United States of America all the way to Indianapolis until he got to Indianapolis, and then Indianapolis decided to do a checkup on him and let him go. We had friendly conversation. It would not go down like that, because again, whenever the warrant and the whole situation came all about, all agencies, FBI, marshals, all state troopers from all United States, then everyone gets activated. And if, for example, he was driving on the road and the Pennsylvania state cop would have run his license plate, he would have light him up. He would have light him up, get him out the car with the guns drawn and everything, because it would be that APB, international APB request from Idaho to all agencies that we need this man. You know what I'm saying? That there was not put in place yet. Because again, that's traceable. Like, that's traceable. It's
I understand, and that's my contention. That didn't have to be in place. They don't pay the different state agencies. They work together, period. Because that's the agreement that they have. This is why they have extra. See, every state don't have extradition. Okay? So for some states won't let you be extradited if he could face death. These are contracts, their agreement. Every state is a business. In the federal government, the Moscow, Idaho asked the FBI for assistance, but they don't have jurisdiction to come in any state case and be the head and take over anything. They can't even prosecute, because any case they try to prosecute where they have no jurisdiction, any conviction had is void. Now, somebody's no, Joanne, this is Idaho law is different. Amy, no, Johanna, I guess Amy Conway. But somebody popped up and say, show me a picture of BK walking in the house. They're not going to be able to show you a picture.
Oh, right here. Hold on. I found it. Karen Klein. Okay. Show me one picture of BK walking in the house.
Yeah. I mean, you know, hey, if I had that, I'll be on the defense team.
I tell you what though, like, you know what intrigues me the most? So it's not valid.
Go ahead.
What it intrigues me the most, right, is the fact that we see within the inner circle of these victims is people that have more motive to commit this crime than Kohberger. And also, again, it's like the thing that it concerns me the most within investigation is that I was in collaboration with Moscow PD since day one. It was an exchange of information into gag order. At the same time, what it concerns me is that everything far as the timeline, motive, and particularities of the case indicates that this crime was committed within the inner circle of the immediate people, the confidential, the confidants, and the peers of these young adults that died. Is more indications to that for the University of Idaho go to the extent of flexing the muscle on the investigation to make it look like what it looks like today. Because again, if they investigate the very meats and potatoes of surrounded victims, because again, this should be protocol everywhere around United States of America. I don't think that the states work things different. If I get killed, everyone around me is gonna get investigated. That means wife, mother-in-law, brothers, sisters-in-law, like everyone, even family members, everyone is gonna be run through the mud to make sure that they don't have nothing to do with my death. They have to take those steps. But if you don't take those steps and out of nowhere, you try to fabricate a case on someone that with public narratives and news media outlets and with narrative enforced by some YouTubers, and that's it. You try to have the public opinion convict a guy. The other information that you share about this particular case, forget Kohberger. Listen, forget Kohberger. Let's get Kohberger the fuck out of the conversation. Let's talk about since day one of the killing and everything before Kohberger. Everything since the crime happened all the way to before Kohberger. That's the meats and potatoes of this case. Because soon as Kohberger came to the light, the timeline didn't make no sense. The evidence that they say they have, they don't have no sense. Because again, for you to have that circumstantial evidence, you have to base your circumstantial evidence on some kind of evidence. You know, some kind of connection. Like you have to link this guy to these people. Like people just don't, again, like you said, premeditation is key. Because like you said, if he wrapped up the car, so it was premeditation. He has to know the victim. So how he know the victims? How he know that in this house he's gonna get out of inside of the house and he's not occupants in that house that he's gonna show a level of resistance that it could have got him killed himself. You know what I mean? It's a sorority girls' house, so you know it's gonna be guys in there. You know what I mean? It's plenty cars out there. A total stranger would not walk inside of this house and kill these people. Only people that know Dylan, know Bethany, know the people around the house, like a local known to the victims, ex-boyfriend, boyfriend, sex partner, hater, lover, family member, sister, brother, mom, dad. You have to investigate the meats and potatoes of everyone. You have to pull out the dirt of the immediate people that these victims are around. You cannot base no investigation on a third person that you just try to throw the spaghetti on the wall and making guilty of something when the very circle around the victims never got investigated. How can we get to a Kohberger when the meats and potatoes of the people around the victims never got investigated? Even Dylan Morganson, she ended up with 8 hours not investigating the case. That's a felony on any state on United States of America. You didn't report a crime, especially a massacre like that, for 8 hours. You go on handcuffs and you're gonna start talking, or you're gonna rot in hell. It's on any state, bro. I've been in so many states in United States of America. On every single state that I go, is the same shit, bro. It's the same protocols. It's the same procedures. It's like they don't do particular shit different. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to a massacre like this, it states, bro. If this shit happened on Ohio, oh, it's a wrap, bro. You see the sheriff, state trooper, like this shit, they don't play with that shit, bro. Like they easy to take a case from a local PD. The sheriff here, they easy to take case from the hands of the local PD, and the local PD can say shit, bro. And they have the power to do so. The state troopers, they could come and shut down the investigation of a local PD if it's any indication of foul play. If he, for example, is a local Brady Giglio involved within a crime case of this magnitude that is all over United States and all over the world, don't you think that the sheriff and the state will take over that case? We'll be like, get the fuck out of here. We need to look good with this one and take this case away from a little small PD. The state over here is easy to take those cases and snatch the Kiely Rodni case, bro. Why Truckee PD didn't run this investigation and the sheriff took the case from them? Nevada County Sheriff took the case from Truckee PD and Placer County Sheriff. So Nevada County Sheriff did not just take the Kiely running case from a small PD, local PD. They took the case from a sheriff department. That's a whole other county sheriff department taking over from your case. Now you're gonna tell me the state troopers in Idaho or the sheriffs in Idaho didn't have the legacy to take over this case and tell Moscow PD, get the fuck out of here. We see what you're doing. You already did investigate the meats and potato of the case. It's facts. This is proven facts. It's not one person within like the ex-boyfriend immediate inner circle that it got even investigated. They got interviewed, just like Kohberger. But they didn't went harder on them than they went on Kohberger. That's the problem that we have here. It could be a DNA mix with the inner circle. That this is what I'm saying. The two DNAs could be from the inner circle that you were supposed to investigate from the very beginning, from the very top. You investigate the inner circle, the closest people that he has a reason to kill, the closest one. 9 times out of 10, death come from your own people because they know everything about you. They know how to get you. They know the right time to commit a crime against you if they need to. Your best friends and family members are the only ones that will know that when it's the right time to get you out the way. You know what I'm saying? So
I got a question.
Go ahead, brother.
You know, Ann Taylor declared that there is no connection. Now, I don't know what that statement means. To me, it's equivocal. But if
you said that they could lie in court.
Yeah. So if Ann Taylor actually believes there's no connection based on what she already got, why do she need anything else? If she can definitively say without having all of discovery, there's no connection. It's something. Like I said, that's an equivocal statement saying there's no connection. She's not saying that he didn't kill him. She's not saying there's no evidence to indicate his guilt. I'm just saying when it first happened, I came to the conclusion that it's somebody she know, it's somebody they know, the friend's problem. But as time started moving on, but once again, I'm pointing at Kohberger based on what I see. But I will say this here. I still want to know how you got to him. I got a theory how you got to him because that's missing. So once again, that piece is missing, but I'm just saying based on what I'm seeing, his conduct and this and that, I'm saying he the guy. But I know you know and a lot of people know how you actually got to this guy to be a suspect. They hiding that. And so that can shed some light on, I believe if we had that bit of piece of information, a lot of things would become a lot clearer.
No, and I gotta tell you, like again,
what is Amy Conway?
Many the 20, yeah, I think it's the 26th of October. I think the 26th of October is gonna be the hearing. Exonerated means you're found guilty first.
That's right.
Yes. But you see, like again, like what you're saying, that it's a chance. Like like you have repeated it so many times. Like either or the case not looking pretty for no one. Let's say let's be you know as unbiased that we can. Even though this case doesn't look pretty for the prosecution and it doesn't look pretty for the defense, I would like to believe that if this guy participated on this killing, right? Let's say, for example, that he did participate of the killing and the University of Idaho is protecting the other killers. Because if you ask me, bro, there's no way in hell that one person did this shit, bro. There's no way. No way, bro.
Well, I put it
bro,
like this.
The wounds that we are talking about, you need two people to create these wounds.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I am of that same opinion, But here's the problem. Dylan Morrison says she saw one person leave. So
ain't that probably the narrative, like to exempt the other two possible killers?
You already know. I said from the beginning, I don't believe, I don't trust. I know she is a liar. You didn't.
I mean, but either or, we could agree that this case, if they really want to cook them, they'll cook them.
Yeah, and I'm saying if he by himself, it's just my opinion, he the killer. If he did this and he went in there, I don't believe he just went in there with a knife. And man, you discussed this too. I did a video.
But you see that we're talking about the kill kit. Kill kit, come on, bring me that theory of the kill kit. Come on, you see, you're protecting information from the public eye.
You're gonna have to call Mr. You're gonna have to call Mr. Concalves.
No, you need to get me a job with News Nation, and you need to have me checking hands with Cuomo and T-Rev and all these people, man.
When have you heard me mention a kill kit? You heard me
no, but you know, for example, if it was multiple utensiliums or multiple weapons, multiple weaponry, that could be considered a kill kit. Because you have different tools for different.
A kill kit.
You know what I'm saying?
No. That ain't.
But you said that he prepped. He's a possibility that he prepped the car with plastic, bro.
That's so not
you know for a fact, bro. You know for a fact, if he took his time to prep that car in plastic, he definitely got a kill kit, bro.
I can't make that conclusion.
No, you have to go there.
I can't. No, you ain't getting me called. You gotta have to call Mr. Concalves.
Listen, let me clip that to put her on the video. Come on, man.
I mean, he the one talking about a kill kit, so you would have to call him. But I never mentioned a kill kit. It's true that he mentioned a kill kit, that he thought he had a kill kit. So you don't have to block that out.
But what you think about that, bro? Come on, let's talk about the kill kit. Come on, we need this content.
Well,
what you think about the kill kit?
I mean, if he wanna, I don't. Well, for him to theorize that it's okay. We don't know what happened, but I don't think that's the case. No.
Come on, bro. Listen, man. If you telling me that he took his time to wrap his car on plastic, that guy brought a kill kit with him. He went. Listen, he went to the closest nursery stand, and he went and grabbed like all these utensiliums for surgery. And what else we could say, like a saw, a mini saw, or a mini machete, and like tomahawk. You know what I'm saying? Like, can we talk about some kind of kill kits?
Well, no, because
I'm not gonna take much of your time. I think we're wrapping it up with this, brother. I don't want to take too much of your time because we having fun.
Listen, what I'm telling you is this. I said this in private with you and on the video. They can't tell. They're not going to be able to match a K-bar to those wounds. And I think that's one of the biggest problems, because they said it's a K-bar, excuse me. But it appears that it was two different type of weapons. And it could be that there was no K-bar actually used. It's just a knife sheath left there. And if that's the problem, if it shows that though, see, what was that coroner name? See,
I forgot her name. Hold on, I can find the name if you need it right now.
And she's another problem in this case, because she's the coroner and she's a lawyer out there. I mean, hey,
bro, she's part of the faculty on the University of Idaho, bro.
I mean, it's a big problem. And then she said she didn't show up to the scene of the crime the hours later. Get the hell out of here.
Then the cops do what cops do and shit.
Yeah,
fuck out of here. So, what you mean with that? What the cops do?
So it's we can't do nothing but speculate. We got a corrupt team of cops in Idaho.
Bro, hold on. That was coroner of the Idaho 4 case. 4 case. What was her name? Hold on. It is Kathy Mabut.
Mabuff or something like the Maybach.
Mabut. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then she come out and she was talking, and then she said it's a gruesome scene. So, you know, like I said, it all goes back to what was the so-called survivors doing all this time with this gruesome scene there, dead bodies, fecal, you know, last body, the piss, the urine. I mean, what was going on here?
But you see that's the problem, bro. Like, you know, on any forensic investigation, like they didn't let the medics get the medical examiners to get to the bodies, bro.
Okay, Jrod, let me say that they said he's not charged with premeditated murder. Well, he's charged with the intent to commit the murders. I'm saying Jrod was saying that I'm basically saying he came prepared, it was premeditated. We don't know all the facts. If he's the killer and he came in there and he did this by himself, it was premeditated. They don't have to charge him.
I totally agree with you, because if it's proven that he committed his premeditation 100%.
It's premeditation. So they don't have to charge him. It's just if he did this by himself and prepped this, cause I'm not. I mean, I wouldn't go in there with no knife thinking I'm finna kill 4 or 5 people. I'm gonna have a shotgun.
Not with a knife, bro. Not bro. Listen, I have knife around the house, and I used to own a K bar.
Now here's another strange thing. They says a van type shoe print was in front of her door, right?
Yeah, but then Dylan and Bethany got van shoes too, bro.
Okay, but what I'm saying, how do they think that's the assailant shoe print? What do they when all these other people been there and they trying to say that the van shoe print was consistent with the path that Kohberger traveled? Get out of here with that. I mean, I'm saying that so far for everything, he's the killer. But now that can change if they can show us how they got to him.
You see, I think that is gonna be a good resolution. Like I think that the biggest satisfaction of these true crime cases is not like to get to the bottom of like who's right or who's wrong. But I believe that like when we create these conversations and we could actually express each other from both sides of the fences, like, and actually being able, like me and you right now, to have the conversation and share with the people like two different opinionated theories is good. I believe that is a win for the community, because they get to experience the opportunity of have two different takes on this case that are actually valid. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, the bottom line is that all the intricacies of this case, they are all on the seal. So whatever we have right now is whatever we could grab ourselves from to create theories or to create just simple conversations that it will get shared with the community, and hopefully through sharing with the community is healed. Because at the end of the day, bro, I think that what we are looking for is for healing, and the only way to get to healing is through justice for the victims.
And let me say this here.
You know what I mean? I believe that what you're doing here right now and what I'm doing here right now is really not to prove who's right or who's wrong. It's because we need to have these conversations with each other to create awareness to the people that if we don't have these conversations, we cannot get to bottom lines or even create bonds and network with other people. We need to be able to have these tough conversations with each other, you know?
Well, see, whenever you're giving your take and your opinion on anything, it's never about who's right or wrong, right?
Right.
Because we're not really private to what happened. You can only theorize. And I'm saying if you notice early on, a lot of content creators that spoke on the issue, they went real light on the roommates, but then they had to change that take. See, you got to be willing to be, willing to be unpopular and go where people not going. But here's another thing. It's my opinion that the victim's family initially they questioned ruling out the 2 surviving roommates and other people so quickly, and now it seems like, I mean, all along at first they kind of taking a position, then they kind of jumped off, but deep in my heart, based on what I'm seeing, they truly believe that Moscow PD did allow, they cleared people too quickly, okay? But they didn't really want to stress that. Somebody probably stepped in and told them it's not good to do this here. But what people got to understand is this here. If you did, whenever you're dealing with law enforcement, and it wouldn't have, I don't trust them because I don't believe DM seen Bryan Kohberger. I don't believe she's seen anybody. She heard what was going on. But I'm just saying, if this the case, why didn't they put a composite sketch out of the guy? They wouldn't have knew. They wouldn't have knew.
Go ahead, brother.
They initially said the community wasn't in danger. So they were putting out that, well, we didn't want to mention that it was somebody that saw him survive because we didn't want to put them in danger. How would they have been in danger just putting a competitive sketch? The alleged killer wouldn't have known that. You see what I'm saying? So everything that they did, they hid it. So when they build on it, it just don't. It's not adding up. But that's why I said she never saw Bryan Kohberger. That description she got, that they fed that to her.
Bro, and the other thing that is it being bothering me for a long time, and it's like that information about Ethan and Santa being on the Grubhub truck. Like,
I'd like for you to comment on and Amy Conway, Me Too, when you said plastic. I can just see it from her.
Yeah, like plastifying the inside of the car.
Yeah, that just
But what I was thinking, right? Let me play a little bit of what they've been talking about on the chat. I've been kind of like, they know when I don't play the chat too much because I'm focused on the content and the conversation that we having. But they know that when I do this because I'm focused on the conversation. But they know that we get to the comment section all the time. We'll get to that. Sorry, I'm not seeing it. Let me see what else. That was debunked. But we're running late on the. Remember, we're running late on the comments. So whatever they say now.
Okay, but man, you already agreed. There's no proof that he went in the house. They can't prove he broke in. I mean,
Yeah, you see, like, if we knew, again, for them, where's the proof of the sister?
Let me say this, Jrod. What I say about his sister, once again, this is my position based on how I have to put it together, because what Moscow PD is doing, it ain't making sense. So I can't buy into their narrative. I have
it's just possibilities, because the sister came into the conversation at some point. She was talking, someone put a narrative out there saying that his sister see him being acting weird, what she called acting weird since she came back home and whatnot. And that got out there, but at the same time that got out there, the situation about the cell phone got out there, and it got debunked quick. And the same thing, the sister kind of like halfway got debunked because it was never proven that was actually a matter of a fact. And also that teacher that he was allegedly having problems with Kohberger, it was really never confirmed. So all those narratives came from sources that he would never clarify from where those sources were talking about that. So Like about things like that, I cannot talk about because again, whatever is narrative is narrative, and if it doesn't fit within the information that is being provided, I just kind of like exclude it. Because again, if whatever the news station says, it makes sense with the information that we got in hand, I put it together and I utilize that information. But if it doesn't make sense with what we have available at the moment, and they cannot confirm it through a confident source, that they could display the source and be like, well, these source gave us this information, I can't really take it upon consideration because me
and you know
looking
the media
for
the media never revealing their source.
Yeah, like me thinking about for what they could be, it would drive me crazy because it could be anything, bro. The only thing that I could base myself is the facts of it was no investigation of the inner circle. Obviously, you hiding someone in that inner circle that committed this killing, and then when you try to put this on someone like Bryan Kohberger, that it seems kind of like fabricated. When you explain yourself like in a way that the Moscow PD prosecution, news stations, YouTubers, like in a way they've been working for this narrative is so potent, is so passionate and so one-sided. And even the tones that they give the conversation, like over here, you like in the way you hear me talking right now, I'm trying to be like as unbiased possible, you know, because again, it's a lot of things that are under seal and we don't know them, and we will get to know them when time is right. But far as what is being shared so far, like if it's no proof of investigation with the inner circle, it's no validation of having Kohberger where he's at right now. Because how can you tell me that the inner circle didn't have nothing to do with the killing? Even if Bryan Kohberger was involved in the crime, for you to be on Bryan Kohberger case, it had to be coming from the inner circle. It's no other way, bro. It has to come out of the inner circle, the narrative of this guy did it. But then if the narrative come from the inner circle saying that this guy did it, and this is where you try to lean yourself from, how can you take that up on consideration with the inner circle that you getting the information from did not got investigated?
You know,
I'm just basing myself on those simple facts. Like, no proper investigation did occur. Not a proper investigation occurred. So you know, as soon as you skip the first step on the investigation, and it's already the chance of the crime scene being tempered for 8 hours, it's a lost case, bro. Like I've been saying from the very beginning of this case, that just because the 8 hours of wait, it decided the fate of this case. Because the crime scene is invalidated. It's a crime scene for 8 hours unsupervised. That we have visitors in the crime scene. We have young adults in the crime scene. We have people knowing about the crime scene way before the authorities did. You know, it's a lot of things that could have happened inside of the house that we don't know yet. So all that shit in court is gonna come all about, bro. Like if someone that he runs the court like you, bro. Again, I will put my trust to the 100% of your knowledge, bro. I will trust you with my case in court because I know for a fact that you're gonna fight. You're a warrior. You know the law, and you will fight for me, bro. I know that. In the same way, like many of our subscribers said that you should be representing Kohberger because you would have got him out of this shit a long time ago. And I believe that. And they being honest when they feel that way.
Well, let me say this here. If you think about, here go what I think finna happen. You know how they keep filing these motions, they got them under seal, right? Well, when they get ready and come, they're going to make sure when they conclude this case that those records stay sealed, okay? Because ain't no way you can go to trial by filing such motions to keep out and expect to properly represent this man and present the facts at court. It don't happen. You can't do it. If you conceal it going in, when you file it, you're not going to reveal it at trial.
No, somebody, John, just called my attention that I want to see that traffic stop, Kohberger traffic stop before we go, because I know I gotta go. It's already my time is up, and I appreciate you for being here for the past 6 hours, bro. I appreciate you so much. We got so much good information for the public, and I believe that this is something that it will be good for the people to come back to and have a good listening of this case.
I don't
Okay.
know how they going. I don't know how the first couple of hours gonna sound with that.
Oh no, it sounded good though. All right, I got this traffic stop. Let me see this one traffic stop real quick. Let me see. I want to see if he had gloves.
Hello, how you doing? How you?
Did you freeze?
He didn't have no gloves.
You got to keep watching the video, and you got to make sure this is.
Look at, he didn't have no gloves,
no,
bro.
No. Keep watching the video.
You said that he had gloves on. As soon as you see that he had gloves on while he was driving, it convinced
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You said that.
Okay, now let me finish. He got 2 traffic stops. Don't look at the hand. Don't look at the hand on this side. Look at this hand. It's going to be between his legs.
Take your driver's license real quick, if I could.
Keep looking. Take your time. I know what I saw. A lot of people saw it.
Van, man. You right up on the back of that van. Over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay.
He don't have no gloves on his hands.
Keep watching the video.
Well, we coming from WSU.
There's 2 traffic stops.
What's WSU?
You know that he's well known as germophobic and he's through pandemic, right? That you know there's gonna be gloves in every car in United States of America, right? Do you know that? Hey, listen, even though if in Texas, Jrod took it serious, it's people. It's people that got PTSD and traumatized because they couldn't get inside. They couldn't get outside of the house.
I think you know you're gonna see that glove.
Listen, have some respect for the pandemic, okay?
And I know he ain't playing like he Michael Jackson either. See, he pulled. Yeah, keep watching real good.
I'm having a hard time reading because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going there.
See, he ain't just. He taking his time and talking. Yeah, he taking his time.
It seems normal to me.
Yeah, it seemed normal to you. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where? Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying. He's going to the universe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So
you see this guy? Look at it. See that blue? Yeah. Yeah.
So y'all.
He had that hand. He had that hand. That's a very odd position.
Where?
Yeah, look at it. Look at it.
Where he don't have no gloves on his hands.
Listen.
You see?
Stop. Pause the video.
He put
Pause
his
the
hand,
video.
Interesting.
he just put his hand right now between his leg, and he didn't have no gloves,
Listen,
bro.
you only seen one hand. You didn't see that other hand.
All right.
Look at that hand. That's a very odd right there. That's a very, very odd position.
No, you have very, very odd position with no glove that you showing me. You're just exposing yourself in front of police.
What is this? What is that glove? Why is his hand like
this?
this?
You just contradicted yourself again, bro.
How did I contradict myself? That's a glove right there. You see that wrist right there? What is that? You don't see that?
Get out of here. Listen, I'm not gonna curse because you might.
What did I say?
But you said that's a very awkward position to have your hands like, but that don't mean shit, older.
Show me the glove. Show me that it ain't a glove there.
But it doesn't show that that's a glove neither. You said you said
okay, listen to me.
Awkward position. You basing yourself.
Yeah. If
that's an awkward position.
No. Listen, I done did a video on it already showing its awkward position, and he had that glove, the rubber glove. So I did a video on that.
Where
look at it. Okay, keep playing. Why is that hand like that?
You know what? I'm a play in slow motion because you see.
Why that hand? You can't come on. Who do that? Who does that? What are you?
Someone that is not you.
Oh, keep playing. You missed that. That's all. You missed it.
I hope you know you have. Listen, I have mad respect for you, but as your friend,
I'm just
collaborator, you have made yourself look bad on this live stream. You better get it right next time.
No, never made myself look bad. Keep playing. Show me that's not a glove on that hand. Why is it? Come on. Shit.
I did a video. Nah, fuck out of here. No, now you're gonna wait because I'm gonna prove you wrong again. Like now you're gonna wait. Now it's in slow motion.
No, come on.
You say you didn't see no glove, but I say awkward position to have the hand, and then you say who does that? You basing yourself on who does that? And I just told you someone that is not you.
Okay, man, listen to me. Once again, I already did a video. I gave my take on it, and I'm sticking with it because the way that hand is positioned, that appears to be one of them rubber gloves on it.
Appears to you.
That's right, but you can't disprove it. You cannot. Look at that. Look at that. Stop right there. Pause it. Pause it.
I'm not pausing.
No, you went back. You went back.
But it's about to come up right now. It's about to come up right now.
Now look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
He didn't have no gloves on his hands, bro.
Okay, show me this hand right there. There ain't no gloves.
It's right there.
No, you can't even see his hand.
One is between her legs, between his legs, which we already seen that hand don't have no gloves. And look at his other hand. He's right.
No
gloves.
Pull that hand between it. Oh, the one between his legs. Pull it up. Let me see it. Pull it up with your video.
Guys, do we have a stubborn old man?
Show it.
You
Show
don't
it
want
to
to
me.
learn new tricks?
No, you ain't showed it to me.
I am.
Pause it and show me that hand clearly.
I am. We gladly look at.
Stop.
I'm gonna show you.
Okay,
No. Listen, bro.
No. Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna show you both hands. And you basing yourself.
No.
You don't see.
I was wrong right now. If you listen,
if you stop interrupting me, I will prove you wrong one more time. Why? Because he showed. Listen, can you stop?
I just saw it.
Can you
It's
stop?
no glove. It's no glove.
Not in the left. Not on the right.
It's not
Not
there.
in the left. Not on the right. It's no gloves to be seen.
Stop. Now, I admit that because I'm on my computer, and when you slowed it down, I've been looking at my phone, but I'm on my laptop. Yeah, I was wrong right there.
Why you make me do this shit? You know I don't want to go through this shit.
It's not no.
I don't want to go through this shit.
You're not understanding. I don't have a problem being wrong. I'm giving a take. See, I'm looking at it on my computer.
I don't want to go through this shit
phone.
no more.
No, it's nothing wrong with being wrong. I don't have a problem with being wrong.
No, listen, it's not about that, bro. It's about pointing the obvious. Like,
No,
I'm gonna show you the left hand and the right hand, and then when you say, you know what was funny?
I done seen it.
When you say, look at the way he have the hand, ain't that an awkward position? And you got all excited. I'm like, and then you say, but who does that? And it's like, bro, someone that is not you will put their hand like that. You know,
and guess what?
Like,
see, you see this right here? This is what I be looking through. Now I'm on my computer. And so when you slowed it down, I could see it because I did a video thinking that was a glove.
Left hand.
I see that.
Is no glove. He actually gonna give him his ID with the right hand. So you could see that on the right hand is no gloves. You see on the left hand is no gloves.
We done passed that. See, I'm looking from a phone when I'm doing my videos a lot of time. And so I'm on my computer.
Okay, so we can agree. Okay, we agree with that. It's no gloves.
Yeah.
In no glove there. So we good. All right, let's just leave that alone and just close it for today. Listen, we need to leave some more bullets for the next time, brother. Because listen, if we use all the bullets in one time, it could be a chance that we could run out of bullets, bro.
See, Karen said he wasn't. We don't confirm that.
Karen said he was not wearing any gloves, and I saw, yeah, bro. We just proved that he was not wearing no gloves, so it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, it's okay. You said to leave it alone, right? You said to leave it alone.
This is what I'm showing you. I did a video, and I'm thinking it's glove because I'm looking from a phone. The phone, and then that wasn't a really good phone, so I'm on my laptop, which I really never use because we streaming.
It's okay. Don't delete the video. It's fine. We all make mistakes, bro. It's still good content, bro.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make mistakes.
Content,
I know how to own up to the mistakes. That's why I gotta start looking on my computer.
But you know something that it really intrigues me. John said, I love you, Speakman Holding and Jrod. Like we got the chemistry, bro. Listen again, it's something that we base our relationship, our friendship is like, we're not here to prove right or wrong. Like, even though we really very passionate about it, very opinionated, but at the end of the day, we need to do this for the victims, bro. Because at the end of the day, even if it's Bryan Kohberger or it's someone else, bro, we doing this for the community. We're doing this for the victims, you know, because the community gets involved as soon as the crime occurred. And then with the crime occur, the community gets involved because they need to know the bottom line. They want to know the bottom line. They want to know if this could happen to them. You know what I'm saying? So this is why we're here, to make sure that either or, whoever is right, whoever is wrong, we need to have these conversations for the community to have a peace of mind that again, it's possible to have an understanding between two persons, two brothers, whatever you want to call them. They are in two different sides of the fence, and they could sit down there like we just did for past 6 hours and a half and have great productive conversations that we were actually having fun, and we've been having fun while we having a good conversation about these topics. I gotta say, man, I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, the time that you have spent here today. Again, I have a lot of fun and I enjoy my time when not just here today right now, but like when we sit down and have conversations for hours over the phone, bro, and we talking about these cases, breaking everything down and try to brainstorm it. I gotta tell you in front of everyone, I appreciate you, everything that you do, not just for me, but for the true crime community, bro, because you are very relevant. You are very relevant in the community, and we need more people like you that actually care about these cases, bro. I appreciate you.
And I'm gonna say this. You remember? I guess what was that guy named the Corporal Payne, I believe.
Yeah, we got Payne and
well,
Brent. I forgot. Man, they
some of the news immediately asked him what did the surviving roommates kind of tell him? And he said he's not gonna go into that. You know, see, so if they wasn't going into what the surviving roommate said, he could at least say, well, they said they saw the guy. But like I said, it's you know, it's just so much secrecy going on. I'm just giving my opinion that I believe Mr. Kohberger done it. It's just my opinion.
You know what though, and that's okay. That's acceptable though. Again, like
just like a lot of people believe that he's innocent. So
yeah, it's like everybody has a different experience on opinions and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Hey, big shout out to Todd, my brother Todd is in the building, just catching up with us. Hey Todd, hopefully you see the replay. We about to get out of here. We have the presence and the honorable visit of Speak Van Holden. Brother, you have no idea how much this means to me, bro. They have the opportunity to have conversations with you and have fun while we at it. Thank you so much for the opportunity you giving me, because you know I look up to you, bro. You know I look up to you, and since day one, I see you work, and for me, it hit me right on the heart. Like right here, we got a soldier, we got someone that will stand up for what's right. And you have done it since day one, bro. Since I met you, you have stand up. You have been a stand-up guy. You stand for what's right, and this is why, like, my respect to you, bro, in this manner.
What I don't understand, it's like right now I'm on my computer. It's not like a lag. What you think that was about?
I have no idea, bro.
You know,
they could be on your computer. They were fucking with you, bro.
You think so? I mean.
Is it Speak Van Holden, bro? Is it Speak Van Holden?
Because when my phone died, I jumped on the computer, and I'm not getting that, you know, but you heard it too, right?
Yeah. I wanna make sure that everyone, thank you for everyone in the chat. I want to appreciate Todd, Joanne, Amy, Caitlin, everyone that he was part of the Karen Klein. Everyone that he was part of the live stream today. Tell it to Ellie and everyone. Again, Joanne and Amy. Super amazing all the time. The boys, of course, always coming through, showing love. Ron, John, and Todd Patty. My people, I appreciate y'all. Please make sure y'all go and click like and subscribe to Speak Van Holding 24/7, etc., etc. Please make sure that if you found any value in the content that we provide to you and the services that we render in true crime, please make sure you show some love to Speak Van Holding Cash App, which is on the screen right now. And also, please make sure to subscribe to Jrod On Point and send you donations, send you love and appreciation to the Cash App, the On Point family. Thank you so much. Make sure that y'all click like and subscribe. Bro, I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to come back to it. Probably be like today, I think it was like the first official live stream that we get the opportunity to actually download to YouTube something this substantial and this good of a content and conversation. I would like to say that please make sure that whenever you get the opportunity, let me know when we could do this again. And again, it's an honor to have you here, bro.
Yeah, just hit me up anytime. Yeah, just show some self-restraint next time.
Bro, listen, I love you so much, bro. Thank you so much for everything you do for me, bro. And you know that I have the most respect for you, bro.
I love you too, man. You take it easy.
I love you too, man. Have a good day, bro. Give me a call. You know how we do it. And for everyone on the chat, I love you. I appreciate you. Believe in yourself because I believe in you. And if I do it, you could do it too. I ain't nothing special. I believe that you're going to take the best decisions for you and everyone around you. As always, the host of the most, the team to the tango, the yin to the Django, Jrod On Point with the company of Speak Van Holding. Thank you so much, everyone. Please click like, subscribe, and on to the next one. Have a good day.
All right.
Thank you, bro. You're the man.